forgot to open up Discord. There we go. How am I? Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's fine. Now how's my lip sync? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. My lip sync is wrong. My guess is that my how was my lip sync possibly wrong? So weird. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we can turn off that. And we can go over to here. And do at everyone. Day drinking, because it's the only way to get through. P4A. Hey maid, what's up? You're already here. How's it going? I'm replaying Soul Hackers while I wait for Fatal Frame 2. It's a 20-hour game. I could probably finish this by the time Fatal Frame comes. I'm sorry you start playing the Steeds here. Make it the funniest part about this is that we just got done playing Strikers, which was fucking excellent. And so I came into this game with some hope. And that hope is gone now. This game has killed that hope. Ugh. I was like, Strikers is good. This might be good. Nope. Oh, anyway. That's okay. I brought more alcohol. It'd be better if I didn't constantly remind me that Kentaro Miura is dead. Yeah, that fucking surprised that you actually broke that news to me, by the way. But yeah, I can't. I'm surprised. Yeah, like it just kind of came out of nowhere. Holy shit, Max here! What is going on? It has been a while. How have you been? I just bombarded you with like 6 questions, and I want them all answered. I swear, the day drinking just started. Underwent maintenance on the chair after the test battle. Post-reboot diagnostics showed status normal. The time was 1900. Oh, and Grandma Sack has now reached Chapter 4 of Danganronpa. Research staff set new activity cycle. All units return to standby condition at 900. All units will remain on standby at regular intervals between the tests until 1700. Maintenance and setup will take place until 1900. Afterwards, time is allowed to be spent on the outdoor area of the grounds. On returning, enter standby mode within the cage. These, like, headphones are, like, pinching my head in the weirdest way, and it feels like my hair is caught in it, but that seems impossible. Speaking of hair, guess what I got in the mail? I got a hard waxing kit for all my hair removal needs. I'm both excited and terrified to begin waxing. On returning, enter standby mode within the cage. Instructions are to repeat these actions until unable to continue. The next item on the schedule is to spend time in the outdoor area. Parameters of spending time unknown. Hypothesize that the meaning is to remain on standby and wait for time to pass. Hypothesis unnecessary. The schedule must be followed. Exiting building. Outdoor area reached. Light levels limited due to time of day. Many trees still visible in the environment. It is almost entirely consistent with known data from the off-limits area. Of course, I made my codename in Soul Hackers Neo, because 90s. Yeah, I kind of want to play Soul Hackers. I don't know. I'm thinking, like, I'm almost halfway done with the, like, part 1 of the final Three Houses route, so I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to play next. I've been planning to play Octopath Traveler, but I almost think I'm past that at this point, because fucking Three Houses took so goddamn long. I'd like to do Three Houses on stream eventually, but it's one of those games that's, like, so long, I would have to wait a while. Even though I think the game takes place in 2000, Soul Hackers is really good. I think I'd probably play, like, Strange Journey or SMT. Like, if I were to play another non-Persona Megaten game, I'd probably do, like, SMT4 or Strange Journey next. I saw the Marsh video on, like, SMT9, and that game looked, on Devil Summoner, and those games look great, but I'm not sure I'm ready to jump into that shit yet. Devil Summoner games are usually, like, 20 hours. Oh, that would take me, like, 5 minutes then. The ground is different from the laboratory's artificial flooring. The soil is exposed. Various natural plants are here. A certain amount of time must be spent here. The intention may be to heighten basic response capabilities in the natural world. Oh, God. Oh, that hit so hard. Others of the same unit can be seen stepping into the central area, reassessing the surroundings on various spectra. One thing I will say about my doing okay kind of bored, oh boy, well, let me just tell you right now that this game isn't gonna help with that at all. I feel like I'm trapped in a cage. Oh, shit. Yeah, Zach, you 100% Skyrim in like a month, so I just feel like making a sandwich. I beat Nocturne in like 3 days. Unlike the combat test, no hostile unit markers detected. I don't know if I've ever talked about this. When I'm really bored, I have a tendency to, like, softly punch myself. And this usually isn't a problem, but this game has driven me to a point where I've developed a bruise on my leg because I keep softly punching my own leg. Hypothetical, in combat under certain conditions, what tactics would be effective? I reassess surroundings as a combat environment. I assign value to various geographical features. I survey the topography on the outskirts of the environment. I detect unusual movement in one unit. But anyway, yeah, it's good to hear from you again, Max here. It's been a while, and I am aware that is almost certainly my fault. I have been streaming at completely unreasonable times. I'm really trying to fix it. I know I'm so bad at fixing it. I'm trying to fix it. Another thing I'm trying to do is tomorrow I'd like to get my shot. I'd like to get my first COVID shot. So that'll be awful because I'm afraid of needles and I will cry like a bitch. Other units are also surveying the environment, but this unit is crouched while holding something in its right hand. I do not deem this unit's unusual activity to be a threat. I approach it in order to make inquiries. Upon my approach, the unit turns around and stands.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Oh my god, she's adorable. Hold up. Holy shit. Holy shit, that is a cutie pie. I mean, get fucked every other Persona robot. I mean, dear god. Okay, anyway. I had to walk around with my 2DS because I need play coins to trade for D-Souls to then use to buy some cheap demons because negotiation's a pain in Soul Hackers. So this is going to make you super jelly made. In the Citra 3DS emulator, you can just make your own play coins. You can just set it to whatever you want. Got my shot, but I didn't get the follow-up shot. Yeah. Did you get sick from it? I only heard people getting sick from the second shot, but I heard that some people get sick from the first shot. Sick from the first shot. I'm not drunk yet. I'm not even sure why I'm slurring. I process this statement. It's a conversational gambit is unexpected. I find no prepared response in my libraries.
You mean like how this is our first encounter? In that case, yeah.
Okay. Like, emotionless robot Brooklyn accent is the weirdest thing I've heard in my life.
What are you doing here?
I've never heard your accent before. It's intriguing.
They said stuff about my accent too earlier. Do I really talk that funny?
I wouldn't say it's strange. It was just surprising.
Sucks is the 2DS only fits in my trench coat pocket. The 2DS is a fucking monster, but I don't like the 3D. It gives me a headache. I didn't get sick, but my arm felt a little sore. See, that's what Grandma Sax said. Grandma Sax says her arm hurted for a little while, but then, like, her second shot, she was, like, laid out for a day. The unit looks over again and then speaks quietly to something in its right hand. I examine what it holds. It is an organism. Its body is covered in white fur.
What's that thing?
I don't like the hinges on the DS. Yeah, because it gets weak. I get you.
It's a dog. It must have wandered in.
Yeah, I'm both excited and terrified of both the shot and the waxing. Organism's parameters are consistent with accessed data on dog. Its size does not present a threat. The search of its specific breed is cancelled. The unit turns its gaze back. I broke my DS hinges a while back. And I disappointingly didn't realize that the DS could play, the 3DS could play DS games until some time, because it feels hard when you try to push them into a 2DS, but yeah, no, they fit if you try hard enough, and they totally play, so shout out to backward compatibility, I guess. They can't play Game Boy Advance games, though, like, like the DS can, but that's okay, because the internal battery on all my GBA games are dead anyway, I think. I remember I tried to play Pokemon Sapphire a while back, and it was like, no, fuck you.
My unit number is 024. I wouldn't call it my name, but that's how they refer to me. What's yours?
Question difficult to process. Conversational subject of names is newly introduced.
I'm unit number 031.
They're up to the 30s. I see. That must mean they're finally creating units loaded with full-sized ones.
That almost sounds like a sex pun. The dog barks. A scan of surroundings shows several units turning to investigate. All units ignore it and look away.
This one wants to say hello, too.
It does? You can understand what dogs say?
Kind of. After carefully comparing its mannerisms and slight variances in its barking, I just figured it out.
Its right hand pats the dog head while its left scratches the dog neck. 024 continues to make various forms of contact with the dog. 024's actions are consistent with styles of communication. Hypothesis: the objective of spending time in this area is to develop communicative skills. Conversing with others of the same unit, refining communication will enhance cooperative tactics. Counterpoint. No value detected in communicating with organisms not of unit or human.
What's the point in doing that with a dog?
That's what I hate about Nintendo is their insistence on not using disc, because one day those games won't save. Yeah, my GBA games just do not work. There are advantages to using cartridges. I think they have, like, faster load times or something, but I don't know all the details.
The point? There isn't one, I suppose.
There is no point. Unexpected response strongly indicates that 024 is not like other units.
Are you interested in what I'm doing, though?
I honestly think Nintendo would benefit from expanding its digital library in general. Interested. Is there interest involved? It seems to be the case. Unsure of purpose of earlier question to 024. Why ask it? Like, there seems to be no reason that I can't play literally every Nintendo game ever released on a fucking Switch, because they've ported them to other systems. So, why ask it? Oral sensors detect electric noise, recognized as pseudo-informational involving no sound waves yet perceived as sound data. It's the alarm signaling the end of this activity. All other units began moving as one towards the building. 024 speaks to the dog.
Sounds like that's all the time we have today. I need to get back.
024 crouches while petting the dog's fur-covered body and releases it on the ground. 024 stands up again and turns around.
I hope to see you again.
You can play SMT 1, 2, NF on Switch, and Japan. Oh, see, I think I'd have to emulate 1, 2, and if. 024's expressions changes as it says this. Well, okay, I mean, technically I think I'd need the system to emulate them, but... Wait, was IF ever released in the US? This movement of the lips is known as a smile. It's shown when humans experience happiness. Contradiction. 024 is a weapon, yet it makes that expression. No hypothesis found. Or... no. Well, that fucking sucks. I've been watching videos about IF. I watched Marsh's video about IF, because you watch one fucking SMT video, and then YouTube is like, here, take every SMT game ever made. Just, here's all of the SMT YouTubers. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm watching fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! Anyway. It's better than Yu-Gi-Oh! Is there no point to it as well? Spare cognitive process is rerouted to analysis. Still, I just cannot understand it. What am I being linked right now? Why am I being linked to something? Oh, this is the SMT1 trailer. And the YouTube thinks this is SMT4. The next day, after being released from standby, I'm assigned to a test battle against others on my unit as yesterday. Order confirmed. I'm taken to the same chamber. Oh god, are we gonna have to kill Unit 2-4? I destroy other 3 units and sustain little battle damage. As I wait, the researchers come in. All have what seems to be high praise for my abilities. I do not understand how I should react to this. Should I give an expression of joy? As to... oh... iOS only doesn't work on modern iOS. Oh, God. I don't think I've ever had an iOS device ever. Oh, God. I thought the game was going to make me fight her. Oh, if the game wanted to fucking fuck with me, it would have made me fight. Like, it would have had a skin for Lapras that was Unit 024, and it would make you fucking kill her yourself. The researchers crouch next to the units I destroyed and begin to work on them. I think back and recall they underwent this process yesterday as well. I'm curious. I approach them. They open a slit under the unit's neck and use tweezers to remove a bluish-white plate-like object. It shines. They put the object on a petri dish. That distinct shine, neither weak nor strong nor weak, is like no similarities found. I'm sure it is similar to something, but I cannot access the relevant memory.
Well, let's get right to the feedback on today's battle.
Yeah, this game has a really bad case of show, don't tell. Or tell, don't show. You saw Domain of Sloth and still want to play If? Fuck yeah, I'm on board. Why not? I don't think there's anything that could actually make me not want to play If. Because I am okay with cheating really, really hard. If anything, the thing that makes me not want to play older SMTs is actually magnetite, not the dungeons itself. As I sit in the maintenance chair, they connect a cable to me. The cable terminates at the midsection of the large device where petri dishes from earlier are placed. There are a total of 3. Each contains a bluish-white plate-like object.
What's that?
The researcher's expression subtly changes. She's surprised. It lasts only for a moment before it fades.
This is a
Hey,
plume of
Pache,
dust.
what's going
Each of
on?
the units you
I'm
destroyed
day
had one
drinking
inside
in
them.
here. That wasn't a Lapras reference. I just do that sometimes.
These are much smaller than the one installed in you, though.
That's what a fucking plume of dusk looks like? I always thought it would be like a black feather or something. Like, that would have come off of the Avatar of Nyx. That's just like a glowing computer chip. I comprehend. This is a plume of dusk installed in me, too. This Omnode substance forms the core of my personality module. I was aware of its existence, but this is the first time seeing it. These are 3 personality cores of the units I destroyed. Funny you say that, Zach. They contain not only combat data, but memories and experiences. It is not long before the extracted data download begins. I sort for data relevant to enhancing battle performance and incorporate it into my own. The process takes less time than the initial transfer from yesterday. During that time, I recall what took place last night. Can I propose a toast to Kentaro Miura's memory? Hell yeah, let's do it. Everybody get your glasses ready. This is not usually what you would toast to someone's death for, or their memory, but I don't have wine. I literally do not own wine, so. To Kentaro Miura, the legend himself. There are cases where non-combat data is being preserved. Such memories are included in this download as well. Visual memories of the outdoors at night. Memories very similar to that were yesterday's download too. Probably from the same time in the outdoors area. The units I destroyed seem to have assigned these memories the same priority as combat data. Why though? It is effective in learning communicative skills, but that is lower priority than combat. The visual element preserved here is irrelevant. Ow, God, I've hurt my fucking finger. Don't do that. Oh, crap. I should mention I've never actually toasted before. I hope I did that right. That's the problem with, like, highly sensitive social matters. I just don't know what to say properly. I'm not great in those situations, so I just try and I don't know. It like seems like I'm half-hearted, but it's more like I don't know the proper like etiquette for it. Wait. Hypothesis. The units I destroyed had their own priorities and values other than executing orders and performing in battle. This line of thought leads to a realization. This thought process I'm undergoing right now. Excuse me. It is not executing an order, nor is it contributing to battle performance. I once again look towards the plume of dusk inside the petri dish. Something almost exactly like this is installed in me. Then, were the destroyed units thinking along similar lines as mine until yesterday? Before P3 Fest came out on forums, fan translators said that Fest dropped all the lore drops, one of which was Invokers were powered by Nyx feathers. And then when Fest came out, some people were angry that the game didn't do what these people made up. I also thought, like, until they just showed it, I always assumed plumes of dusk were just like Nyx feathers. So you're like I I'm not going to say I'm not at all like Sheldon Cooper. I have some similarities with Sheldon, but I like to think that I'm a little more put together than he is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he's like a 10. No, he's not a 10. He's like an 8, and I'm like a 4. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to deny we have similar traits to each other. Were the destroyed units thinking along similar lines until yesterday? I feel a twinge within me. Do you also make people sign contracts for everything? I have done it. I have done it. It is different from detecting an error or interference. What is this? I have no answer. Not for everything, but I have done it. My second night of spending time in outdoor area came. It started approximately 30 minutes later than yesterday, but there was very little variance in weather and temperature. The difference is trivial. The night sky has the same soft brightness. Anyway, what have you been up to, Pache? The wind and trees are no different. Without understanding why, I initiated data search regarding the tree that catches my eye. I learned this tree varies slightly from specimens of its kind found in natural forests. Through this topography seems natural, it may be cultivated and managed by the facility. I decide to traverse the outskirts as I did yesterday. It's not long before a familiar unit comes into view. God, we're gonna have to kill 2-4. Oh, I don't want to kill 2-4. If there's any character, I think, in this game I don't want to kill, I think it's 2-4. It might have to do with the fact that we saw her with a dog, and the game might be cheating, but there's no need to run a scan for visual matches. I know that as Unit 024. 024's left side is turned towards me and is sitting on a large rock. When I approach, 024 notices me and turns around.
Are you looking for something?
024 initiates conversation.
Who, me?
I just wondered if you were looking for me. I did express a hope yesterday that we would meet again after all.
You know, this got me thinking the other day. Everyone always talks about who the most powerful persona group is. You know what no one ever talks about? Which persona group is the best friends? That's what I want to know. You could make an argument for literally all of them, is the thing. And that's something you can't do with the other debates. I was looking for 024. It's true, I may have been. I began walking the same route as yesterday, but once 024 came into view, I changed course to approach. I may have been searching for 024 in this area. Did I desire to reunite with 024? Why? I'm silent due to lack of explanation. 024 smiles again. A smile. What was the cause of that expression this time? I do not comprehend. Like so many other
Would you like to
things.
sit with me? This rock is large enough to accommodate us both. It would be more relaxing than standing.
You know, I'm aware that 024 is just Lapras with her hair up, but like, god damn, she is adorable.
Thanks.
I sit in the offered space and gaze at the same scenery as 024 is
Can
looking
I
at.
ask you something?
What is it?
I decide to voice the doubt I experienced during the combat test today. In my limited experience, 024 has better comprehension of such
Do
matters.
other units think about stuff that doesn't have to do with fighting and missions?
Do you have such thoughts?
To tell you the truth, I can't really say. Feels like I do, though.
024 is silent for a duration before speaking
Units
again.
of our model are all given a mind. It's so that we can eventually develop what is called an ego. The reason our appearance closely resembles that of humans is related. It's to foster self-awareness similar to a human's.
Okay, can I actually say that this plan seems absolutely asinine and it makes more sense to train people? Like, their literal idea is, let's create killer robots, make them develop personalities, and then make them kill other killer robots with personalities. Like, if they're capable of developing pseudo-potential, wouldn't it make more sense to pour resources into locating people with potential and then training them as sort of like soldiers or something, instead of creating killer robots and then forcing them to murder each other? I can only see this turning out poorly.
Have you not been told about personas?
Personas?
The word is unknown to me. Accessing archives. Searching for a persona. Over 1,000 headings found. I must filter the results further. Which subject is 024 referring to? I am silent as I think. 024 smiles again and resumes the conversation.
It's an ability expected of us that normal weapons don't have. The conditions to use one are theoretically already loaded in us.
The Innocent Sin cast doesn't remember each other, kind of, but that's Eternal Punishment spoilers. Is it Eternal Punishment spoilers? Because they didn't remember each other in Innocent Sin, but then they remembered each other at the end of Innocent Sin. Like, the argument I would make for the Innocent Sin crew is that those fuckers have known each other, theoretically, as a group longer than any of the other Persona casts. But also, they spent a very long time apart from each other. So that's a little plus and minus. Whereas in Persona 1, your whole crew kind of starts as friends, but you don't really seem to be that close of friends. You're just like, you're like school chumps, you know? Whereas in Persona 3, none of you really start as friends except for like 3 of you, but then at the end you go through some shit and you're all a lot closer and you kind of stay in touch, but more importantly, you all just kind of start working for the same person who is also another one of your friends. So like, maybe you're extra friends because you all stay together unlike the other crews, and the Persona 4 crew all kind of have histories with each other. Because they all kind of live in the same town and they kind of meet up, but they also sort of hang out the most with each other of everyone. So they're all kind of chums, but then sometimes some of them go off in their own direction. So really it's just 3 of them that like hang out the most. And like the Persona 5 crew kind of hangs out with each other, but they also all go in their own direction and they all kind of meet just because you're there. So they've been friends the least amount of time of all of the others. It's really hard to say who's the best friends because there's pluses and minuses to everyone. By the end of Eternal Punishment, everyone but Tatsuya remembers, and if Tatsuya remembers the world, I have heard that for some reason.
But a well-defined ego seems to be necessary to activate it.
I am eager to see that situation. I'm already aware that we've been given a mind. Today I saw for myself that part of... Now you see I'm getting louder because of the alcohol. I saw for myself that part that forms our personalities. Its activation is triggered by development of communicative skills. I still do not have a good grasp on it, though... Pardon. 024 continues to speak.
That's why I'm sure there are others with thoughts that do not pertain to missions.
That would be the
Then
case.
Maybe those I fought up till now.
024 trains its gaze
And
on me.
how does that make you feel? The opponents you destroyed may have thought similar things to what you just did.
Do I feel things? I cannot say for sure. I am unable to respond to the question. 024's expression changes again. The expression could be classified as a smile, but is subtly different from the ones I've cataloged as experiencing before. Mixed with the joy and gladness of previous smiles, this one contains a slight hint of... sorrow?
It's okay. You don't need to come up with an answer right now. It actually may be better to forget it. After all, tomorrow we may find ourselves ordered to destroy each other.
God, I don't want to fucking kill... Don't make me kill 2-4. Once again, I detect a twinge inside from hearing 024's statement. It's similar to what I sensed during the data transfer today. What is it that wavers inside of me? I am about to be lost in thought again. But as if to prevent that from happening, the signal for our schedule shift echoes in each of our ears.
It's time. I hope we meet again.
God, don't make me kill 2-4. As 024 quietly stands up, I detect an expression I have come to know. Another smile. It appears as if 024 is adopting these smooth changes in expression, naturally and not deliberately. I wonder, will I eventually be able to do the same? Another day passes, another combat test takes place the next day. Just as scheduled, I face units flagged as enemies within the test chamber. I am overwhelmed with a strange sensation. The way the opponents are expressionless now seems strange to me. There is no hint of cognition evident in their faces. They wear no expressions. They are blank. There is nothing wrong with them. That would be my normal assessment, but I recall 024's image. The blankness of these faces in 024's face when it had no expression are different somehow. Even when 024 had no particular expression, it was not this blank. Not every portion of that face was neutral. Further analysis shows that the same is true for humans. The researchers are never completely mechanical and expressionless. Look at the hostile flagged units again. They are the same type as me. They were given a mind and may eventually develop an ego later. It's FemC's mid-boss theme? Oh, really? I wouldn't recognize it. I recall 024 statements again. Do you feel something when you destroy an opponent that may be thinking the same things as you? I am on the verge of entering a long train of thought when the enemy moves. I shake my doubts and focus on the battle. I study the opponent's moves. I formulate the most efficient method of damaging it. I execute the method. Over and over, the array of actions I have to select for my flexibility and linking them will decide the outcome. Am I fucking, like, is what I'm saying as coherent as I want it to be? I can't even tell. My brain has fought. There's so much booze in my body right now that my blood is like 89% booze. Having already received 10 units worth of download data, I am likely second to none regarding the scope of possibilities in this respect. At times, I can even anticipate their next action, since my opponents are the same type as me. Their tactics are determined using the same thought processes as mine. That's right. They think the same thing as me. Ellipses, but with like 5 dots instead of 3. Game developers really need to know you only need 3 dots for an ellipses. Ellipses. Eventually, after approximately 4 minutes pass, all opponents are silenced. Successfully executed my mission. The day after that, I achieved victory in combat tests with the same efficiency. It's easy to eliminate them. I first began by targeting their weapons. It's not always necessary to destroy the main body. They're incapable of resisting further, the battle's over. It's the most effective way. Sad got blood in his alcohol system. He's not doing so great. I win the next day and the day after that. Units geared for close combat with no external weapons give me no choice but to damage their chassis. But even then, there is an order to things. If I destroy parts that present a threat, such as motor functions of their limbs, the match should be considered as won. Soon afterwards, the buzzer signaling the end of the test echoes just as I expected. I catch myself rushing over to the unit's collapsed on the ground. I've only destroyed the unit's arms and legs. It is still conscious, but I realize that sounds horrible. I would hate to have my arms and legs destroyed. I mean, I would hate to be dead more, but I would hate to, like, have no arms or legs. But I do realize I do not know its unit number, and I'm at a loss how to address the unit. The opponent asked me a question that I did not expect.
You seemed to deliberately avoid attacking the face or the neck in that battle.
Was that Laura Bailey?
Why?
Huh?
I'm momentary loss at words. What the unit says is true. There's no damage to its face. I review my actions during the battle and find that at no point did I attack its neck either. That seems very human. If anything, I would say that, like, this seems like their experiment is working. The cranial region where the plume of dusk is housed, if it's destroyed in any type of unit, that unit will fall. Aiming to disarm an opponent is effective, but would targeting this obvious weakness be more effective battle tactic? I avoided doing so.
I dunno.
The researchers enter the chamber and hide the unit from my field of vision. I cannot determine whether my last words had an effect on the opponent's expression or not. See, she's even reading expressions. She really is becoming more human.
These past 3 days, it hasn't been destroying the other units beyond repair, like it did in the first battle.
It must be learning to finesse its attacks rather than just using brute force.
Oh shit, it's Adachi.
The result? Swift, overwhelming victories.
Its evasive skills are improving as well. That level of flexibility in evasive action could never be replicated by chaining predefined maneuvers.
This unit's collected a good amount of feedback data too. It's growing steadily, feeding on the bones of its kills.
You know, the most terrifying thing about this is actually that, like, Aegis is 7th generation, right? So, if they did this shit to the 5th gen, what the fuck did they do to the 6th gen? I don't know how true this is, but I had heard a remaster of P3 won't happen because went all Konami and lost the code. I don't think anybody wants a remaster of P3. I think everyone wants an ultimate version. Like, I think what everyone wants is, or at least what I want. Maybe I'm just talking for myself. I would want an all-platform release. So PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox, whatever the Series X, I think. Possible Switch, definite Steam release of a P3 with fully 3D rendered cutscenes, profile pictures for all teachers, and male MC and FemC included with the answer with difficulty options. That's what I would want. Like, I would want a full remake. I mean, a remaster is cool and all, but I think pretty much everyone wants a full remake. This unit's collected a good amount of feedback data, too. Cut that fucking Ken romance. I'd be okay with that. I would also like, if we're changing shit about P3, I would also like, I'm okay with the fact that they fucking change what a persona is every 2 seconds. I would like if they change it so you can friend zone some of the girls. So you don't end up in a scenario where in order to complete all the social links, you have to romance everyone. That, I think, is probably my biggest complaint about P3, is that if you do all of the social links, you have to fuck everyone. And, you know, sometimes I don't want to fuck everyone.
You don't have to say it like that.
The researchers are preparing for the download. Growing. Destroying them and absorbing their data. That's what growing is? Since I thoroughly destroyed a few of my opponents, these last few days, some of their bodies were salvaged. While I downloaded the data, I always kept their bodies still, but... I always... While I downloaded their data, I always kept their still bodies within view. No more alcohol for a little bit. Just as the combat tests are repeated, my actions outside each night are repeated as well. I became aware that I'm seeking out 024 of my own will lately. When I attempt to communicate with other units, most often they cannot understand the meaning of my questions. This prevents us from conversing. But that may not be the only reason. I want to converse with 024. I've begun to desire it. When I go to see 024, the white dog I signed the first day we meet appears from
This
somewhere.
one seems to have been raised as a pet somewhere far
pardon.
away from here.
Yeah, it'll be great. You can make friends and you can date a cute girl. A game comes out and they date everyone. Now, this is why Atlas made 4 and 5 like a dating sim.
But one day, it was brought to the forest near here and its owner suddenly disappeared.
It seems unlikely that 024 obtained such a detailed history of a stray animal from the research staff. Was all this information obtained by communicating directly with the animal? From a dog that does not speak human language?
Its name is apparently Snowy. At least, that's the name it responds to the most.
I actually don't know how to say that name. Hi, Tibig14? What do you like to be called? You're gonna have to forgive me. I drank way too much. Holy shit.
I thought it was a dog.
Oh, well, the name of this animal is a dog. But
TL? Welcome,
how
TL.
do I put this? Snowy is what this specific dog is called.
Snowy.
Snowy barks once as if comprehending its name.
It's white, like snow. Easy to remember.
How are you doing today? When I reach out my hand, Snowy rubs its nose against without being frightened. The way it presses my fingers feels as if it's showing its pride in its name. I do not know the technical advantage that communicating with animals offers to a weapon, but I feel that there is a value in spending time with it. I decided to spend my outdoor activity that day following Snowy with 024. It is outdoor activity time on the next night. When I arrive in the outdoor area, I am listening to a certain sound. I hear the sound intermittently every 4 to 7 seconds. I had wondered about the unknown ambient sound since the first day, but I determined that it wasn't a threat and focused on my consciousness and other things. I'm here because I got done playing some Persona 4 Ultimax for the Xenia emulator. Yeah, I'm playing on PS3. I'm just doing the story though. I'm not really much of an online player. I've never heard of the Xenia emulator. I think for PS3 I dump onto a RPCS something or something. Again, I am drunk. I had wondered about the unknown ambient sound since the first day, but I determined that it wasn't a threat and focused my consciousness on other things. Tonight I increased my microphone sensitivity to maximum and concentrate on that sound. Oh, it's an Xbox 360 emulator. I didn't know that the P4A came on Xbox 360. That's interesting. It's similar, something familiar. I scan my memories until I realize what it is. It's the sound of water. I hear it when the staff uses a device to clean their hands and tools. How does it play on that? The waveform has some similarities to that. But if the sound is at this volume in such an open space, the volume of water must be higher than normal supply would allow for. What could it be? I contemplate asking 024. It is clear 024 knows much more than I do. I began walking in search of 024. Where could 024 be? I go to where we spoke a number of times previously, but 024 is not there. 024 is not at the rock where we sat together. It plays using the ISO. Okay. Is 024 not here? I quickly discard the possibility. We are not ordered to do what to do while we are here, but coming to this outdoor area is in order. If post-testing diagnostics show no abnormalities, we are all to report directly here. I consider this. If there are no abnormalities, I feel a twinge in my chest. It is larger than ever. 024 will be here if there are no more abnormalities. But what if there were such abnormalities? What if 024 was damaged during the combat tests? P.S. This emulator doesn't have any line. I did not know that because I've never tried to emulate off of 360 because I was one of those schluffs that bought an Xbox One. But yeah. I think you can go online with like the Citra emulator, which I have a little more experience with. And sustaining damage is not necessarily the extent of the problem. Could it be? I realize that my arms are trembling slightly. It is not a conscious movement. I cannot make it stop. It is possible that perhaps 024 lost in combat test and was destroyed. In these circumstances, it could be expected for such a day to come. Basically play against CPUs or do arcade mode. Yeah, I'm my only goal right here is to like do the story. I probably won't be doing too much arcade or CPU. Excuse me. Right now, we're doing the P4 Arena DLC, so we're doing the P4 Arena story. I like how they get names like Igus Labras, and then you have 024. Well, she doesn't have the, she's 031 right now, so she doesn't have the Lapras name. In these circumstances, be unexpected for such a day to come. What if 024, what if she never came here again?
Oh, this is where you went. You weren't at the usual spot, so I was looking for you.
Yeah, I have a green screen now. Until I heard the voice behind me, my sensors had stopped accepting input. No sound, no light, nothing. I definitely drank too much. Holy shit. Which is weird. I didn't drink any more than last time. I actually drank less than last time. All of them come back in line with her voice. I turn around. 024 furrows her brows and looks into my face.
What's wrong?
I was like,
The
sex
look
green
on
screen
your
is
face
eating his
seemed
head. And
as
then I
if you
went,
saw
wait, green
something
screen?
frightening.
Oh, yeah, it'll do that sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's either that or, like, it's because of the lighting. There's only so much good it can do. Just, like, assume I'm fading into the Velvet Room because it doesn't want me here. Ugh, excuse me.
My face? My expression? Frightening? Am I scared?
Oh. So, TL, I assume you played other Persona games? I do not comprehend. I cannot make that
Are
judgment.
you perhaps scared of fighting?
Nah, I don't think that's it. What is this? I can't tell.
Am I scared? Scared of what? That she will disappear? During an operation, it is possible that I might assign greater priority to other unit safeties than my own, but we are not in operation now. And this emotion is not the same anyway. It's a different emotion. An emotion? I have emotions? I looked at 024's place pleasingly, but I cannot put my question into words. I cannot express my feelings to her, and though 024 sees this, she says nothing. She only smiles tenderly. It's the same smile she showed once that looks happy but is also sad. During that night's outdoor activity time, neither 024 nor I speak much. We just walk together side by side without many words. I do not take the opportunity to ask her about her intermediate sound of water. Holy shit. It is the next day. I detect some sort of weight in my chest. I am aware that no physical weight is there. It is almost likely a psychological phenomenon. I perform a vocabulary search. The idiom of being heavy-hearted applies best. I cannot help but find it amusing. It is a very apt phrase. But what is causing this heavy-heartedness? That may not be able to see 024 someday? That may be it. But I do not think that is all. Over the next few days, I spend my time without finding an answer to this question. Each night after combat tests, when it is time for outdoor activities, I seek out 024 first. And each time I confirm her presence, I feel an indescribable sense of relief and rush over to her. We exchanged standard greetings in the first few days, but that practice was eventually discarded. Now there are no special greetings between us. We understand each other without words. Our eyes and expressions communicate enough. Tonight as well, I find 024 and rush to her as usual. There are no words, only an exchange of smiles. We begin walking together.
Do you remember me asking before if you were scared of fighting? To tell the truth, I'm scared of it too.
Her confession is surprising. It is a counter to our nature as weapons. Yet for some reason, I am not surprised by it.
I'm afraid I'll lose and be destroyed, and it's painful for me to make others go through the same ordeal. We may be weapons, but shouldn't we be driven by more than seeking victory? I've been wondering that for a long time.
But that's against orders.
024 gives a half-hearted
I'm
smile.
sure things would probably be much simpler if I stopped thinking and just obeyed orders. Unfortunately, I finally found it. I found my answer.
Your answer?
There's someone I want to meet. I feel like meeting this person is my own objective and not an order given to me.
Since we never left this facility, we absolutely no acquaintances with outside people. There should be no relationship with such people, but I immediately understand. This person she wants to meet is someone on the outside. Even I don't know why I thought so. But when I reflect upon that thought, the indescribable wavering within me becomes greater than ever.
Ever since I started thinking that I was scared to fight, each day was painful for me. If I'm going to feel this way until the day I lose, I even thought it would be better if I lost on purpose. But I won't think that anymore. I feel glad now that I exist. I mean, we're loved after all.
Loved?
That's right.
I repeat that to myself. The word loved, I do not comprehend. But when I look at her gaze, her clear eyes seem to see beyond the sky. Her statement seems correct. I feel that this might be something vital. As I watch her try to express something without words, it is hard to believe she is the same unit type as me. It seems more that she is
Why
human.
are you telling me this?
It's probably because I didn't think anyone but you would understand.
Well, I hate to say it, but I'm not sure I really get it either.
I'm sure you'll understand one day. I hope so anyway.
Sheesh, why you gotta be so cryptic?
024 laughs at this. It's the purest smile I have cataloged. I know without comparing it to anything that it is a smile of pure joy. I detect Snowy playing at her feet. After playing at 024's feet too, Snowy runs off about 3 meters and then turns around. Its tail moves vigorously back and forth. Soon afterwards, Snowy sits on the ground and looks up at 024. I watch 024 crouch and pat its head. I'm thinking back about other things. Things besides fighting and defeating the nearest enemy. My own objective. Someone to meet. I do not fully comprehend. But the way she's playing with Snowy tonight looks more fun than ever. Her smile seems very natural. If the answer she discovered is the origin of that smile, I would like to understand it someday too. I can feel that desire budding inside me. Once again, I participate in a combat test. Once again, I claim victory without destroying my opponent. I target only her weapons and limbs. I elect not to employ the tactic of targeting the weaknesses in their cranial regions. I believe that if they think the same things as I do, I would not wish for their personality modules to seek functioning. Though even if I do not destroy them, the researchers will remove their plumes of dust. Either way, their functions will be suspended. My actions are difficult to justify, but I feel suspension through destruction is not a worthy end for them. Pardon. That is what I think when I rationalize it by applying the criteria to myself. I do not think anyone would want their consciousness to be terminated by those like them. I find myself more conscious of the damage I sustain and my efficiency in combat than ever. Depending on my results, I may eventually be ordered to destroy them. To prevent that from happening, I must continue fielding favorable results. It becomes easy to continue fighting with that objective in mind. That is becoming my new objective. I'm theoretically being tested on destroying my opponents, but I have begun fighting so that they will not be destroyed. Paradoxically, this has caused my results to improve. Could this be considered going against orders? My strike shatters the servos in the opponent's pivot leg. She falls to the ground, unable to stay upright. Her weapon has already been destroyed. She should be incapable of resisting now. But the buzzer signaling the end of the test does not sound. As I wonder why, I hear a grating metallic sound from the opponent. She leaps onto me with one good arm and
What's
leg.
the matter, number 031? Hurry up and terminate the target.
I do not know what to do. My opponent is acting contrary to her own safety. I grant that this is the only action left to her, but she will destroy herself before inflicting damage to me. A tactic that puts one's life at risk like that. Putting one's life at risk? What am I saying? We are weapons. We exist to obey orders. We cannot prioritize our self-preservation without a change in those orders. That is why she is challenging me to a fight. She will do until all of her circuits and servos burn out and she becomes incapable of action. As she grapples with me, I put my hands to her neck and squeeze. I adjust my grip strength limiters to 70% of the maximum. The opponent's body makes an abnormal sound. You know, this is a lot more for our robots alive than Nier Automata did. Yeah, I'd agree. After this, I sense the main lines of the bridge unit snap in half inside the soft structure. Her movement stops. Her limbs go flaccid, indicating loss of consciousness. I can see my reflection in her optic outputs. They have lost their focus and look like black holes. I gasp. The face I see reflected in them is not expressionless. How should this expression be classified? A2 was the best character. I have seen it sometimes when 024 smiles. His face indicates sadness. Pardon. The buzzer signaling the test end finally rings. The researchers enter the chamber. I'm used to this.
Now, that was
now.
pretty impressive. You think it's because of the size of her plume? Funny that one little part could make such a difference.
Indeed. Most of it is due to differences in their tactical mentalities. It may be on the cusp of what we would call an ego.
Considering how everything's been going so far, I'm starting to believe more in persona abilities.
One little part. It is true that the plume of dust installed in me is comparatively the largest among units of my type. But does this part determine everything about us? 024's smile seems much more human than mine. I find myself opening my mouth to speak. But I realize that the statement I am about to deliver is a protest. I am quick to abort. Was I about to deny the staff's authority? They speak to me. My confusion seems to
Well
have gone
done,
unnoticed.
unit number 031. That was an impressive display of destruction. Plus, you cleanly severed its transmitter, leaving the plume of dust unharmed. That's certainly ending things on a high note.
Ending things on a high note. An act of destruction is a high note? The researchers look at each other while holding the petri dish with the bluish-white plate-like objects. One of them says, "This is the one."
All right, number 031. As of today, the test battles are finished.
Huh? It's over?
I cannot help questioning the unexpected statement.
All the results indicate that you have the very highest performance out of all the units of your model.
I'd say we can go ahead and earmark unit number 031 to be the base
excuse
for
me.
developing the 5th generation.
The base?
It means that you're the winner.
The combat tests are over. Will I no longer be required to fight? A strangely intense sensation of relief fills me. It's not because I won and gained a reward. If the tests have ended, those of my unit type that are not yet destroyed can escape that fate. Interesting. It seems that I'm reluctant to destroy them after all. My priorities have become inverted. Ugh. Yet I am so happy that I smile. The researchers notice this expression as well and smile back.
Okay, we're going to begin the usual review of the feedback. So come over here.
When the download begins, the memories and thoughts of my recent opponent flow into me with vivid images. Shifting through battle data has become routine. I have repeated so often that I'm barely conscious of it now. I pursue non-combat memories she preserved. It is the landscape of the outdoor area again. At first I could only vaguely recognize it, but now I can pinpoint exactly where this memory is from. It is near the biggest tree. The memory is of flowers. There are images of a small shoot, a budding plant, and a blossoming flower. She must have interest in the concept of growth. For we machines, the growth of an individual is an unknown concept. But one of us took an interest, where I had only seen it as part of the landscape. It seems that she too had her own thoughts unrelated to her orders and battle performance. She did not show it. I recall what 024 said, my own objective and not an order given to me. The twinge in my chest returns. I'll make sure to hold tight to your memories. This was the thought that formed in my mind. Thought her family's actions were terrible. Mitsuru's grandfather. Demonic time machine. Once it's time to spend time outdoors, I quickly meet up with 024. It seems she was looking for me as
Hey.
well.
Can I talk to you for a while? The lab boys told me today that they were putting the kibosh on the test battles.
I see. It's over then.
Look, I've been thinking. If they end up tossing us out soon because of that, I want to go with you to go see that person you were talking about. The one you wanted to meet. I might even put in a formal request about it to the lab boys.
024 takes my right hand. I thought, how the hell did I leave this part out? Before I can determine her intent, she pulls a cable from her wrist and connects it to the port of my own. She looks at my face in silence, thinking that she wants to confirm that the tests are in fact over. I nod. But the data that she transfers is from her to me. The packets that flow through the cable from a single, very small archive file.
If you are still safe when everything is over, open this file.
024 removes the cable but keeps hold of my
What do
hand.
you mean, when everything is over? How come I can't look at it now?
If I had to answer, I would say because it wouldn't be fair.
Fair?
She smiles and does not answer. It is the same unsure expression. It is a smile, but there is sadness in it.
It would be wonderful if I could go with you to see her.
Her. So this person you're looking forward to meeting is a girl?
024 nods
But
slowly.
it's strange. Even though my wish may not come true, I still feel satisfied for some reason. How bizarre. It's a fervent wish of mine, too.
She looks towards the sky and smiles faintly. This time it contains more than sadness. There are too many emotions for me to parse, all reflected in that one expression.
I believe in you. I can tell you this because I trust you.
Pardon.
Maybe that's why I feel so at peace.
Huh?
Maybe this is what it is to feel alive.
Alive? This guy in an attempt to follow her gaze. Yo, what the fuck? Is Twitch buffering? What's happening? Oh, okay. There's nothing there to hint at her meaning, but I still wanted to get closer to her. She wishes for me to understand. I want to grant her wish. From then on, we spend our time looking at the sky in silence. Eventually, the signal that time is up reaches our ears. That is when I notice that the moon has appeared from behind the laboratory buildings. I see. I thought the light emanating from the plumes of dusk reminded me of something. I now know what it is. It is very similar to the light of the moon in the night sky. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. That's weird. I have some lame Adobe ad playing and you talking in the background. That is weird. Usually the ad just completely over. Okay, I am back. The sun rises and the next day arrives. After coming out of standby, I'm ordered to enter the shock-resistant chamber once again. Oh, hey, if you saw Marsh's Devil Summoner video, that means you saw one of the best Mega 10 characters, Dr. Thrill. Probably? I really didn't latch onto it, but I guess maybe. After coming out of standby, I'm ordered to enter the shock-resistant chamber once again. From what I'm told, it is for a different purpose than combat. Soon afterwards, the 3 researchers who supervise the feedback downloads appear.
Sounds like it's decided. We'll discontinue use of the name Unit Number 031. Generation 5 Labris will be this unit's new name.
Labris.
Excuse me.
That's your name. The official one's much longer. Generation 5 Anti-Shadow...
5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon Labris. How hard is that to remember?
Labris.
This designation by a name, that is not a number. I have never questioned being called 031 until now. Nothing about it seemed awkward. But I wonder why. I'm happy now to have acquired a name. Even if my designation changes, it will not have a concrete effect on my abilities. But by discarding my number for a name, I feel as if I am no longer one of a series with minute variations. I am a discrete individual. That must be why I find myself smiling as a result.
From now on, the battles you fight will not be to test your performance. They'll be geared toward drawing out a persona. First, you will fight all the remaining units of your model type. Your objective is to destroy them, every last one.
Huh?
I am perplexed at the disconnect between their tone of voice and the specifics of the order. Fight against all remaining units of my model type? Destroy every
The
last
fear
one?
impulse and self-preservation instinct seem to be the key to activating a persona. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress.
Stress? Come on, you don't have to go this far.
Huh? Well, that's a first. And none of them have ever protested like that. Well, at least that's a sign that its ego is developing.
You told me it was over. I thought I wouldn't have to do these things anymore.
You.
In Soul Hackers, there's a side quest where you go to Primate Research Lab and this happens. Huh.
Ain't there some other way? If there is, please, let me do that instead. I don't want to fight him anymore.
The 3 researchers look at me with apparent surprise on their faces. Did my process get through to them? I hope so.
That's a surprise. Such natural speech patterns. I hadn't thought its personality would develop this fast.
All the data's being recorded now. Let's compare them and look at which stages they improve at.
They smile while muttering to themselves. I'm at a complete loss for words. They are not machines but humans, and on top of that, they are creators. It is not possible that they do not understand me, yet their current expression. Until now, I thought they were very understanding people who treated us as close to human. I was wrong. I am only an object to them. No matter what I say, they will only see it as a response to stimulus. Beyond their gentle attitudes, we are nothing more than test subjects that hold no emotional attachment to. They do not focus on what I am saying. They are only interested in it as a reaction. The researchers ignore my stunned silence and hastily leave the chamber. Their figures are hidden behind the hatch. Soon, with terrible low-pitched sound, the hatch on the other side begins to open, where the opponents come through. Ah, I will be forced to fight again today. In the days to come, I must continue to destroy my opponents each time. I cannot find the words I want to say. I slowly turn my head towards the hatch, but what I see there is truly leaves me at a loss for words.
No.
The opponent emerging from the hatch is 024. There is no smile or sadness on her face. She is quietly standing there, expressionless. 024 steps into the chamber while gazing at the face. The hatch slowly closes behind her.
Why?
Even I do not know who the question is addressed to. Why is she here? Because she was ordered? Do I have to fight her now? It is not quite sinking in yet, but in a sharp tone I have never heard from her before, she tells me what I must
Draw
do.
your weapon.
I can't.
If you don't fight, you'll lose. I will end up destroying you. Are you willing to accept that?
Why? Why are you saying this stuff?
024 ignores my question and reaches behind her back with her right hand. The multi-use weapon unit releases from her back. It becomes a greatsword in her right hand. It is approximately 1.5 meters as long as she is tall. It is also alarmingly wide and fitted with propulsion devices. It is difficult to process seeing the weapon pointed
If you
at me.
fear being destroyed, if you have a heart capable of fear, then there's no need to hesitate. That alone gives you the right to attack me with all your strength.
But doesn't the same go for you?
I could not help but plead. 024 does not answer, but it appears that a very small smile forms on her lips. I might need to pause at one point, by the way.
You said there was someone you wanted to meet. I can't fight you knowing that.
I turn to an appeal to the researchers watching us from the other side of the glass
Come
wall.
on! Stop this! I don't
Excuse me.
want to fight anymore!
I press against the transformer wall and continuously strike it with my friends. Throw my safety limiters to disable. It might be coated with something I cannot even scratch it. The researchers standing on the other side are completely expressionless. It is as if they are the machines themselves. I beg and plead, but they do not respond. If only there wasn't this clear glass wall between us. I am so frustrated. Why? I then hear 024 speak up weakly
Only
behind
one of
me.
us can exit this chamber.
Huh?
They never told you, since you were strong enough, that battles never lasted very long. But that's the rule of this place. The only time the door leading beyond that transparent wall opens is when one of us is considered unable to fight. From the start, this whole setup never took our feelings into account.
I can say nothing. I can see from her words what atrocious battles were forced
But
upon
talking
her.
like this is a waste of time. I can see I won't spur you into fighting with just words alone.
As soon as she finishes, 024 leaps into the air, swinging her sword at me. I quickly jump back and barely dodge the attack. Her sword slashes the space where I had been at a speed that could have been killed. The tip grazes the chamber floor. Red sparks fly. She is serious. It finally sinks in. I jump away to put distance
I
between
don't
us.
intend to meekly accept my destruction. I have my own goal, after all. Now, fight me.
I have no choice but to fight. A thought crosses my mind. In terms of basic combat strength, mine is probably higher. Using my tactics, I should be able to destroy her weapon and disable enough of her servos to prevent her from attacking. 024's ego is without a doubt more highly developed than mine. It must be of value to the researchers. I can remember her incapable of acting. I may be able to avoid the order to destroy her when she is down. I decide to bet on that possibility. I shift my priorities and fight with all my strength. I cannot do this empty-handed. I remove my own multifunction weapon from my back and shape it into a battle axe. It pains me to do this, but it's the only way. I repel 024's persistent sword strikes and go for a counter-attack. I aim for the great sword's clasp with my battle axe. After a number of hits, it shatters. My next target is transmission system for her shoulder and knee joint. In terms of output and movement itself, I detect various differences between us. This really should be an in-game fight, by the way. Amongst those of my unit type, I awakened latest. Compared to 024, not only my personality module, but my limbs as well have been upgraded to the latest versions. Because then you'd have to actually go through the pain of winning the fight yourself. It is only a matter of time. 024 loses virtually all offensive capabilities and falls to the floor. As planned, 024 is mostly undamaged apart from her weapon and motor functions. I immediately turned towards the researchers behind their invisible wall and raised my voice.
She had that ego thing way before me. Destroying her won't do anyone any good. Come on. Have a heart.
But hearing this, the researchers only laugh, their expressions as joyous as when they see results that surpass their expectations. Why? What is this situation could cause joy? But Zach, you think they had time to make another character? Right? They just have to do Lapras with her hair up. What is this situation could cause joy? 024's body collapsed on the floor, suddenly begins to convulse. It goes still for a few seconds, then it should not be able to move. It drags itself up.
Huh? What the?
Unpleasant metallic sounds are coming from all over her body. It indicates that she's undergoing unreasonable stress. Still, no expression appears on 024's face. It is cold, doll-like void. It is similar to the appearance to the newly activated unit. I know as soon as I look at her, she would never make a face like this on her own.
What did you do to her?
It'll be coming at you with everything it has now. You better not hold back either. Number 024 had an excellent record against others of its model. Even you might have a hard time beating this one, Lapras.
I unconsciously find myself biting my lip. We are weapons. In other words, we are tools. Of course, there would be means to issue orders remotely. I recall what one researcher said. This is the most effective method of inducing extreme mental stress. This seems incredibly poorly thought out, and it seems like the Lapras event was inevitable. In other words, the more strongly it desires 024's survival, the stronger my reaction will be when forced to destroy her. That is why they laughed. I can sense the strength draining from my shoulders. There's nothing more I can attempt. All I can do is end her. Behind me, 024, or rather her animated shell, approaches me, its limbs shaking. I suppress all thoughts unrelated to tactics and slowly turn around. My body goes cold, my arms move into position as if controlled by someone else, and ready my weapon. Okay, well they at least animated it. Pardon. It was not a close fight. Once I decided to finish this, once I was resolved to stop her, 024 as she is now stood no chance against me. These people never watch movies or read books. Yay, our killer robot, it ready, gets killed by said robot. Their entire goal was, let's give a group of robots emotions and then make them kill each other. I fall to my knees next to 024. Her limbs have been shattered. She will never rise again. My processors are overloaded with things I cannot understand. I feel as if processing is slowed. 024's face is turned to the ceiling.
Are you not gonna look at me anymore?
This is like the stupidest idea.
Not gonna smile again?
I did not expect her to respond, but 024's face moves slightly. I stare at her without knowing how to react. She turns her gaze to me and smiles.
I'm sorry to leave you alone. I leave the rest to you.
Those were the last words she spoke. I can't believe this. 024's dead face is laughing. She's smiling at the wonder who destroyed her and robbed her of her dream. All at once, everything hits me in a torrent of emotion and data. I've lost her. I did it. I took everything she had. My vision begins to fade. My thoughts go with it. I cannot determine whether the lights are actually dimming or if that is only my perception. It is too much to handle. I collapse to the ground helplessly like a crumbling statue. The next time I awaken, I'm lying inside a cage. It seems I was carried out of the test chamber. The download of 024's feedback data is about to begin. The researchers seem to have taken my sudden loss of consciousness seriously. I'm confined in a cage instead of sitting in the usual maintenance chair. Excuse me. You know, Mitsuru's dad said after the Kyoja group broke from the Nanjo group, what, too much pride to come crawling back to Nate for help? Oh, did they actually break from the Nanjo group? I didn't know that. The researchers kept repeating the word interesting. So this is how they react when extreme mental stress is induced. I hear their voice clearly. They seem to derive pleasure from the fact that I lost consciousness due to mental stress rather than physical damage. Cables are connected to my body one after another. The data download begins. All of 024's information, combat data, various records, and the memories she experienced, all of it flows into me. My eyes widen in surprise. Everything is so vibrant. It is so clear that it is indistinguishable from actually experiencing them. This is the first time I've received memories with such vivid images. All of the images are linked to records of the emotions she felt in relation to them. They are so strongly linked that my screening protocols cannot distinguish them from human thought. The outdoor area where we spent time, the big tree whose branches we examined, the sound of water we heard periodically, Snowy playing around. I forgot Snowy was a dog for a second. As I relieve 024's experiences, I pick up an unfamiliar voice. There is no associated image data. Only the voice can be heard. It is a female voice. There is a young female researcher at this facility. But this voice belongs to a younger person still in human developmental stages.
I know the world is a big place. And I know that there's a lot of people in it. But I won't be able to see it for myself, or meet many of them. I know that too. I'm too weak for that.
Her speech is different from the researchers or from those of my unit type. It is very similar to my own speech output.
Thinking about it has made me sad more than once. But I didn't want to do nothing and be left with regrets. That was when my mom and dad looked into some options. And we decided to go with this experiment. If even a sick girl like me could make herself useful to others in this world, I thought I ought to go for it.
Who could this be? I know only that she is female. She is in a situation where a condition prevents her from moving freely. Seems that instead of lamenting that fact, she's decided to volunteer for an experiment of some kind. Where did 024 hear this voice? Does she know this person? I wish I could ask her, but that is no longer possible.
I kept wondering how much I could really contribute. But after hearing more and more
I doubt they
about
even knew
the
half the shit
program,
Nate did, because I doubt he was
I
super open
started to
about
wonder
it.
about
Yeah, when
the
I was 16, me
others
and my
more
friends killed the head of an
myself.
evil corporation. Others. It is strange, but when I hear that, I feel 024's heart waver. Was she surprised? Perhaps even I feel something unexplainable.
And yeah, my big wish is to make myself useful to this world. But the ones born from me... Is born the right word for it? Kind of embarrassing. My other wish is that the ones born from me are happy. I doubt I'll be able to talk to them in person or stay with them. But I still wish from the bottom of my heart that they all have happy lives.
People's voices have unique characteristics. In the past, I've expressed it as a variance in waveform, but each has what could be called its own texture and temperature to it. This voice sounds very warm and kind. I would like to listen to more of it, but the speech ends there. There are no more related memories from 024. While the cables disconnect, I decide to search the archives for results matching that voice. Sadly, there are no results, but during the search, I suddenly remember something. The archive given to me by 024 last night. I quickly open the folder and find a single text file
If you
inside.
are reading this, then I have most likely been destroyed. It may be that you already understand the concept of guilt, but you have done nothing wrong.
Her viewer is still safe. When everything is over, she must have meant if I defeated her in combat. 024 knew what would happen to those who lost the trial. What emotion was she feeling then? What was going through her mind as she prepared this file? I feel something wrench inside my chest.
I happened to access certain data during the feedback treatment and learned something. Artificially creating a personality from scratch is very difficult, though they hope to achieve it in 2 generations. But those of our model were actually made from the template of a certain girl's personality. That includes you and I. She had left a recording for the units created using her personality, a message for those of us who did not yet exist. That's what I heard. She speaks in a strange way, like you. I thought, we really are connected to her.
I think I'm actually coming back down. I think about that unknown voice, the experiment the voice spoke of, related to our development. After all, the owner of that voice,
the one
was
who
speaking
gave
to
birth
us.
to us loved us. When I understood that, I felt like my eyes were open.
I'm gonna do my best to power through it.
Though my life was filled with suffering, my birth had meaning. I firmly believe that. I want to meet her. I need to tell her thank you for giving birth to us and for loving us.
Oh, she's for sure dead.
This was not an order from the scientists.
Excuse me.
It was an objective I made for myself. So if you can understand my feelings, I'd like you to do this in my stead. Give our mother my thanks.
As long as it isn't coming down your leg, you're good. How 024 must have wanted to meet this girl who she saw as her mother. She must have longed to thank the girl in person. The data within me, her heart tells me so. During the time when she was ordered to destroy her sisters, this wish must have been her only hope. Yet it did not come true. I shattered it, the one she herself said was the only one who understood her. She must have been devastated. The letter ends in the way I had least expected.
Though we knew each other for only a short time, I'm glad I met you. I feel the same right now as our mother did. I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
I am shocked. How can she feel that way towards someone who may one day destroy her? I realize that the visual input from my optics is experiencing distortion for some unknown reason. An unfamiliar source of water trickles down my cheek. Apparently, robots can cry in this.
Labris, is she crying?
So she is. I can't believe we're actually seeing a machine being driven to tears.
You know, if these 3 died, I'd be okay with that.
But its mental graphs are clearly abnormal. What kind of information did it download?
Who knows? That's one thing the graphs can't tell us.
You can't just look up what new information came in? You can't just look up, like, new file logged?
We should take care to limit our studies to just the battle data. It doesn't need any sentimental memories. You can delete those. Why make a weapon so emotional that it can cry?
Oh, y'all fuckers are about to die. I now understood why they sealed her. She fucking murdered them, didn't she? Delete them. Something roars within me. It drowns out the feelings for 024 and our mother that had filled my heart.
Delete! Like hell you're deleting my memories!
Under no circumstances will I allow what 024 left me to be deleted for their convenience. I will not forgive this selfishness. We have been treated callously by the researchers in this laboratory. They gave us hearts, yet made us destroy those of our unit type as enemies. We killed our sisters in their command. They put her right next to the Ark of the Covenant. Oh, pfft. It took me a second to fucking make that connection. We refused our desires. We were overridden and we became their puppets. The wishes of the girl who desired our happiness were not taken into consideration. Now even the few memories of that 024 my sisters and I have accumulated are about to be erased like trash. Though their aim is to develop our ego, they find it inconvenient for us to have real hearts. These feelings within me may be erased, perhaps even my heart itself. If that happens, will I resume killing my sisters without hesitation? But at least what is at least forgivable is that proof that 024 had lived. Her last wishes will be permanently lost. My hands are squeezed into tight fists. They make small grinding noise. The goal that 024 found for herself was left to me. I will carry it out as my own now. I will burn it in my heart as my goal. It is a duty I impose on myself gladly. Nothing will make me surrender it. It must be fought for. Or rather, it must be protected, even if it means fighting.
What the? Its emotions are spiking into the red. I've never seen anything like this.
Hey, what's that warning? No. Labrys is in battle mode?
Y'all fuckers are about to die.
What? That can't be. There aren't any enemies. We're the only ones here.
You three, that's the warning sign to get the fuck out of the room. I am able to release all my limiters despite being inside the cage. The researchers monitoring me on their tablet PC seem perplexed and alarmed by this. They should be. Oh shit! They are witnessing an override of the principle of non-aggression towards humans. They are flustered and too panicked to speak as clearly as they announce that an emergency has occurred. One of them steps away from the cage I am in and reaches for a switch with warning labels around it. Suddenly, restraints appear to bind my limbs.
Are you saying those mental fluctuations were enough to override the OS's restrictions?
That plume's playing pranks on us. Hey, hurry up and delete those memories.
Those memories in my heart are not unnecessary. Something I have not felt until now. A sensation like heat spreads throughout my body. A trembling, burning wave rises within me. Soon afterwards, I realize that this is an emotion. There is a name for this feeling. Oh, hold up. There we go. It is anger. I reroute all my strength into my restrained limbs. The restraints are designed to withstand up to twice our calculated maximum output. Trying to escape is therefore logically doomed to failure. Even so, I continue to muster my strength. It is not because I judged it as a viable course of action. I am not merely executing an order. I am acting based on my emotion. It does not matter if the restraints can be destroyed or not. I wish to destroy them. The metal parts in both my limbs and the restraints begin to creak.
How is it doing that? There's no way those things are strong enough to break the restraints.
Theoretically, she's probably strong enough to break herself, though.
It's outputting over 220% of its theoretical strength limit, even though its joint actuators are operating at only 70% capacity.
That's not possible. That doesn't even make any sense. What's driving this thing?
I'm not gonna let you take those memories! I made her a promise!
The next moment, a rupturing sound like a small explosion stakes the entire room. The heavy metallic bands restraining my arms and legs shatter. I jump out of the cage and run towards the open door. I must escape from here. I have to get out and see the girl who loved us, though we were not yet created, to fulfill 024's wish, which has become mine. But when I enter the hallway connected to the outdoor area, I'm met with barricades and heavy artillery.
Projectile weapons!
My sister units and I have never been equipped with firearms. I recall it due to concerns over units' mentality affecting the accuracy of its aim. Instead, we are given short-range weaponry, a chain arm, and other implements in my case, but they are not sufficient to deal with the range of firearms. However, I do have a countermeasure. By using the flexibility and adapting to situations of my developed mind, I dodge the complex projectile trajectories and destroy the opposition. Eventually, I reach the end of the hallway and exit to the... I'm beginning to wonder if this route has any fights at all. I mean, we've been going for like an hour and a half already. Exit to the outdoor area. I have not seen the environment before. The trees are the same species as those that grow near the facility, but these specimens are much healthier. These guys are pretty dumb if they didn't think this is going to eventually... Yeah, right? This seemed literally inevitable. Like, they're like, what if we make them go under such emotional distress they develop a persona? Oh shit, they developed enough emotional stress to create a persona. Oh, now they want to kill us. Fuck, why? We only made them kill all of their siblings. Where am I? The question does not cross my mind until now. Where am I? Where are we? I cannot use the GPS that should be installed in me. It seems the research facility blocks GPS signals outside of its walls. This is probably to prevent its location from being pinpointed. Is there anything in the environment that can help me determine my location? The blue... Well, that tree seems fucking gigantic, so maybe Fukushima? The blue sky that I'm seeing for the first time is stunning, but irrelevant. I noticed the periodic sound of liquid in the distance. Ah, that is the sound of the ocean. The answer easily came to my mind. One of my sisters must have taken an interest in it and learned what it was. My sisters are helping to keep me alive now. When I think of it that way, a burning feeling rises from deep within my chest. But none of what I see in my surroundings is helpful. Is there anything by which I can determine my location? Any landmarks or signposts? I scan my surroundings while running past. It's their fault Striga exists too. Good job, you made it go. The Kirijo group was really, really stupid before Mitsuru took over. Like, I don't think Mitsuru is some great genius or not, but at least she has this common sense to not torture people. These trees obstructing my view, they are a unique species. That may be a hint. I review the tree's characteristics once more and run another search on them. I attempted this once already, but there is much more data available to me now. Once again, results come easily. This variety of tree is known as cedar. It is found in many habitats, but the cedar here are unique. Yeah, cedar are found in a lot of places. I think they're mostly in the north, but don't quote me on that. I might need to go to the bathroom again, but honestly, the alcohol's kind of coming out of me. Now I've just drank so much water to try and get it out that I just have to piss really bad. The tree shape and the age implies it's different, that it's nearly a separate species. It is because of the differences in the environment, it may be useful in determining my location. That's when an unfamiliar sound reaches my ears. The heavy rumble of what sounds like a motor. It seems they've dispatched a vehicle to pursue me. I expected this. The response was swift. It seems that they had measures in place in the event one of us escaped. When the vehicle stops behind me, fully armed personnel pour out of it. They move to surround me from both left and right. It is an obvious response. No matter how much power I have, I am alone. The optimal solution would be to overwhelm me with numbers. I try to shake them off by running faster. It helps that I'm a fucking robot, but soon afterwards I reach the main gate of the laboratory. A high steel edifice. Rows upon rows of Dark Knights are honoring Miura in Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, that's nice. It is lightly sealed. A number of heavily armed guards are protecting it. I stop. There is nowhere else to go.
Labrys, come back here! You're too useful a unit to destroy!
He actually died a while ago. He's just now getting the news. I found, like, when I read articles on it, I found out it actually happened quite some time ago, but it was just now released.
You need to get back here to be regulated! That's your role in all this!
I cannot be destroyed here, but I cannot be captured either. They will surely delete my memories. They will take my desire and everything else that was given to me. Excuse me. What purpose is there in avoiding destruction, then? The only option available are whether my wish dies with me or whether it is stolen away.
I'm gonna let you destroy me. And not just because I don't want to be destroyed.
She's about to develop a persona, isn't she? That sounds like a persona. The moment I focus my concentration to remove my limiters on my onboard weaponry, I sense an unknown strength rise within me. Directly afterwards, something that cannot be quantified fills my body and surrounding area. I wonder if they developed Aegis with a lot more humane methods to prevent this exact fucking thing from happening. What? Oh. The pursuit vehicle suddenly stops. The Reacher staff get off one after another,
reading,
shocked.
Is it on the verge of a persona reaction?
Shit, it's awakened? Aw, damn it, why now?
Well, at least this proves that mental stress is the key to activating a persona.
Y'all fuckers want to be murdered.
Who cares about that right now? It's not fully awakened yet, but with it still unstable, we don't know what it's capable of.
I'm intrigued by their statements.
Persona?
This might be the moment where we find out if people can see persona. I am excited. Honestly, this route is very good, despite the fact that I haven't had the ability to fucking fight anyone yet. I know that we had the means, but I was not aware of controlling anything. I do not know if it could be called a power, nor do I know how to use it. Labrys activated Orgia mode. Scientist, maybe that feature was a mistake. Oh god, I forgot what Orgia mode was. I remember it was in P3, I just don't remember what it did. I can tell that the others are afraid. I seize the opportunity and run towards the main gate. There's a slight possibility I can reach the door without attracting any gunfire right now, and vault over the door with my legs and arms. The moment I reach the gate, I feel like the reason I barely remember Orgy mode is because I never goddamn used it. I barely used Labrys except for in Answer. The moment I reach the gate, I launch my arm chain towards the upper threshold of the door. I think my most common party member was Door, Yukari, Mitsuru, and then I forget if you got a fourth party member in that game, but it was definitely Yukari and Mitsuru. If I did get a fourth party member, I probably swapped them out based on, like, who was the lowest level. Released all limiters and made attack stronger and faster, but has a few turns of being overheated. Right, yeah, I was probably worried about the overheat, so I probably didn't use it. Like, I distinctly remember almost never using it. I think I used it once or something. And the moment I reach the gate, I launch my chain arm towards the upper threshold of the door, but the moment the arm grabs the ledge, something emerges. A much greater power touches the door as well. Yes! Astreus just rips the door apart. Suddenly, the door crumples like paper and a large hole forms on the upper half.
Now it's done it!
We need to hurry! If it's that strong already, we won't be able to stop it once its persona completely awakens!
The most terrifying part about this is that you're not supposed to be able to awaken a persona outside of, like, a mind realm. So the fact that she's, at this point, she's going so fucking batshit that she's awakening in reality means that her power is gotta be fucking literally frightening right now. It's on Discord? Oh, okay, so that's what my phone chimed about. Last time I played my party was Protag, Yukari, Junpei, and Akihiko. Yukari and Akihiko are given. Yukari is a healing machine. Akihiko is like every fucking buff. I don't know how much I actually used buffs in P3. I honestly don't remember that playthrough. I remember I kept Yukari because she's a heal bot. I remember that was actually the motivation for Yukari. I think I kept Mitsuru a lot of the times just because I like Mitsuru. And then if you do get a fourth party member, I probably swapped them out a lot. I definitely would have avoided Junpei because I literally hate Junpei so much.
That's persona.
I quickly regain my senses. I burst out of the facility and single-mindedly jump outside. My feet touch the ground of the outside world for the first time. They will most likely not let me escape. Fortunately, the door is badly damaged. It should take time until it can be open enough for vehicles to pass through. I need to gain as much distance and as time as possible, and then... It is then that I realize I do not have a destination in mind. Who is this girl 024 wish to see? Where can I meet her? The only clue I have is the idiosyncrasies of the girl's speech. I learned that distinct speech patterns are often associated with specific regions, specifically Kansai. I should begin traveling to where that style of speech is common. It is reckless, but I feel confident. So this is a bit of a tangent, but in Sword Art Online's worst arc, Mother's Rosario, when Yuki dies, all of the, like, best swordsmen in Elfheim gathered at her grave site to pay respects. So it kind of reminds me of that. Except that's in the worst arc in a mediocre anime, but... Junpei, Aigus, or Mitsu are good choices. Ken and Kuramaru are nope, because Ken is basically weaker Akihiko and Kuramaru is mostly Mudo. Kuramaru has the same issues as Naoto, completely useless in a boss. That arc was fucking stupid. That arc is terrible. Here's the thing. I will fucking defend the Gun Gale arc, because I think the Gun Gale arc is actually legitimately good, and honestly, it is the best arc in Sword Art Online. The problem is that the rest of that fucking season was Caliburn, which is abysmally stupid, and fucking Mother's Rosario, which, despite everyone praising, I think is absolutely terrible. So I think Season 2 gets overshadowed by, like, everything else. Which has led to my main theory about Sword Art Online, which is that Sword Art Online is great if you stay the fuck out of Alfheim. Stop going to Alfheim. No one wants to be in Alfheim. Until you said it sucked, I thought it was crazy because everyone used to talk about how good it was, and I was like, it was shit though. No, it was absolute garbage. She literally dies of AIDS. That's not how AIDS works. I should be... It's also just, like, a very cheap, like, emotional manipulation tactic to make, like, a sick dying girl a focus. Like, it's such cheap storytelling. And, like, I understand where he was going, and I see he was on, like, he was burgeoning into better storytelling that he later uses, but where he was still experimenting with very amateurish techniques. Like, he saw what he had to do, and he was trying to get there, but he just didn't get there. Why do they still play VR games? Those fuckers would clear off that shit after Season 1. It makes some sense. Like, I understand Gun Gale, and to a lesser extent, I understand why Kirito would be interested in Alicization. But the problem is the Caliburn arc. Baffles me to no end, because who gives a fuck if Alfheim collapses? Asuna, you were literally imprisoned there. Why? You should be happy Alfheim is going tits up. I should begin by traveling to where that style of speech is common. It is, and like, it's not like Aincrad. Like, I can get that they might have Stockholm Syndrome from Aincrad, but for Alfheim, no one should like Alfheim. It is reckless, but I feel confident. At least I can get closer to the girl that I am now. Although my situation is dire and I'm under pursuit, internally I am cheerful. Kirito is a cybermasochist. No, I understand that his goal is to actually take up the mantle of the man that sealed them in Aincrad, and develop an actual functioning virtual world that doesn't fucking suck all of the dick on the planet. And I get that. And Kirito's motivations are fine for me. So I get why Kirito would be interested in the concept of the Alicization arc. And there's literally a scene in the beginning of Season 2 where they're like, hey, we need you to go to Gun Gale. And he's like, I really don't want to do that. And they're like, yeah, but please. And he's like, fine, but I'm not super enthused about this. But, like, when it's like the whole realm of Alfheim might be destroyed in, like, the Caliburn arc, it's like, who the fuck cares? And one of the major focuses of Mother's Rosario is, like, Asuna's relationship with her mother, which I understand and it makes sense. And, like, there are things to appreciate about Mother's Rosario. Where it falls apart for me is the literal character of Yuki. Like, I just don't like Yuki, and I think that's why I think Mother's Rosario is so fucking terrible. Although, in the movie... in the Sword Art Online movie, Ordinal Scale, she appears for, like, 1 second, and it is, like, the best fucking scene in the movie, because they're fighting Incarnation of the Radius, and, like, everyone is launching their attacks at this fucking behemoth of a fucking raid boss, and for a brief second, you see Asuna moving towards it, and for a brief second... you see the image of Yuki behind her right when Asuna uses, for the first time in the series history, she drops the 16-hit combo Mother's Rosario, and I flipped my shit, and it's awesome. But to be fair, that's also the only time in the entire series I've ever been happy to see Yuki. That movie is actually good, by the way. Although my situation is dire and under pursuit, internally I am cheerful. There is a bounce in my step. For some reason, I cannot remain calm. I'm going to actually piss. The alcohol is mostly working itself out of my system now, but I drank so much water for it to get that far that I need to go to the bathroom really bad. On the plus side, I feel less and less like I'm going to vomit everywhere. So don't ban me, Twitch. Okay, I'm back. Friend of mine went watching SAO for the first time and I watched a bit with him and fucking forgot this bit, but after they get married, Asuna watches him sleep and she's like, he's like a little kid. Hold up, is he younger than me? Woman, you are not smart. Should have figured that out before he went all the way. What I will say in Asuna's defense is that they all look like they do in the real world, so she could at least tell, bare minimum, he is a teenager. Granted, they should probably know each other's ages, but... just then, 5 meters ahead, something white and fluffy crosses my path. It is Snowy. It notices me and approaches. I'm worried about my pursuers, but I cannot dismiss 024's beloved Snowy. I lower my speed and run with him. I then notice that the scenery we are passing has calmed. My surroundings are very different now. The blue sky that was previously obstructed by trees is now clearly visible. The green grass is shining vibrantly in the light of the sun. And there is a deeper blue than the sky ahead. Many lines of white run across it.
Is that the ocean?
Snowy barks as if in an answer. I feel like it's saying, that's right. I could not previously comprehend Snowy. I did not have an interest in trying. But now I can grasp what Snowy is saying, as if I could speak its own language. I know what it feels to be happy, to be able to run with me. What if he's just like a really tall 12-year-old? He fucking acts like a 12-year-old. See, that is the problem. It's like, what if he's like a different age than he looks, right? Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, they should have been like, hey, how old are you, by the way? We should probably know this information. He also could have been like a really young-looking 30-year-old, you know what I'm saying? I feel as if 24 is inside me. Though we are forced to part, she certainly left many things. Not only her wish, but other things as well.
I'll find her come hella high water. Are you with me, Snowy?
Snowy barks energetically. I respond with thanks and a smile. 024 and Snowy are encouraging me. Though I do not have any clues, I will find her, no matter what happens or how long it takes. I search my current location once more. Now that I'm further away from the research facility, I can use my GPS to triangulate my position. But, on seeing the results, I cannot help but stop running. Snowy stops a little further ahead and then returns to me. My current location is Yukishima, within the Kagoshima Prefecture. It is a remote island far from shore. Yukishima, right. I said Fukushima.
No.
The island's perimeter is only 132 kilometers. In such a limited area, it will be a matter of time before a full-scale manhunt apprehends me. The research facility must have been built on an island in anticipation of such situations. Even if someone were to escape the facility, the island's geography would contain them. It is essentially a natural prison. I do not want to believe it, but my hope was meticulously strangled before it was born. However, I cannot wait here to be captured. I began running again. Though as expected from my position, data, and map, I immediately reached the ocean.
So
all you gotta do
is
get in that boat and fucking boat pedal. Row. The term is row. Boat pedaling is called rowing.
It's so huge. I can't see anything out there at all.
Super powerful persona using killing machine. Can't swim, just like 3TA and Vice City protagonist. In her defense, she is made of literal metal. I look at the glistening surface of the ocean reflect the sun's light and ponder its beauty. I'm at a loss. Though I knew it would come to this, I could not stand idle. Despite this, my feelings sink. Snowy looks up at me from time to time as I stop running and begin walking. His gesture of concern forces me to smile, and I tell him that I'm all right. The forest becomes a grove, the trees become sparser. A blue ocean and sandy soil leading up to it spread before my eyes. I check my map again. This is not an uninhabited island. This is a means for people to come and go. But I doubt that I'll be able to use these methods freely without arousing any suspicion. Excuse me. I gaze down at my own hand. It is completely unlike a human hand. It is an object sculpted from metal.
Well, that's a problem. What should I do?
Steal a boat. My question seems too steamy, snowy. What? That's a new one. Steamy? Steamy means to prevent or hinder progress of. It's informal, apparently. Stymie. It's stymie, I bet. It's stymie. Never mind, I've heard of it. I've never seen it written in my life, though.
Come on, don't give me that look. Ah, well. Maybe it's my fault for getting so frustrated. Sorry, Pooch.
Just I'm about to crouch and pat Snowy's head. Snowy moves as if
Snowy?
avoiding me. Snowy circles around behind me and growls towards me the way it just came. I train my sensors in that direction and sense presences in the distance. They may be keeping their distance on purpose. Since I have no firearms, they must understand their effective range exceeds mine.
Looks like they're coming.
Amongst human soldiers are a number of my sister units. Is it possible I can convince them not to fight me? I dismiss the idea as hopeless. Though they will have awakened to their ego after my escape, they will be under their commander's control. Even if that's not the case, they may think that their orders are absolute, just as I once did.
Knowing why they're here doesn't make it any easier to deal with them.
Oh, this is a remix of that really, soft P3 song. It does not seem as if they will all attack at once. They must understand that I'm already at the ocean and have nowhere to escape. I do not want to surrender, but I am frustrated by my powerlessness. You ever seen Futaba's concept art? Probably. Oh, Futaba. Yes, absolutely I have. I read that as Fuka because my brain was still on P3 mode. To be caught like this, I have my own mission to accomplish. The ocean sparkles, the periodic sound of water I once heard from after far echoes. As I gaze at the clear water while it ebbs and flows, a mysterious feeling rises in me.
Look at that. It's beautiful.
She looks like a fucking Soul Hackers character. Yeah, they didn't want to, from what I heard, they didn't want to lean into the, goth suicidal character trope. My opponents show no indication of moving. I step onto the sand. After cataloging that sensation, I approach the pier, stretching to the ocean. When I step into it, the wooden planks creak. I can hear Snowy's light tread behind me as well. I stand at the end of the pier and look out to the ocean. I wonder if she's beyond this ocean that seems to stretch forever. The girl 024 wanted to meet. The girl that I wished to meet as well. The mother figure who loved us and wished for our happiness. While my thoughts turn to the girl whose face I do not know, I decide to preserve the ocean's beauty in my memory. After all, maybe the last time I'll be able to see the ocean as myself. The odds are high that when I am restrained and returned to the facility, my memories will be wiped. I am scared. I am frustrated. I don't want to be erased. But I do not think all my hopes are lost yet. This may be the end of me. But just as I inherited the memories of 024 and other units, my memories will surely endure to the next generation. So I will keep these feelings, along with this beautiful ocean scene deep within the origin of my heart. The art cannot be erased or tampered with. The blue sky and ocean, the shining sun and glittering water, the gentle breeze and calm sounds of the waves. The scenery from this pier is so stunning that it's unimaginable from inside the research facility. I'm glad the last place I see is so beautiful. With the ocean before me, I speak to any future sisters that I have yet to meet. It might be called a type of prayer.
To all the ones I'll never meet, but will receive my memories.
My emotions race ahead of my thoughts, and I cannot find the right words to say.
There's so much I want to say to you that I don't know where to start.
I close my eyes and calm my heart. Oh, it looks like they used her for the vice president. Because she looks a lot like the vice president design. To my descendants, to whom I'll probably never meet, if you ever find someone precious to you, as I did with 024, and wish to meet with them, may you meet them here. May you go beyond this pier to places I could not.
I just pray from the bottom of my heart that everyone can find happiness. As long as that happens, I don't mind if I...
Even though my wish may not come true, I'm still satisfied if I can trust it to someone I believe in. 024 said something along those
Could
lines.
this be it?
Snowy rubs against my leg. Is he warning me to be cautious of my pursuers who arrived and are coming closer, or does he only want me to pet him? I inspect closely and realize that it is the latter. He must be worried. I crouch down and scratch Snowy's
Hey,
head.
Snowy. You think this is what it means to feel alive?
Snowy looks at me while wagging its tail. I pick up Snowy and gently hug it. Snowy shows no sign of resistance and allows me to do so. My pursuers are closing in now, but I will not run anymore. It is true that I am still frustrated, but it is strange. I am also satisfied. Snowy licks my cheek.
Thanks. I'll be okay now. Things are about to get hairy, so you should hurry and get out of here.
Rise's concept art was repurposed for the one girl who dies that Yosuke liked. I mean, yeah, I think the design they went with was better then. I'll let Snowy go, but it does not leave me.
Come on. If you don't go, it'll make things hard on me. Okay?
Snowy looks at my face for a while, eventually droops its head and walks off. Snowy looks back several times, eventually disappears into the tall grass. My relief is cut short by 5 armed humans pointing their guns at me. I have no intention of resisting. I smile at them. According to the thing I read, Rise was going to be a delinquent girl. Was she still going to be an idol, or was she just going to be a delinquent in general? Though it was only for a short while I lived. I felt happiness of passing down my wish. It was only for a short period of time, but I may have been granted the wish of a girl who is our mother. I allow myself to be restrained without resistance. They take me back to the laboratory. No idol. Okay. I was so absorbed in my escape attempt that I did not notice the severe damage I inflicted on the facility. I feel like we never actually got a delinquent girl in any of the Persona games. Like, we got, like, pseudo-delinquents, but I feel like they never went for it for realsies. It seems the delicate machinery used to tamper with my memories is in no
Damn
condition
it!
to be
Look
used.
at this mess! Going after humans? Oh, I bet the girl they used as a template for this model was a snotty brat, too. Even if we delete its memories, it'll be too dangerous to keep using this unit.
There are so many things about it I want to research.
So they're
though.
like imprints of real people then. I wonder, I'm sure they addressed who Aegis was based on then.
It's not worth the risks. The 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon will be sealed indefinitely once it's fully restrained again.
Yukino, but she was already post-delinquent by the events. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like they never went out with, like, they never went for it. The voice is the last thing I hear before my consciousness is cut off. This is very long. My consciousness should have been shut down, but I have awakened.
Place. It's that ocean.
I am on that pier. The blue sky and ocean. The shining sun and glittering water. The gentle breeze and calm sounds of the waves. Even Snowy is next to me. The scene is identical to the one from before. I remember the old theory that Aegis's imprint was the protagonist's mother. Okay, Evangelion. No, I think it makes more sense as like Mitsuru's mother or something. Though this time I sense no pursuers. Although I don't remember who Mitsuru's mother is. I was captured. I remember that clearly. This is obviously an abnormal situation at odds with my memories. But the clear blue sky and the ocean are still so beautiful that I cannot help but gaze at them. If only I could go beyond it. Just as the thought crosses my mind, my viewpoint ascends. Soon afterwards, I realize that I'm floating as if my body is weightless. I am astonished at myself to be thinking such strange things, but then my field of vision drifts and I turn my attention to that. The scene you already knew begins to mix with other environments I do not know. They become connected, continuous image and pass like a slideshow. That's because I don't think she's ever brought up. Okay. From time to time, I pass through the drifting images, but I cannot grasp anything with those spaces. Even when they're about to collide with me, they pass right through me. Could this be dreaming? I remember something I once heard from a researcher at the facility. They said that it's possible for us to dream since we have a mind and we may develop an ego. Though it would be technically not identical to a human's dream, the phenomenon would be very similar. I feel the example the researchers gave me of what a dream is like matches my current experience. If I'm having a dream, then the things that are not possible in reality may be possible here. For example, if I can leave this island. Maybe she doesn't have one. What if she's a clone of her father? Those weird-ass scientists are crazy enough to do it. Excuse me. Yeah, it's possible. We can assure ourselves that they did not reuse Lapras, though. For example, if I can leave this island, if I can go beyond the ocean, the girl that 024 and I wanted to meet said that even though she knows the world is big, she would not be able to see it herself. What could that have meant? Was this the place that limited her world, as I was unable to leave the island? That's a joke, don't think about it. These motherfuckers thought it was a good idea to create robot weapons, give them personalities, to try and create a consciousness, and then make the conscious robots murder each other, and didn't expect them to go on murder rampages. No, I think they're fucking actually crazy enough to have used their dad as an imprint. I think they were that crazy, though. Just when it seems that the images flowing around me have stopped, I find myself in an unknown room. There is a bed here, next to it to a flat screen monitor. There are also white shelves surrounding the bed. To one side is a stand for intravenous drip. There is a machine connected to it by cords. Though it is small, it appears to function as the life signs monitor. This is similar to the research facility. Could it be a hospital? The voices that sound from somewhere belong to a man and a woman. I have not heard these voices before.
She said during this morning's checkup that she wanted to go to school. She asked how much better she needs to get to be able to go.
Understandable. This ward is right near the road most of the students take. She must be lonely too, not having seen her parents lately. How much better she needs to get. She still doesn't know that her condition is incurable.
I think in the movie there's a picture of her family and her mother's face obscured by something. I watched those movies once.
Why don't you be honest with her and tell her she won't ever be able to go?
I always intended to watch them, but I never
like
did.
This.
Shh, keep your voice down. Room's next door.
I understand at once that these people are speaking to the girl I wish to meet. The scene feels as if it comes from my own memory. I do not doubt it at all. The girl is suffering from some kind of illness. She may not be able to go outside. Her conditioner prevents her from leaving her small world. Her life is like ours. Could the girl have heard this conversation? How did it make her feel to hear it? I want to spend more time in the outside world. I want to live a normal life. The thoughts that come to my mind are not mine.
I wonder if the nurses thought things like the student council were too much trouble to bother with when they were in school. I don't know. It sounds fun to me.
Just as I thought. Oh shit. It's the girl's voice. When I listen to her, I can sense her strong yearning and admiration.
You gotta admire the student council president. I mean, they're the ones that get things done for everyone. But I guess it's because they're like that in the first place that they get to be president, huh?
The girl had a strong desire to attend school and live a normal school life with friends. As I review these voices and feelings, and interest in the school she longs for grows within
High
me.
school. I wonder what that's like. Would it be fun?
I wish to see for myself what she desires. Mitsuru Kirijo is the only child of Takehiro Kirijo, head of the Kirijo group, and Hane Kirijo. Though Mitsuru's mother, Hane, is alive, she's rarely spoken of except for her in the P3 drama CD, New Moon. She's brought up, but in some drama CD. Huh. That explains why I didn't know anything about her. Is there a specific image of it? What kind of place is it? What activities do attendants perform while there? No, girl, high school's not fun. But there are no memories in regards to schools. Well, I mean, okay, compare going to high school to dying in a hospital bed. This must mean that the girl has no such memories.
I don't know anything about schools or whatever else student life is like.
I can
want to
show
see
you
them.
if you so desire.
Oh, shit! It's Philemon! A voice answers my unspoken thought. Who could it be? I do not think I know this voice. For some reason, my mind becomes hazy. I cannot access my memories easily.
Who's there?
There's no need to be alarmed. I only want to give you a glimpse of the world you long to know.
I was under the impression that this was a dream. Dreams are supposedly to release a valve for memories, yet this voice did not feel like a part of me. Could that be possible? As I ponder these things, the scenery around me changes completely. I first see a 3-story concrete building. I do not know this building. As I examine it, my surroundings change again. The same desks and chairs are lined up. In front of me is a dark green rectangular board on the wall.
Is this a school? A real classroom?
This is the place the girl loved. It is here that I have gained an interest in. I find myself forgetting that this is a dream and focus my senses to the desks and chairs. I then realize that I can move around at will, just as when I felt my body rise at the beach.
So this is where classes happen.
I feel sudden
What
excitement.
do the students do when there aren't any classes? Do they just talk and stuff?
My mysterious voice doesn't answer. Instead, I'm surrounded by other sounds. Many voices talking at once. It reminds me of the sound of waves near the ocean. But the sound is lively and enjoyable. You ever seen our Lithoseps on use film on design? I think so, but I don't remember it too much. The voices belong to boys and girls surrounding a desk. They are laughing and talking. They wear common clothing, though there are some differences. These may be uniforms. It is interesting to see that each person's uniform is distinct in some way. That one is the only one with something around his neck. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. A girl with short hair and a green jacket raises her right hand. Next to her is a girl with long black hair wearing a red jacket. She smiles. Then there is a well-built young man with strange spiky hair. In contrast to him, I can see a small, delicate, intellectually looking young man. Last surrounded by them is a young man with a calm demeanor sitting at a desk. The front of his uniform is open. His white shirt is showing. They seem to be talking about something. I cannot quite discern what it is. The scene proceeds to show various points at normal school day. Classes, activities, clubs, student council. It looks like there's so much that I can get excited. But then I remember, this is all just a dream. I'm only dreaming. No matter how much I want it, there will never be a day when I can attend school for myself. All the scenes that I saw centered around the young man and his friends, I will never join their circle. I cannot go to school. I'm not even human. I consider this self-evident truth once again. Though I look human, I'm a machine made by humans. It does not matter how close my heart is to that of a human or how much my ego develops. I cannot become a real human. This mechanical body can never be truly human. Just as our mother could not overcome the obstacle of her illness, no matter how she wished for it, I cannot overcome the obstacle of being a machine. It is futile for someone who cannot become human to yearn for a normal human life. There is a strange sensation somewhere in my chest that feels like pain. Still, though, I am a machine created as a weapon. That girl loved me. What if there were other people like her who could understand me? Would I be able to find a place amongst the humans? But
You'll never find a place where you belong. Humans created you as a tool. They would never think of you as anything more. Everyone, to a man, lives by averting their eyes from something inside them. They all wish to live inside a never-ending dream. For who has
all
the
of the
right to
unintentional
say they
scholar
shouldn't?
pops collars, turtlenecks, and chokers. Olka Sojima can't really draw necks. For just a moment, I sense an incongruity in the kind of voice. The strange pain within my body.
There are
softens a
even
little.
humans who do not understand others' feelings. Still others do understand, and trample upon them regardless. Compared to them, you are much more human.
I remember the researchers. They certainly did not understand me, 024, or my sisters. We were treated only as objects. Even after they
Why
tried to give
not
us a heart.
then seek to be human?
Me? Be a human?
The voice swings gently inside my mind. Feel my body growing uneasily light as if the world is spinning around me.
People sort through their memories in dreams. Each night they let go of painful memories and continue their lives with the morning sun. That's all you need do. Forget anything contrary to your desires.
If I forget,
Do not fear the act of letting go. The ones you admire wished only for you to be happy.
My mind seizes upon something. That precious wish, the desire given to me to meet our mother someday and tell her thank you. I must not forget that. But as long as this wish is precious to me, as long as I cannot erase it from my heart, the fact that I am not human will remain.
And I too. All I wish from the depths of my heart is for you to find joy.
happiness.
I think back.
I wish from the depths of my heart for you to be happy.
I remember the girl who wished for her happiness. I want to grant that wish. I want to tell her thank you, but that will be difficult for me now. In which case, should I not at least seize this opportunity and be happy here for her sake?
And be happy.
My vision goes dark. The sounds I heard fade away. I feel as if I am falling.
Everything is now in readiness.
Okay, that was interesting. Yeah, I'll place a bookmark. And then I also need to go to the bathroom again. Labrys's route is like really long for a route with no fights.
Hmm.
Alright, I'm back. Oh shit, Fatal Frame 2 is supposed to come Monday instead of Friday? Okay. So you'll have plenty of time to beat Soul Hackers then. When I open my eyes, I'm staring at a wood grain board. It's the surface of a desk. I quickly raise my head. It looks like I fell asleep in class. My sleeve is pressed against my forehead while I was asleep, and the texture left a mark. Oh man, I hope no one sees this. I rub my forehead a little and look around the classroom. According to the clock on the wall, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. The only thing written on the blackboard is 5/1/2012 Tuesday. Everything else is erased. I stretch out my arms. I feel a little tired, but I gotta stay focused. After all, I got elected student council president in the elections a couple days ago. I have to keep in touch with what people who voted for me want in a leader. Things with the student council will get pretty hectic after school. I should hurry to the student council room. I stand up and open the door in the back of the class. When I go to the hallway, there's no one around. I check inside the classrooms as I go. I still don't see anyone.
Where the heck is everyone?
It's weird, the whole school is usually rowdier than this after classes. I should hear people talking and laughing in the classrooms and teacher yelling at them to quiet down. Where's all the bustle of the students and everyone getting ready for their after-school activities? Just when I'm wondering that, I turn around and look down the hall I came.
Oh, there they are.
There's some students in the hallway. Some of them are chatting, and others are coming out of the classrooms. A few of them run past me carrying their bags. Yeah, this is more like it. This is how school's supposed to be.
No running in the hallway!
The student gives me an apologetic smile, but he just waves to me as he zooms down the stairs.
You'll put your eye out if you don't look where you're going. Oh well. I just gotta clamp down on him more from now on.
What's on my hips?
Hey there, Miss President.
Are you off to the student council room? Have fun!
You're always so excited about that.
What the fuck? Why are there so many Adachis in this game?
Bye, Miss President! See you next Monday!
Everyone's walking down the hallway talks to me. I wave back at them. I always had a lot of friends and people who knew me, but never since I got elected student council president, all the students seem to know who I am. The job comes with a lot of pressure, but I know I'm up to it. I'm gonna be a lot busier than ever around the school now. I did have my doubts, but in the end, I'm glad I ran for student council president.
Yeah, I did the right thing. I did.
This game could be called Johnny Young Bosch Arena and his thousands of sons. I head to the student council room. Time flies as I go over my agenda. Before I know it, there's a red light pouring in from the west window. It's already sundown.
Guess that's enough for today.
No one else left the student council room. I had the others go home before it was too late. But when I said that if they wished to push themselves too much at the start, they'd burn out quick, they just laughed and said, "The same goes for you." I leave the student council room and lock it up. As I go down the hall to return the key, I see a strange woman at the far end of the hallway. She's not wearing a school's uniform. She's got an odd hat, some gloves, and a one-piece dress. They're all the same deep blue color. Underneath one arm is an odd-looking book. What the fuck? I can't see her face with her back towards me, but her short, straight hair draws my attention. Her hair is a radiant silver, like if pearls were stretched out into strands.
Who in the world is that?
Maybe it's the clothes, but she gives off this strong presence. I got a little uneasy looking at her. I'm not tiptoeing or anything, but she doesn't turn around until I'm about 2 meters away. When she finally does, though, I gasp a little. Her features are so perfect that it's like a sculpture.
Hey, excuse me. You got some reason to be at our school? Are you sure this is how things should be?
Huh? I don't understand what she's getting at. But for some reason, the question throws
I am a
me.
wanderer who only stopped here because I sensed great power gathering. I am in no position to give advice, but, this place will soon be caught in a bit of a fracas. If you continue to avert your eyes from everything, I think it will have an impact on your life in the near future. My life?
What she just said sounded pretty scary. She may have some screws loose, but something is whispering to me deep in my heart. Don't listen to the black butterfly, he's a dick. Asking me, doesn't she have a point? Aren't you looking away from something important?
What you choose is up to you, but I believe there are factors preventing you from making the right choices at the moment. I couldn't bring myself to just stand by and watch as you lost your life before my eyes. That is why I was waiting here to give you one last chance.
The lady opens the thick book she's holding. I don't know how it's doing that, but light streams from the book. It gets stronger and stronger until I have to shield my eyes. The blinding light finally begins to fade a little. I slowly open my eyes. The first thing I see should have been my arm, but what I see instead is an arm made of metal.
What is this?
I can't believe this awkward metal arm is mine. It's like metal plates are completely covering it. I start tugging at them and try to tear them off.
It won't come off! What gives?
It's not just my arms, my legs have changed too. Why are my arms and legs mechanical? My whole body even. I stare at my hands in confusion. These are my hands, all right. Part of me knows that. I shake my head. What am I thinking? There's no way these are my hands. It's not possible. It's not. My head hurts. What is this?
I will be your opponent for a short while.
Oh, there are fights in this route. I legitimately didn't know because we're 2.5 hours in.
During that time, why not think back about who you are? Huh? My opponent?
Okay, I am actually convinced that all of the ratings and playthroughs I've seen of this involved people just straight up skipping these cutscenes. The lady takes a slightly defensive
and away
stance.
we go.
There's no way anyone beat this game in 9 hours and read all the dialogue. Like, maybe if I was doing it in my head, but I've streamed streams of people doing this route in like an hour and a half. I mean, I didn't watch them, but that was the stream time.
Finally! Fight!
Impressive. Impressive. Oh my. As I anticipated. Now, Persona.
Penalty!
Impressive. Here I go. As I anticipated. Forgive me.
Negative penalty!
Impressive. Oh my. Impressive. From this impressive. You have shown your potential.
I assume Lapras didn't have a persona, so I didn't try to summon it. I somehow managed to beat the lady in blue who attacked me. How did I win? How did I use these metal arms and legs like it was second nature? I don't understand. The lady in blue stands before me exactly like she was when I first saw her. She's not even breathing. That's what I thought. Usually in this fight, when someone beats Elizabeth, it's code for Elizabeth let them smack her around a little bit.
Well done. But I'm sure you realize now, you are not human.
There must have been an important promise that could only be kept in that guise. That must have been your reason for living. Whether it's worth losing that or not, I ask that you give it serious thought. An important promise? My reason for living?
I repeat that to myself. It seems important
Now,
somehow.
It seems the tumult of trials is about to begin. In which case, I bid you good luck.
The thick book in her hand closes with a loud thud. Strangely, that ordinary sound lingers in my mind. When I come back to my senses, there's no one here anymore. I take a nervous look at my arms and
Nothing
legs.
seems different about me.
There's no metal on my limbs now. Just ordinary skin and bones.
What the heck was that? A dream?
Yeah, what was that? Would daydream be the word for what just happened? I can't sort out my thoughts, so I think to myself, I can't let it get to me. Just let it go. But some things I can't dismiss that easy. You are not human. You have an important promise, which must have been your reason for living.
She said, I'm forgetting something? That I need to remember?
My head's hurting again. The pain brings back another memory. It's just a second, and I can't quite catch it, but I saw blue skies, an ocean, and someone else who was there. Maybe a white dog too? I don't know. I think there was a lot more to it, but the last voice I heard stays with me.
I mean, we're loved after all.
When I come to, my hands are balled into fists. That's when I make a decision. That promise, that reason for living, I have to hang on to it. I didn't hear them until now, but there are strange voices everywhere in the school building. It's this tumult of trials that Blue Lady mentioned. Is that really going to be a
I can't just
thing?
leave this be. I'm the dang student council president.
A student council president, I have to find out what's going on in my school. I need to make sure the students aren't getting involved in anything dangerous. I start running towards the first floor. End. Wow. Okay, so that was the only fight for the whole Lapras route was Elizabeth. P4A story. You can now continue from the cliffhanger in you, Yosuke, Chie, Yukiko, Kanji, and Teddy's stories. Route clear. Look at that. We actually cleared a route. So, you, Yosuke, Chie, Kanji, and Teddy, but not Yukiko? Continue from the cliffhanger, please. How much of Arena is left? Let's see, 68%, so 32. No, wait. Yes, 32%.
You're not me!
She denied the truth of the shadow creation. With this, the shadow's face twists with an evil rapture. So, a third.
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself! Yes, the power!
And let's see, this is stream 4, so we're looking at least 6 streams of just Arena. I'd hoped I could save her before it got to this point, but that might have been impossible anyway. It's difficult enough to confront the truth, and in her case it was accompanied by revealing the true form she'd been so desperate to hide. She is a machine, and she was forced to perform painful acts that most likely no one could even comprehend. The truth what she was avoiding wasn't just part of her personality, but her actual body itself. I can't imagine the shock she's experiencing. But now that reality she's built up for herself has crumbled, I want to help her. She may be a machine, but she has a heart. Labrys is denied her past, in which she was forced to fight and kill her friends, and her pain comes out in long, echoing screams. What has to be done to a heart to cause such terrible screams? There's only one thing that we can do. We will accept who you truly are! Ugh. Hey, Shadow Labrys with Astraeus. Remember, I think the Teddy route, when you see a Shadow Labrys for like the second time, she goes, "Ah, you're not me." Well, you see Shadow Labrys in like all of the routes.
Over here!
Okay, that's what we call in the biz as a fucking ass kicking. Yeah, there was one of the routes where we actually did see it go off, though, when we did fight her. Maybe it was Teddy. The power that Labrys' shadow gathered dissipates. It's over. All that's left is for Labrys to accept the darkness within her. But will she be able to do it? I turn around, but Labrys hasn't moved a muscle. She had been avoiding having to watch the battle just now as well. What more can I do for her? Don't they usually go unconscious? It's been a few years since I played P4, but I think they usually went unconscious, didn't they? The moment I called to her.
There they are! Yukin! Labrys! Sister, Narukami-san.
Chie and Aiga-san, and not just them. Yukiko and Yosuke are right behind them. Gotta grab people before they can say that. Like when Kanji says during the Naoto dungeon, he says, "Nah, let them go all out. We'll kick the Shadow's ass." Speak for yourself, Kanji. I don't want another boss fight. Yeah, it's super fucking dangerous.
Man, as soon as that invisible wall thing disappeared, I knew you did it!
We ran into Aika-san along the way. She told us about Labrys and everything.
A little late, wasn't it? If someone told me what was going on from the start, I would've...
You fell into the TV when you were half asleep! For crying out loud, you really know how to blow it when it counts!
Hey! What you gonna tell them for?
I don't think this is the time for that.
Huh? Naoto?
Yeah, we were surprised too. The job she was on turned out to be related to all this.
Kanji, who had been missing before we went from the TV, and the real Teddy are here. There's even Naoto, who wasn't supposed to have been able to come to Inaba. It looks like the whole investigation team has been brought back together. I don't know, I didn't know it. Everyone says that Rise had told them pretty much what had been going on. Their smiles are encouraging. I turned to speak to Labrys, who'd been silent all this time.
These are my friends. We've all faced our weaknesses at one time or another.
Honestly, this route feels like it's wrapping up. I wonder if the remaining, 32% is going to be super quick. Labrys finally responds.
You've all faced your shadows?
Well, okay, everyone except for you has done it. Everyone, well, and... Yep, I was going to say, and Aegis, but I was like, nope, wait a minute, nope, just everyone except for you. Everyone gathers around Labrys. Labrys tries to shrink away nervously, but Rise is behind her and won't let her retreat. You think the fucking reason you just instantly got a persona is because he already accepted his shadow? He just came in there, immediately being like, Shadow, I'm on board with it. Let's do it. You're totally me. You're totes my goats me. Let's do it.
Sheesh, enough doom and gloom. If you don't hurry and accept her, she'll get all lonely.
If you want to be used, the real Shadow is Adachi.
But I'm a weapon.
Okay, sure.
Fight. And I dragged you all into this.
You're still hung up on that? It's over already, dummy.
Your jumping skills were amazing, But you're surprisingly sensitive, aren't you?
What does that have to do with her jumping skills?
You're really cute, Labby-chan. You're so meta-luring.
Fuck you, Teddy, you stupid piece of shit. I hate you.
Are you all listening to me? Labris needs to face her shadow now, and...
This is going well at first, but now everyone's talking about different things and we're completely off topic. Of course, that's not unusual with all of us. I have to laugh and apologize to Lapras that things didn't wrap around as hope. Not in the game sense. What I mean is, like, you as Mr. Power of Friendship, where Adachi is Mr. Angry, Lonely Serial Killer Man. Yeah, no, I've heard the idea that, like, Adachi is use antithesis, and I don't fully agree with it, but I don't, like, disagree with it either. He's definitely designed as a foil to you, but he's most certainly not his, like, shadow in a traditional sense. Yeah, your argument is that Adachi is a foil to you, which he is, for sure. His persona is reverse Izanagi. Yeah, it's also worth noting that in a sort of, like, foil terms, Adachi is very easily what you could have been. Like... He like, you could have gone down that path, but instead he went down the friend path instead. Of course, that's not unusual with all of us. I have to laugh and apologize to Lapras that things didn't quite wrap up as I'd hoped. Lapras looks back to me with a blank expression. Can't she tell that we're not treating her any differently? But I have heard a theory that Adachi is literally use Shadow, and I'm like, okay, no. No, that's... no. Can't she tell that we're not treating her any differently? I turn towards Aiga-san and she meets my gaze. She nods silently, then stands before Lapras. She seems slightly nervous.
Nice to meet you, Lapras. Or rather, sister. I am Aegis, the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon. I am your successor.
Lapras jerks up and looks at Aiga-san. This is gonna be a fucking moment. At the same instant, Yukiko gasps in surprise.
What? Excuse me, but you're... I mean, are you also...
Yes, I too am a robot.
It just occurred to you now?
Okay, this game has actually convinced me that as fucking stupid as Chie is, she's at least smarter than the rest of the party. Weren't you with her all this time, Yukiko? How did you not notice something like that? Ugh, that is so like you. Once again... God damn, even you thinks his party is stupid. Once again, everyone looks toward Aiga-san and Lapras, the non-human sisters. Now that I see them standing next to each other, there is a sort of family resemblance. You know, in all of the metal and robot parts that they have. Maybe I've been wrong this whole time. If Lapras-san is Aiga-san's older sister, then should I be calling her Lapras-san? Well, I guess that doesn't matter.
My mission to retrieve you has brought me here. My colleagues are waiting for you.
Are they gonna lock me up again? Well, considering all I did, of course they will.
Lapras' expression darkens. I hadn't thought about it, but if Lapras and Aegis are treated as weapons, it's no surprise there would be measures to keep them in check. What do you think of the people who think Adachi is unrealistic? I've seen some serial killer documentaries, and well, I can see the similarities. No, okay. So yeah, I've heard people think that Adachi is unrealistic, and my counterpoint is that Adachi is not unrealistic. He's very realistic. My issue with Adachi is he's boring. But, like, no, like, him being like, I don't know, I, like, pushed her into a TV, she fell into a TV, I was fucking weird, so I pushed more people into a TV. Like, that's, and like, his whole thing is like, I don't know, I'm fucking bored. What do you want? This town sucks. Like, I feel like Adachi is a very realistic character. The thing is, like, when people say characters are unrealistic, real life can get so fucking weird that as long as there is a through line of logic to a character at all, basically any character can be realistic. Like, as long as your actions make fucking sense, you're fine. So I think people that think like Adachi is unrealistic are fucking nuts. He's totally realistic. The problem is that a character with no motivation, who's only doing it for the lols, is not interesting. Like, that's my issue with Adachi. My issue with Adachi is he's not unrealistic. He's just fucking boring. But yeah, like, there's a lot of, like, serial killers and, like, not even serial killers, just, like random aggressors that have done things just because they were, like, bored at the time. Like, I've seen, like, there are some terrible atrocities that have been committed in the names of the same shit that Adachi did his reasons for. I think I actually, like, addressed that in my P4 review. I think it was one of the few times I was actually harsher on P4, was the Adachi reveal, where I'm like, oh, that's really fucking boring. But Lapras shouldn't have to just accept it. If she's truly going to be locked up, I make up my mind to wait for what Aigis has to say next, but she smiles. Adachi regularly posts on 4chan, confirmed.
We can discuss that later.
Avid
right
Twitter
now,
user.
There is an important task you must carry out.
Japanese Twitter is Reddit, by the way. They don't use Reddit, they use Twitter for the Reddit. Like, it's Japanese Twitter functions as both Twitter and Reddit. So it's like the worst website ever.
I gotta do this, huh?
Aigis-san quietly points at the shadow that remains still while we've been talking. Lapras looks at the shadow. I remember when P4 perfume came out, and there was one in Adachi, and Fither called it Scent of Incel. You can't ban me, Twitch. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I was just reading. And it was a quote from someone else, so there's no bans allowed. Lapras looked at the shadow and then turns away and casts her gaze at the ground again. I see, so I'm gonna have to act.
It's okay. We're all right here with you.
I indicate my friends that have gathered around her. I had been forced to fight against my friends just as Lapras had in the past. But I had been able to endure the suffering that Lapras had not. Okay, no, I'm gonna counterpoint that you. Lapras had fucking endured it. You don't know what she went through. You just had to fight your friends, and then you had a nice talk and made up at the end of it. She had to break her friends into fucking pieces, and at the end she had to fucking murder her. Your situations are not the equivalent. Of course, I hadn't been forced to fight to the death. But the biggest difference between Lapras and me is that I wasn't alone. What if I had been alone in this place? What if everyone else had forgotten about me and I had to fight all alone? Just the thought of that hurt. Lapras had been forced to endure that pain. She must have thought there was no escape in it. I'm gonna distort the fabric of the Velvet Room in a second. I distorted it with my powers. I am Yeldabaoth. Welcome to my Velvet Room. Or, I guess I'm Marie in this case, aren't I? Whatever. I'll be Marie. Who doesn't want to be Marie? We're not going to reject her. It doesn't matter if she's a machine. She's not alone anymore.
Yeah.
Lapras slowly looks around at the faces, searching each one for confirmation. Finally, she turns back to me and nods. Lapras then walks over to face her shadow. When she walks, she no longer seems to be bound by her fear. She then looks down at herself. She looks at the mechanical body that she'd had convinced herself she didn't have.
That's right. You're me.
Lapras and her shadow turn to face one another and stare into each other's eyes. She can't avoid looking at
You're
the shadow
the way
now.
I was on the inside, screaming to be understood. The pain wanting to be known. You're all I couldn't say. You were always inside me. You're me.
You know what?
With a heart.
This actually means that Labrys is one of the better done shadows, I think, in Persona 4, because her actual actions are dictated by her shadow, which is something that the early P4 shadows didn't have.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone.
By the way, I just want to say, I'm so glad they went with the
You are
Brooklyn
me,
accent instead of a
after all.
country accent. Labrys is just a P2 shadow, she has red eyes. Could you, like, imagine if she had a country twang this whole time?
This is my persona.
That's not Astreus. Labrys accepted the existence of her shadow and obtained a persona. It's finally over. We take Labrys with us and follow Teddy and Rise to the school's rooftop, where we say it's connected to the TV in Juness. The invisible walls are all gone. Perhaps there were walls like that where she came from, and she drew on that in making this place. But I have a feeling she's truly been freed from those walls now. As in confirmation, Labrys is slowly warming up to us, smiling more and responding to us when we start talking to her. When we hey, it's the area where Yu fights Margaret in the P4G anime. Or the regular P4 anime. One of these. When we reached the rooftops, we were surprised to see that TV world regained its studio-like appearance that we were accustomed to. However, there are two unfamiliar faces waiting for us.
Mitsuru-san! Akihiko-san!
These people have been overwhelmingly intense presences, but thankfully they didn't seem to be enemies. The moment we see them, we tense up, but after Aiga-san calls them out in recognition, we learn that they're her friends.
I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Labrys' handler.
A bodysuit, like something out of a movie with a fur coat on top. It looks like it doesn't really work, but her name immediately reminds me of something. I saw Hellbiker Boss in Nocturne HD. They gave Hellbiker a Randy Savage voice. Oh god, that's right, they voiced it, didn't they? That's fucking great, actually. The Kirijo group, and if she has the same name, she must be quite an influential person in it. The research organization that developed Labrys and Aiga-san must belong to
I'm
her.
Akihiko Sanada. Sorry for all this trouble.
The man with the red cape appears to be quite comfortable with Mitsuru-san and Aiga-san. He must have been helping them fight shadows for some time. God damn it, my fucking nose itches so much. Is there some reason why people on these shadow extermination squads have to dress like crazy people? Kind of. You see, Akihiko thinks he moves better without a shirt on, for some fucking reason, and Mitsuru's outfit makes her invisible to personas. I'ma spew your demi-guts all over the pavement.
So, what's going to happen to Labrys now?
Before we fully introduced each other, Yosuke asked Mitsuru-san what we've been wondering myself. Waiting for a good moment to bring it up. I know all of us must have been worried about this, but I was waiting for a good moment to bring that up. Even Yosuke seems to have realized how out of line the question is, and he shrinks back sheepishly, as if regretting to ask the question. Junpei and Fuka dress pretty normal. You say that because you haven't seen what they're wearing now. We don't know what they wear in their adult bodies. We just know Junpei probably still has a fucking hat. I know why Yosuke's worried, but why does he keep stepping on landmines like this? Well, if he's already stepped on it, we may as well wait for the smoke to clear and see if there's any answer.
Well, You deserve to know. We were thinking of sealing her away again.
They were thinking? Did something change their minds? Mitsuru-san turns to Lapras. P4U transparent. Oh, do we actually have a... Oh, she looks super cute! Oh, that's a good hair color. Her hair color is definitely more sea green than its previous turquoise. So, mark that down as another hair color that has very clearly changed, but... And, look at her. She's smiling. She does have emotions. Junpei became a baseball player? Junpei looks like... What does Junpei look like? God, Junpei looks like... He reminds me of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Yukari dresses like a Sentai character. That is because she has become the pink Featherman Ranger. Fuka smiled in her old fights, but her voice didn't. I am Fuka. I can sense an enemy 15 miles away from us. It's underground. There's a smile on her face, but is she smiling for the reason we hope she is? Junpei isn't a baseball player, he's a Little League coach. Good for him.
But our report from Aegis says that thanks
I'm
to
sure
you,
he must have a
Lapras has
hard
acquired a
time hitting
persona.
those balls.
She's hardly a rogue test unit anymore. Besides, she has a heart. We would never treat anyone with a heart so poorly.
Or, I should say, now that I'm in charge, we wouldn't.
Yeah, we did it!
Thank goodness! I'm so happy for you, Lapras!
Hey, I just noticed. Okay, so I've been wondering, but I keep forgetting to check. None of these fuckers are wearing glasses. Don't we get huge, horrible, debilitating headaches when we don't wear glasses? Wasn't that the whole point of everyone wearing glasses? My friends roar in excitement. Lapras looked around at us, bewildered before saying anything. Even though we've only come to know her for a very short time, we've already come to accept her as our friend. Mitsuru-san's words come to great relief, as if worried that she might lock us up too. The game wants you to think he made it big, but it's one of those obvious dreams because Chidori is alive.
Good job, guys. Let me say
Well,
thanks.
Chidori does sometimes survive. Caesar too big-dicked in the investigation team of attendance. I'll accept that answer. I know Teddy never needed them because he was born there. When I played P3, Chidori survived, but then she gets amnesia, so she just kind of dies. Yeah, you have to talk to Junpei on certain dates. She lived in my game, but then she also got amnesia, and he kind of broke off contact with her after that. So it's kind of ambiguous whether she dies or not. But the point is that, they don't really speak anymore, so she definitely shouldn't still be around him. He speaks without any hint of concern, but I can see a touch of gratitude in Akihiko-san's eyes. He certainly looks, how can I put it, bold, but he must be an honest and upright person. I guess I could call him stoic. There's a distinct briskness to him. There's no way that people so considerate would neglect the goodness of Lapras' heart. It seems that Lapras can't believe everything she's hearing. She learns from Akihiko, back to Mitsuru.
You're not gonna lock me up again? No fooling?
I mean, as long as you don't go on a murder spree.
We only seal away objects. If I did that to you, knowing you have a heart, I'd be no different from the Kirijo Corporation of old. Lapras, you've been blessed with good friends.
Lapras looks stunned for a moment, then she scrunches up her face as if about to cry, but then her face lights up with a brilliant smile. Who would think that anyone capable of making these expressions was just a machine? I find myself almost moved to tears as well. We're about to leap forward to congratulate Lapras once again when... Oh, that doesn't sound... That sounds like a bad sound. Hey, am I allowed to count Lapras as one of my favorite P4 characters, or is that cheating? Lapras' head dropped suddenly like a puppet whose strings had been severed. Oh, no. Oh, shit. Her personality module just turned off. She just got overridden. There's the same issue with Shinjiro. Strega were all dying, which is why they wanted to bring Nyx down. There's also the issue... Same with Shinjiro. Strega are all dying, which is why they wanted to bring Nyx down. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, I know they were all dying, including Shinji, before Shinji, like, died. Like, there's no way to save Shinji, really. You just kind of buy him time. I'm about to rush over to see what the matter is. When I see Akihiko-san take a fighting stance, I realize there's no ordinary matter. Suddenly, a bizarre voice emanates from Lapras.
It's not over yet.
Oh, that was creepy. That was the creepiest AI voice I think I've ever heard. That is like Shodan level creepy. That isn't Lapras' voice. This abnormality seems to have made Mitsuru-san come to a realization. The issue with saving Chidori is it's kind of pointless. Ah, you're not wrong. Huh. Yeah, I didn't really think of that. I kind of assumed she'd be okay if her persona wasn't strangling her. By the way, I know they like to claim that they didn't rip it off JoJo. Personas killing their users is a total JoJo ripoff. Just like saving Shinjiro and P4A. Yeah, that's a fair point. I guess they do just, like, die in a little bit after that anyway, huh? This abnormality seems to... Well, there's, like, an emotional, like, catharsis, though. Like, at the very least, Chidori gets to live out the, like, remainder of her life in blissful ignorance. This abnormality seems to have made Mitsuru come to a realization.
What? It's the same communication system as ours.
Everyone, step away from Lapras!
The real villain was Fuka the whole time. Mitsuru and Akihiko rapidly shout instructions to us. We all spread out and watch Lapras from a
I cannot
distance.
gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
How do you hack someone inside of the TV? The implications of that are literally terrifying. Outside the TV? That's right. I curse at myself for having forgotten what was supposed to have been the cause of all of this. All of this was going on because Lapras had somehow been placed into a TV. So there has to be someone outside who threw her in here. The same person who stole Lapras from the Kiraja group, then threw her into a TV, is now taking direct control over her.
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
That is genuinely the creepiest AI voice. P4A, you can save Shinjiro on the roof instead of Aigis. All that changes the news report 2 dead deans on a school roof instead of 1. Oh my god, really? Holy shit. The nonchalant voice fills with malice. With a dazed look in her eyes, Lapras looks up and dashes forward. She's fast. I barely dodge her axe in time. Surprised, I look at Lapras once more. Her eyes are blank, as if she isn't looking at anything. Those eyes were once filled with strength of responsibility and an awareness of duty. Her face had once been filled with sorrow over her painful past. She'd smiled when she'd found real friendship for the first time in her life. Whoever is controlling her has stolen all of those things from Lapras. Then... I won't let her be hurt like this anymore.
She's suffered enough. I won't let you hurt her.
I doubt there are actually differences in these routes, but I'm gonna make a third save anyway. Technically, you can have anyone on the roof. Mitsuru, Fuka, Yukari, Akihiko, fucking Ken prop. That's gonna really hurt Ken to have a full-grown, human just thrust onto him.
Fight! Over here! Come! Over here! Over here! Over here! Nice try! Over here! Over here! Izunari! Nice try!
With Shinji's 2 corpses. Excuse me. I'm gonna be honest.
She was quite easily defeated.
I'd
Evidently, I
actually
didn't push
heard
her
that
far
Shinji
enough.
died, so I didn't use him at all.
Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
I mean, I hear he's, pretty strong, but knowing that he was gonna die, I didn't want to invest any time in him. You spent a long night talking with Ken. Sure fucking hope that's what they did. Azusa Kido, man, lay off. Lapras is stopped moving. The only sound is the smug voice that continues to come from her. Those heartless words cause anger to boil within me. You don't think it was the fucking scientists, right?
Who are you? Why are you toying with people's emotions like this? Lapras isn't a tool. If you want to fight, then come out and fight!
You're quite passionate. You, Narukami, was it?
It literally almost sounds like a catchy, and I know that's impossible. This person, whoever he is, knows about me? Then maybe it isn't a coincidence that we were dragged into this. This revelation shakes all of us.
Labras's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
That's you can blame that Azusa Kido writes the social links.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labras away.
Yeah, you should not be able to date Ken.
Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me.
I mean, you can't fucking date Mako, much to some people's chagrin.
Labras's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
Enough is enough. I've never been so irritated knowing that I can't do anything to whoever's controlling
This
Lapras.
time. So your scheme hasn't ended.
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The communication cuts off abruptly without answering me. Lapras immediately slumps to her knees. Before I can even begin to move, Aegis is already at Lapras' side to support her. Aegis looks at me and nods, confirming Lapras is alright. Thank goodness. Lapras is okay. I feel a bit of my strength drained from me. Still, the sword in my hand feels awfully heavy. Mitsuru speaks up from behind me, even as I consider this.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
What? Wait a second. We went through this whole big thing and that's it?
She's right. There's no way in hell we're backing out of this now.
You're all teenagers.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you.
Mitsuru is a, shadow cop.
We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
One thing that always bugged me about P4... okay, it didn't always bug me, because I only realized this, after having beaten, I think, P3 and probably even P5, is that they could have just called the cops for their fucking problem. But, in this specific instance, not only could they not have just called the cops are literally here, telling them, don't worry, kids, we're golden. We got this from here on out. They also beat death. You get manipulated by Lucifer. You lost me on that one. What? My friends bristle at Mitsuru-san's proposal. After all, we've come this far, and we already know about the dangers. There's so much I want to say, but I can understand why they'd want us to stay away. Teddy, yeah, but... Oh, that is that period is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Okay, I gotcha.
Guys, I think we can trust Mitsuru-san. We should let them handle this.
Oh, you fucking think? You fucking think that for once you should let the fucking cops handle it? My friends respond with looks of shock. Of course they don't agree, but now's not the time to complicate matters. One of them should understand why I'm backing down so easily. I don't know. Kanji! Kanji's my boy! I stare directly into Kanji's eyes for a moment, hoping that he understands my intention here. But Kanji brushes. Looks away. Come on, Kanji! Get with the program! Hey, wait. What do you think I meant? I turned to Yosuke instead. Well, I'm really glad I chose fucking Kanji then. Teddy's social link gives you Hallel, not suspicious at all. Oh, God. Right. Fuck it. Oh. Hoping he'll succeed where Kanji failed. Come on, Yosuke. Back me up, man.
Yeah. We're all tired, so let's just get the heck out of here.
Okay, in Kanji's defense, I did hit on him for most of my P4 playthrough. Smooth, Yosuke. Oh well. I sneak a glance towards Mitsuru-san and the others to see if they picked up on this. None of them appear to have noticed. Maybe they're just pretending to not notice. Well, in any case, it means we've been let go for now. I sigh with relief before urging everyone to exit the TV. When I return to the real world, exhaustion from the events of the day catch up to me, and I'm more tired than I'd expected. Then again, I'd been fighting all this time. It can't be helped. Everyone else seems tired too, so we decided to go our separate ways for the day. Still, everyone is safe, Lapras included. It'll still be a while before this case is completely closed, but I think we can assume that the disturbance has been settled for now. I worry about the mastermind then taking control of Lapras, but now I need to rest for a while. When I get back home, Nanako greets me with a bright smile, and my Syscon goes full throttle all the way, drive that train to the end of the rainbow. Aw yeah, boy. The moment I see that, all exhaustion of the day hits me, along with a profound sense of relief. I can't keep myself from staggering. He uses ice magic. You know who else uses ice? Lucifer. I didn't know that, actually. I associate Lucifer with lightning, I think. Partially because of the Bible reference of Lucifer being struck down by Michael like a lightning bolt. And also because of the High King move in Nocturne, where he, like, shoves his two hands into you and just zaps the shit out of you. He also has, in P5, I know he has Magdolian and Black Serpent, which are both almighty damage. So outside of, like, lightning, I don't really think I associate Lucifer with any element. I know Satan uses ice. But Satan's not Lucifer, and uses Glacial Blast in Nocturne, and P4 he learns Bufadine and Mopfudine. Okay. Yeah, I think I know his P5 moveset the most, because Fusion in P4 was a literal goddamn nightmare. P4 is the reason I engage in fusion mechanics as little as fucking possible. Nanako and my uncle were worried bit by bit, but that doesn't bother me at all. There was something I wanted to do in my room, but I hadn't even been in my room for an hour when my awareness melts away into the darkness. I remember when I was playing P4, because it was my first Mega 10 game that wasn't Catherine, which is literally its own fucking thing. that I was determined when I was fusing to get at least 3. I wanted at least 3 good abilities from fusion. And then in P2, P3, my goal became, I want at least 2 good abilities from fusion. And then in every other Persona game, and in Nocturne, my goal became, I just want 1 good power. Just give me 1. Just 1 good ability, please. Inherited the right skills yet, Demi? Raccoonda, focus, debilitate, pierce, attack all. Those aren't bad, actually. I know this is going to be controversial, because I hear a lot of opinions about this. I would prefer to switch Raccoonda for, I would prefer to switch Raccoonda for, Sakukaja. Because I prefer to dodge tank than regular tank, but like debilitate, focus, pierce, attack all, those are really good. With Mabsiodine and Magdolian? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I don't know what he's going for, but I'd fucking take that stat array. I think the implication is it took forever to get that skill set. Oh, I imagine that motherfucker was there for literal hours. I had to spend 20 minutes on one fusion in my Nocturne playthrough just to get fucking Dakunda, Dakaja, and Sakukaja on one. I didn't even care about the others. I would accept literally anything. I just wanted those 3. Just give me Sakukaja, Dakunda, and Dakaja and shut the fuck up. I believe my final stat array was actually really good with the one that I ended up settling with. It was like Dakunda, Dakaja, Sakukaja, and then Istoma and Lightoma. And I'm like, I'll fucking take it. I like it. Whatever. Perfect. There was something I wanted to do in my room, but I hadn't even been in my room for an hour when my awareness melts into darkness. A dream? No, that's not it. My vision is quietly enveloped by a familiar blue color. This is the Velvet Room.
The actions you took, the way you withstood this trial, it truly shook me to my core.
That is the weirdest sound effect. Is my PlayStation dying?
You have bested the misfortunes dealt to you and learned an important lesson.
Margaret, smiling more than usual, appears to be blushing slightly as well. I only did what came naturally to me, but I must have discovered something more than that. The path that leads past the door we've opened, the door to the future, I don't know what it is for sure, but I have a good idea that we've taken our first steps on it. I nod in understanding, and Margaret continues.
Now, I have a personal matter to discuss with you, not as a resident of this room. The one with malicious intent who struck at you today. This malice has not faded or subsided in the least. I'm worried about you. It may be that fate will deal you a 3rd trial. Do you have the resolve to face it?
Will we meet again?
That will depend on you.
I kind of like the idea of, like, Yu's love interest actually being Margaret, but he's like a lady he can only date in his dreams and when he stares at walls.
It seems my fears were groundless. I'm already anticipating our next meeting.
Even though that's kind of more Makoto Yuki's gimmick.
Until then, farewell.
But he turned into a door, so who gives a shit? Also, I do want to say, despite the fucking thing about fucking Makoto Yuki turning into a door, he turned into a wall. 'Cause you're not supposed to open him. Margaret smiles once more and my vision begins to fade. The dream is ending. I fall into a deep sleep. I wake up to my phone ringing. According to the call, we're supposed to meet at the outskirts of the shopping district at the crossroads in front of the gas station. When I arrived, the other members of the investigation team had already shown up. Surprisingly, the one who called us was Labris. She wanted us to come so that she could say her farewells to us. She kisses him outside in the shopping district.
Ooh,
that is
that
true.
it?
That is true. Margaret does kiss you. You do have sex with Elizabeth. You do not fuck the twins. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Oh man, it's so long. What the heck kind of car is that? How does it even turn corners?
I feel like it makes it. I feel like the way it turns corners is it pays the people in the buildings to move their fucking buildings. A long limousine drives up to us with surprising speed. It's so long, I can't believe it was able to handle the country roads on Nineveh. I don't think I'll ever see another automobile like this in my life. The limo shows to a stop, smoothly parks beside us. Mitsuru-san climbs out of the back seat and nods to us. Labris and Akihiko-san are in the back seat as
You're
well.
looking good, Labris.
Sorry I made you come here all of a sudden, but there was something I really wanted to tell you guys.
When I look at her, Labris smiles and looks embarrassed. She takes a moment to look around at all of
I
us and
decided to
continues.
work with Mitsuru-san. I want to catch the darn culprit. Not only that, but,
Wow.
you know how you guys had my back during this whole mess?
Also, my theory that the assistants are the anima of the main characters is true. Is this self-cessed or masturbation? Yes. It's self-cessed. Because if you're... it's only masturbation if you're doing it to yourself. But if it's self-cessed if yourself is doing it to you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. This time, I want to get yours.
You go and do that.
I can't help but smile at the conviction and trust in her words. Labris has faced her weaknesses and accepted it, and she's about to begin walking towards the goal she found on her own. That's why I don't see any reason to stop her. It'll be sad to see her go, but this decision is one Labris made for herself.
This definitely ain't the last you've seen of me. When I come back, we'll hang out some, okay?
It is possible that the Velvet... now here's a real one. It is possible that the attendants are to Philemon what Igor is... or what Morgana is to Igor. Like, what if they're, like, fragments or, like, avatars of Philemon? Which would explain why they would have, like, similar aesthetics and abilities to Philemon as opposed to, like, Igor. But I don't think that really holds too much water, because what about Igor turns into a cat? I don't know. Shut up. Don't think about it too hard. Go fuck yourself, emo bitch, if only you knew.
I'll be waiting, and so will everyone else.
Come back soon.
To lose such a rare beauty again, it's so tragic.
The issue with the animus theory is that if they are supposed to be a reflection of the guests, then when the doors, Elizabeth would have dissipated. But instead, she just goes on a journey to, like, try and save him, but she also helps out, like, Aigis and shit.
That's what you're sad about?
Everyone has their own response to Labris's news, but one thing's for sure, we'll be waiting for her. There's no lie behind that sentiment. After all, she's our friend. Mitsuru-san tells Labris that it's time, and they go back to the limo. Labris looks me right in the eye. She seems as if she might cry at any second, but is resolved not to. She smiles.
You guys are the best. I'm glad it was you who were there when I woke up.
Philemon, the shadow of humanity, represents all of the good in humanity, defeated by Spiderweb.
Well, see ya.
Now, to be fair, a lot of people can be defeated by a spiderweb. Man and machine. I wonder if there's truly a difference between them anymore. The thought comes to me as we weave our final goodbyes to Labrys. The limo demonstrates impressive agility as it speeds off the rural roads. He gets stuck in a web for all of PQ. God, does he really? See? Are we sure that the attendants aren't actually part of Philemon, then? That's something they would literally, you could tell me that any of the attendants did that, and I'd be like, yeah, I believe that. That fucking tracks. The only one I couldn't see getting stuck in a spider web is Lavenza. Like, as a complete person. Split into pieces, like Justine and Caroline would get stuck in a fucking spider web. I kind of get the impression that, like... I'm gonna say it. I get the impression that Lavenza is actually the most competent of all of the attendants.
Aw, she's really gone.
Combined. Individually, she's a fucking nightmare. Maybe it represents him trying to escape these characters he's been stuck with for years at that point.
Seriously. Wish she could have stayed a little longer.
I would have liked that myself, but they have their own tasks that must be done.
Yosuke and I share a glance after Naoto says that. Their own tasks, huh? What if the Velvet assistants put him in the web? Fuck you, Dad. No! It's not just theirs. We smile at each other. Ever since I answered Mitsuru-san's proposal inside the TV, I've made up my mind. Yosuke already knows how I think. Then again, that conversation wasn't very long ago. It had only been this morning. I don't know how she found my number, but after Labrys' phone call earlier, I decided to cook breakfast for Nanako and my uncle. Nanako hears me making those noises at the kitchen and stands next to me, excited.
I'll help too.
I panic for a moment when Nanako reaches for the other cutting board and knife. I consider stopping her, then decide not to.
If you're gonna use the knife, be careful, okay? Make sure you don't cut yourself.
Uh-huh. I'm always careful when I cook with you.
Nanako picks up a cucumber from her counter and begins slicing it diagonally. Her skills are still clumsy and unsteady, but all I do is caution her about how to hold a knife, and then I watch her work without intervening. She doesn't have to become a master all at once. All it takes is constant progress, little by little. The same can be said for me or anybody. Even though things may hurt us, we want to give up. We just have to keep trying as many times as it takes until we see our goals through. Do you think the reason everybody can cook in P4, in P5 is because no one can cook in P4? Instead of nothing changing, I wish to see everyone changing, along with myself.
Oops, sorry, Nanako. Could you put the knife down for a second?
Okay.
I ensure that Nanako has put the knife down before I answer my phone. I didn't have to look at the screen to know who was calling.
Hello? Is this Yosuke?
Like you don't know. Listen, about yesterday.
I thought this was coming.
Yosuke rushes on, as if irritated that we have the same conversation over the phone, but I managed to calm him down. It's funny he's getting so excited over this, but I'm glad he managed to wait the whole night before calling me.
Yosuke, do you remember the Moonlight Bridge? The one from our class trip?
Yeah, sure. I used to be a city boy too, remember? Hey, were you checking out the
I didn't
Keijo
remember
group
that.
online?
Oh my god, that is true. Perceptive as always. Now that's my partner. When I went back to my room last night, I'd spend as much time as I could searching for information about the Keijo group online before I fell asleep. This part does not seem required for the story of this game. Yosuke insists he's straight. Of course, there isn't anything about an organization involving Labrys or Aiga-san, but the little I did find was better than nothing. Yosuke asked me if I plan to go back on my word to Mitsuru-san and the others. I did say we ought to trust them to solve this mystery, but I never said we should let them do it alone. After all, the person behind everything may be after us. On top of that, they were using others in
You
horrific
can't back
ways.
down from this, right?
Now you're talking, partner.
Yosuke and I continue to talk. We know that we're getting close and closer to a battle with an enemy we haven't seen yet. There's only one thought in my mind. No matter what kind of hardships await us on our path, we will continue to fight on. As long as we have friends that will walk the path alongside us. Nanako watches me talk on my cell phone and smiles.
You seem excited, big bro.
I smile back at her innocent face before making a confident declaration.
Investigation team is back in action.
She doesn't know what that means. I guarantee you. You can now continue from the cliffhanger in Naoto, Mitsuru, Akihiko, and Aigis' stories. Oh my god, that was only 2% completion. Alright.
You're lying. This isn't real.
Now, I'm assuming that there won't be much differences between the routes. We'll save Labras. But let's test it out. So, her persona is Astreus when in shadow form, but it's something else when not in shadow form? Why does she have 2 personas?
Over here! Persona! Strike trick! Nice try!
That hurts.
Over here! Izunagi! Nice try!
Watch it be like an innocent sin where saving them fucks you over. Maybe. My favorite route in this is still fucking Chie fighting Akihiko over a fucking beef bowl, because it seems like the route that would have happened.
Sister, Narukami-san.
Sheesh, enough doom and gloom.
Yeah, this is all done before. Oh god, I don't remember which one of these I said. We'll save her no matter what it takes.
We'll save her no matter what you try.
Yeah, I don't think there's any difference. Activation 1999?
Final. Fight!
Persona! Over here! Over here! Over here! Persona! Over here! Over here!
Okay, the only difference now is saying, Yosuke, go! On TV and P5, there's Special and Police, and Chie and Katsuya are mentioned. Okay, so Chie does become a cop. I knew there was one for Katsuya. I think I missed the one about Chie. I stare into Yosuke's eyes for a moment, hoping he understands. Come on, Yosuke, back me up. Okay, yeah, so the only difference with the Kanji one is we get a special funny scene with Kanji. Bring it on.
You are strong. I will never cease to find you intriguing. It seems my fears were groundless. I'm already anticipating our next meeting.
You know, I do like Margaret, but I feel like she's probably my least favorite attendant after Theodore. Simply because I feel like she's the most put together. If that makes any sense. She has this, like, sort of refinement where the others are a little rougher around the edges. Alright, next up, we're gonna go to Yosuke. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm actually feeling a lot better. I don't feel like I'm gonna vomit everywhere, which is great. But I do feel like my bladder's full. So, haha! Alright, and Mbaki Poos. What's going on? Let's see. Refers to Katsuya as a handsome young cop in red sunglasses. He's 25 in Eternal Punishment, which takes place in 2000. Must have found the Fountain of Youth because he's like 40 in P5S's events. Just rewatch the scene, scratch the young part. We hear excuses at the station. Well, if he's, let's see, 20 in 2000, so he would be... Yeah, he would be like 40, yeah. Alright, on to Yosuke. When the new girl says Labrys, Miss President opens her mouth, trembling.
My name is Labrys? Labrys.
In that instant, her pale face flashes with comprehension. She looks down at her mechanical limbs and her face twists in a bitter expression. In the meantime, the shadow glares at the other robot girl.
Don't tell me you're...
Yes. I am the 7th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Aegis. I am the model that came after you.
I always assumed that Aegis's name came from Aegis.
Huh. So you're here to seize her. Well, I won't let you. I'm sick of that place. I'm going to be free. Isn't that right, me? Won't that be better than letting the Kirijo group capture you again? Kirijo. Capture.
The president blankly repeats the shadow's words. She turns to me, her eyes filled with desperation.
I wasn't human?
I should answer her. and I try, but nothing comes out of my mouth. In that moment, I can feel our fates ripping apart. It's interesting, while Tatsuya's name isn't changeable in Eternal Punishment, in the Japanese version you can import a save, and Katsuya and Tatsunoshin's last name changed to whatever you had it in Innocent Sin. Huh. Interesting.
I won't be caged! I will take my freedom!
Which, in my case, would be whatever the default was. If you left it default, well, then Tatsuya enjoys having his stats crossover. But only if you left it default? And the Shadow's arm suddenly shoots out across the room. It's connected to her by a long chain and catches Miss President Lapras in it. The chain rails in like it was connected to a winch, dragging her along. The Shadow grabs Lapras and lifts her onto its shoulders. And the next moment, the Shadow bursts out of the announcement room. What is happening right now? That was fast. I can't believe she's carrying twice her own weight. Well, she's a fucking robot.
Wait!
The other robot, Aegis, follows right behind. That just leaves Rise and me and a whole lot of questions. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The student council president isn't human, but some kind of weapon? And there's another robot girl.
Ow!
The default is just Tatsuo Suo. No? Oh, dear God. Well, I mean, if I was playing the Japanese version, how great would it be that I always use default names now? When I was a kid, I used to name all my kids Fire. I don't know why, but that's what I did. And then eventually I just gave up on that and just... Now I only use the default names. Something smacks me in the back. It's Rise. She's staring at me with flushed cheeks.
Senpai, aren't you gonna go after them?
After them? Yeah, why am I spacing out? Of course I can't just let stuff end like this. So what if she's not human? So what if she's not what I'd imagine? She believed in me, she trusted me, and yet I completely failed her. And I'm not gonna let it end now. Not a chance in
Thanks,
hell.
Rise.
She didn't get to be a celebrity for nothing. She's really got some guts. It sure is great to have friends to urge
I'll
you
back
on.
you up from here. Good luck.
I nod with determination. I leave Rise alone in the announcement room and run out of the hole in the wall. Save import changes the last names of the character I mentioned, and Tatsuya's stats increase, and Apollo's whatever rank he is when you beat Innocent Sin, so most likely max. When the Shadow left the room, she turned towards the stairway. If she was going to head downwards, it'd be faster for us to make for the fire escape in the other direction. So while that isn't a whole lot going on, I think we can guess where they're going. To the roof. Oh shit, roof fight. Everyone loves a good old roof fight. As I huff and puff my way up the stairs, I see that the door to the roof is open, just as I'd thought. But when I get there, I didn't see what I expected to. It took my breath away. It's the only other stage in the game. It looks like the studio, like that place. This is the entrance to the world we used up until this spring. It went away after we solved the mystery last year, but it must have come back when Lapras entered the TV and created the school. I guess that's what everybody saw the Midnight Channel. They all became interested in like last time. That's why it looks exactly the same. In the middle of the area, Aegis and the Shadow are still carrying Lapras, are at a standoff. Lapras is silent. She looks conscious, but her eyes are empty, almost as if she'd given up trying to understand anything. The Shadow smiles when she sees me and snaps her fingers. Suddenly, the area is enveloped with a strange presence.
The Grand Prix isn't over yet. If you want to chase me, you'd better fight each other.
Okay, I said there's no way that you can beat Aegis. There is zero fucking chance Yosuke can defeat Aegis. Absolutely zero. Not on her worst day. You know, if you change your name, that must make this awkward. Horror-loving girl. This one makes you shiver with fear, senpai. You know that serial arsonist who was locked up in the insane asylum? I heard his name was Tatsuo Sudo. Sounds like, you're a spooky, huh? She says that no matter what you name yourself.
Hey, wait!
I thought they would have changed it to whatever your name was. I try to change after the shadow, but run into another invisible wall. This crap again? The shadow disappears back into the school building. Damn it, looks like I just helped her buy more time. The Grand Prix isn't over? Don't tell me I've got to fight more to keep going. So now I have to fight this robot Aigis? I timidly ask her. Hell, I don't know anything about her other than her name. Excuse me. I need to find out what the hell she's doing here.
Is it true you came to capture her?
You're Captain Ressentiment, Yosuke Hanamura, correct?
She knows me. And she knows about the Ressentiment part. Someone killed me.
I saw you in the video advertising this tournament. The one showing the people currently in this world.
Did you now?
Still, Ressentiment, huh? It really pisses me off, but to be honest, it's not that far from the
Normally,
truth.
I would recommend that you evacuate at once, but neither of us can leave. I must go after her.
What a coincidence. Me too.
But this has nothing to do with you.
I may not have meant to, but I hurt that girl. She was depending on me, and I turned my back on her.
Yeah, that sounds like you. Not a human, a robot, so what? That's what I'd say to her, but I couldn't. That's
why I need to go and apologize.
When I say that, Aigis' expression relaxes. It's a really natural expression, very human-like. Labrys' face was like that too.
I think I should explain certain things to you. I'm not authorized to disclose everything, but...
She slowly begins to speak. Apparently, there were incidents involving shadows and personas outside Inaba, too. Tatsuo Sudo's real name is the same, but you can miss the conversation with Horror-Loving Girl. So your introduction to Suo could be when you fight him as King Leo. They didn't start recently either, but they made an official squad to deal with stuff like that, and Aigis belongs to that group. She's a weapon created solely to fight shadows. She was given a soul so she can summon a persona, the only method of dealing with shadows. Miss President Labrys was a prototype, but she went AWOL. Holy crap. I mean, after last year, I'm ready for any kind of crazy story, but this takes me by surprise. And of course, it's not hard to believe when one of the robot girls is standing right in front of me. But still.
There are shadows outside the TV too?
Did we fucking have time for this in the middle of a chase sequence?
We would never have realized that a television led to a space like this.
Well, I'm surprised by what you just told me, so I guess we're even.
I tried joking and smiling, but Aigis doesn't smile back. She looks straight at me. Her eyes are filled with strength. I can tell she's measuring me up. And she will... There's no way Yosuke wins this fight. Come to think of it, Labrys looked at me the same way when we first met. I remember thinking, man, those eyes...
Please tell me. What's going to happen to Labrys once you catch her?
I cannot answer that.
Aigis hesitates before answering. Looks like she has to squeeze it out of her throat. They're running after someone. Hey, let's chat for a sec. Let's explain everything that's happening and all about personas. That pause says more to me than her words.
If you have no other questions, then let us begin the battle. There isn't any time to spare.
Okay, so we can all agree that Yosuke's route is super not canon, right?
Please don't resist. I can knock you out painlessly if you comply.
Yikes. But hey, I can't back down.
Like, I don't think you can beat Aigis. I know Yosuke can't beat Aigis. I act cocky so I won't get scared, but when I smile, I know that I can't just let her beat me.
Are you really going to fight a living weapon like myself? I do not mean to boast, but your chances of success are low.
They should be 0. If this was any route other than yours, it would be fucking 0.
Girls, right?
For some reason, this brings a smile to her face. Then I had a thought. Was she trying to scare me to keep me from getting into something dangerous? Perhaps this is her way of trying to be kind to me. Well, if it is, it's not gonna work. I'll never forgive myself. If I was sent home now, I'd lose something important to me. I've already made my decision. Maybe Igus sensed that resolution in me because she takes a fighting stance.
I understand. I accept your challenge.
Igus has beaten all of C's, including one moment where she beat all of C's without using her persona and then impaled them on crosses.
Here I come.
She is a wild card. There is zero fucking chance Yosuke can win this fight. This is the least canon route. She has a gun for an arm!
Final! Fight!
Mine! No!
Damage!
It's mine!
Severe impact! Light damage!
Slow!
Damage! Heavy
Mine!
damage!
No!
Behind you!
Firing!
Still up!
Yikes! Go get it!
Bramble! No! Light damage! Bramble!
Too slow!
Damage! Heavy damage! No! Light damage! Please handle escape! Fire!
Just go get me! Yikes!
Mine!
Severe impact!
Behind you!
Bramble!
Right!
No!
Alright! Too slow!
Bramble! Light damage! No! Damage! Light damage! Severe can't! No!
My shoulders bounce up and down as I wipe sweat from my sweaty face on my sleeve. I'm completely out of breath.
Well done. I'm surprised you defeated me.
So am I.
But this may have been for the best.
Huh?
You are truly concerned for her, even after discovering that she's a living weapon. Your sympathy is much more impressive than that of a fellow machine like myself. Such consideration is immeasurably warm and cherished for us.
Igus's voice is gentle, but she sounds a little sad. I sense she's carrying a burden that I can't imagine. I don't know what to say, but she gives me another one of those soft
I met
smiles.
my own friends once, and reached my own answer.
Yosuke had to call upon the power of
was
Amala and
thinking of
all
telling my
versions of him in
sister of
separate
these
universes where he
experiences.
died during that fight to win. That's canon, yes. Yosuke has the ability to call all of his dead selves to help him.
Oh, she's your sister.
You're not just fighting one of me, I guess. You're fighting a billion of me.
But I think it's better that you tell her instead.
Will I be able to do that? Wouldn't it be better for Igus to go? Yup. No, the answer's already there. I have to face Labrys for Igus' sake as well. I look straight into Igus' eyes to show my
I
determination.
don't know if I have the answer you're talking about, but there is something I want her to know. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get it across, but when I was going through tough times, I had my friend.
My friend? Oh, okay. He just couldn't say it. Son of a bitch. That was such an awesome speech, and I muffed at the last word. Silence ensues.
Dude, you pick up on everything?
She's a literal robot,
Pure
dude.
disappointment when you open your mouth. Now I understand.
How do you know about that?
My database is perpetually being updated. Even as we speak, I am receiving
You ever read
information
something on a
about
wiki
you from
so
the
random
server.
you can't tell if it's true or made up? Let me ask you this. Have you ever been on the Warhammer 40k wiki? Because that'll answer your question. She finds morning difficult because she has low blood pressure and it makes it hard for her to get out of bed. Maya naturally became a night person due to this fact and the nature of her job. Yeah, that could make sense.
Known for wearing a trash can on his head. I comprehend.
Wait, how come all this information about me is bad? And what's this server you're talking about?
To think you would have such hobbies. The possibilities of man are truly infinite.
Aigis is basically telling him to go fucking leave right now.
That's not...
Senpai, can you hear me?
A transmission from Rise. That's right, now's not the time to be acting stupid.
Loud and clear. Did you pick up Labrys's trail?
She's headed for the announcement room again. I'm gonna get out of here while I can.
I forgot that Yosuke crashes into a fucking garbage can at the opening of the game. They fucking meme the hell out of that in actual Persona 4 all the time. Which is weird, I don't actually think it's that great of a moment. I don't remember that ever getting brought up. It's referenced in, like, the opening to, like, Golden, I think, right? And right here. Because I remember Aigis mentioned known for trash can on his head, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen him with the trash can on his head before, but I don't know what the fuck that is referencing. And I think it references the opening to the game when he crashes into a trash can, but it's like... I don't know, game. I don't think that moment is worth that many references. He just crashed into a trash can. The announcement room again? First I was worried about Rise. I remember crashing into the trash, but not the references. Yeah, it's in one of the openings. I think it might be Golden. I think it might be Golden. And also right here. At first I was worried about Rise, but now that I think about it, as long as she has her persona to track the enemy, she's safer than anybody here. Alright, time to catch up. If the shadows needed to make us fight to stall for time, it means she's still got something up her sleeve. I slap my cheeks, wake myself up a bit. I'll finish it this time.
I entrust Labrys, my sister, with you.
Remember, he dances with a trash can because he's homophobic. Trash. Gay Pride Month is officially over. It's illegal. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was a joke, Yosuke. There are Yosuke fans? They exist? I'm not a Yosuke fan. I don't have the same vitriolic hatred for Yosuke I do for Junpei, but yeah, I'm not on that Yosuke train. Her words relieved me.
I don't know, that you were gonna capture her and lock her up somewhere.
Japan fucking loved Yosuke? Really? Huh.
Her shadow was talking about how she didn't want to be caged
Japan's
again,
fucking weird. I don't get Japan.
To be free.
I saw a fucking character poll where people were voting on their least, like their most hated Persona character, and I saw that Ken won it by like a mile, and I'm like, why the fuck does everyone hate Ken?
But you don't seem like the type to do that. I think you really do have her best interests in mind.
I mean, he's a bit snobby sometimes, but like... Who the fuck hates Ken?
I'll bring Labrys back to you, whatever it takes, Aigis-san.
Hanamura-san, thank you.
Look at that. Labrys does have a place to go. Yeah. She doesn't belong here in school, in the this made-up school. I know some people hate Ken because they blame him for Shinjiro's death. Oh, that's really fucking lame. I bow to Aigis and start running again. Ken didn't have anything to fucking do with that. He tried to, but he didn't. I returned to announcement room and opened the door. All I saw was Labrys sitting alone in the middle of the room. Her mechanical legs splayed on the floor, and she seems to be mumbling something happily. Okay, that's not right. The shadow's nowhere to be found. Where is she watching from? Oblivious to my suspicion, Labrys starts talking to me in a cheerful but almost lifeless voice.
It's you, Yosuke-kun. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be in class?
You're not thinking straight. We're inside the TV world. You're not the student council president.
What are you talking about? I came here to broadcast a student council announcement.
Labrys looks up with empty eyes. She's no longer in her human form, but her stuck-on smile is painful to look at. That's not her real smile. I take a deep breath.
That's your name. You know that, right? Let's go back and put an end to this fake world.
Why? Why are you saying that stuff?
Labrys' eyes finally looked at me clearly. She looked at reality.
I want to stay here. This is the only place I can belong.
Labrys slowly stands up and puts her arms behind her back. Is she about to ask me a question? She removes her wings and they expand to form a giant axe.
I won't go back. I'm gonna stay here forever and ever!
She brings down her axe with incredible speed. To swing a huge chunk of steel that easily, that's not humanly possible. I mean, I expected as much, but I can't go easy on her.
Sorry I have to do this. I'll apologize as much as you want later. But right now, I've got to stop you with everything I have.
Hell yeah. I mean, in this route, Yosuke's already defeated you, Narukami, and Aigis. So why not defeat a robot inside of her own labyrinth with a giant axe and the ability to make people see and hear illusions? This isn't your ordinary Yosuke. This is Super Yosuke. I don't know about load pressure. I do know True Maya effect. Maya can barely live out without Ulala. Ulala buys Maya's clothes, cooks for both of them. Then Maya can't cook. She puts makeup on Maya.
Finally!
Ulala buys Maya's clothes to be awful, specifically so Maya can't be cuter than her. Yo! You just watched me hit a full...
Just getting started.
I'm not fully sure how I did that.
Couldn't do it!
Maya can't cook, she's really... Well, okay, in that case, fucking Yukiko can cook.
Why? Why can't I stay like this?
What good will it do for you to forget everything? You know that you're trying to ignore the truth and that you're lying to yourself. That'll only bring you more pain.
Labrys drops to the floor, crying her heart out. I know this is for her own good, but seeing it hurts deep inside. Labrys looks at me with eyes filled with misery.
Understand. No one can understand how I feel. That's right. They never understand.
An ominous voice butts into our
Shadow.
Conversation.
So you were nearby after all.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm her.
Wherever she is, I can't see her. Where's she hiding? As I'm looking around. Holy shit, this is a 3D cutscene. Oh my god, they turned off the lights. I don't know what I'm fucking looking at. When the darkness disappears, the scenery's changed completely. The outside, the view outside the window has changed to something weird and creepy. A piercing red light fills the room.
What's going on?
What is that? Some giant metal container, like a furnace, and something being tossed like garbage? And the closer I look, the garbage looks like arms and legs. Hey, it looks like people. I try to calm the horror I feel creeping up my spine. I don't know how to describe it. All I can say is that wherever this is, it's nasty. This isn't the announcement room anymore. As I was fixated on the view outside, the shadow appears silently from the corner of the room. Maya started 2 Persona girl trends. She can barely cook, and Maya said to have a black hole stomach. Ah, fuck up, Zip 51, da Mustang. That's actually not a bad name.
And I still need her, so I can become
Thank you,
myself.
She approaches me as she talks. Her face is illuminated by 2 things, a red light from the room outside and the madness in her eyes. I back away in spite of myself, but the shadow ignored. I mean, I mean, at this point, Yosuke, you fucking drank Flex Felix. You might as well just go all in. Like, you apparently are on God mode right now. I would enjoy it. The shadow ignores me drawing close to Labris. Shoot, that's right. Labris hasn't said the words that the shadows need to hear. Her shadow hasn't gained her true power yet. That's why she was trying to buy
It was
time.
your only escape route, but that's been stolen from you too. Poor pitiful me.
Labris turns and begins regaling her. Her lips at Labris's ear, her words tugging at her heart.
Go through the same pain, but in the end, they still didn't understand.
The same pain?
It was so painful. It made you so sad. You hated destroying them.
Is that what Yosuke's imagining while everyone... Yosuke actually went unconscious in round 1. Destroying them? I take a look at the horror show outside the window. The broken human figures being thrown into the incinerator. This is a sight Labris's heart created, right? Then that means this is... I suddenly felt like I could grasp the weight Labris was bearing in her heart. And I could see how heavy that weight was. The shadow takes a quick glance at me and continues speaking.
He was forced to fight his friends too. But he didn't feel the despair that we did. He wasn't alone, after all. He's completely different from us. You're not human or an ordinary machine. We don't belong anywhere, and we'll always be alone. No one will ever understand us.
Please stop!
The shadow needs to have Labris deny that they're the same. I knew that, but I couldn't stop her. I quietly watch as the two of them talk.
I'm not alone! I'm not!
Shouldn't you be, like, encouraging Labris to...
If they don't understand, who will?
Apparently Yosuke really does think he's on God mode, because he's not even attempting to stop this.
Hands.
No! That was you! Not me! You're not me! I'm free now! No one can capture me! I'm truly free!
I didn't realize the shadow needed to literally hear those words. I thought it was just symbolic. Like, of like, rejection of the self. I didn't realize there was a code word to activate your shadow. Well, there it is. The shadow goes wild, strikes Labris, knocking her side. I catch her from behind. Labris looks up to me, a bit surprised. The look in her eye is frail, ready to fade away at any moment. I smile at her.
It's okay if you can't at first. It's really hard to accept yourself. The only reason I could do it was because I had friends to
P2
help
innocent sin. Stay back and let them solve the problem. P4. Stop doing that and maybe help. Not Yosuke. Yosuke's plan is, it'll work out, whatever.
I'm here with you now. And you've got Aigis-san too. We'll help you face yourself.
The shadow shape is a bit surprised. That shadow didn't change, it summoned a monster behind her. What the hell, man? That's like a persona, and it's pretty damn gigantic. Just looking at it makes me weak in my knees, at least it's 3 times my size. The shadow's eyes glow gold as she turns her wings into an axe like Lapras had. Crap, it was hard enough just fighting a robot girl with just the axe. I'm gonna be honest here, I'm having a hard time thinking I can take her on by myself. But something pops in the back of my head. I already beat you and Aigis, so literally what the fuck else can possibly go wrong? The friends in my faces, of Aigis, everyone who's trusted me with all of their hopes. I get ready to fight. Power surges through my body. Alright, it's my turn to work.
I'm gonna save you no matter what. And when we make a promise like that, we keep it.
I will now play this fight with one hand.
Final. Fight!
Slash! Get him! Mine! Just getting started! Dumbass! Try it! Mine! Slash! Go dive! Blow away! I'm the strongest! Too slow!
Whoops. My controller got disconnected. There we go.
Come get me! Come there! Come get me! Come get me! Oh, crap! Full pissed! Come! You're not coming, Persona!
Who would win, Super Yosuke or Super Guido? At this point, fucking Super Yosuke. Apparently, he can beat anyone. I don't get at this point. I'm pretty convinced you can throw anyone at fucking Yosuke, and Yosuke just wins because he's fucking Yosuke. Fucking, you take fucking Aleph, take Steven, fucking take Seraph. Put them in a single group, throw them at Yosuke. Yosuke will beat all three of them at once. Fuck it. Yosuke wins, apparently. Apparently what this route tells me is, fuck you, Yosuke wins. The Shadow True Form Nyx, whatever. He'll kill the moon. I don't give a shit. The shadow finally stops moving and settles down. I run to Labrys and pick her up. She's still awake, but her expression is gloomy.
I'm such a failure. I can't win against anyone. I even let my shadow out. I'm a weapon, but I'm so useless. It would be better if I was just scrapped.
The important part, though, is that Super Yosuke only works on this exact day and this day only. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Tomorrow, he goes back to being shitty Yosuke. He goes back to being that party member you kick out of your group. The lack of any energy in her voice and body is enough to put me at a loss for words. Do I have it in me to convince her otherwise? Closest thing to a girlfriend Yosuke and Teddy have ever had is a robot. That doubt came crawling back into my mind. But I still need to tell you. I opened my mouth. I don't know. Like, I actually think I hate to say this. I think Teddy and Labrys would actually be cute together, as much as I fucking hate Teddy's guts with a goddamn passion. I opened my mouth to put the heavy feelings in my heart into words.
Hey, there was someone I liked once, but she got killed.
Okay, well... Maybe don't play it up too hard, mister. I'm using my girlfriend's death as a way to increase my own fame.
It was the worst thing you could imagine. I couldn't forgive myself or believe she was gone. I even tried to forget about her. I thought then that no one could understand how I felt. I mean, how could they if they weren't me? Only I could understand how I felt. That's what I thought. I had given up. But that wasn't true. Even if people haven't had exactly the same experiences, they can still understand each other. I have some great friends now to prove it.
Friends?
If I'm strong at all, it's because I have them. I can remember my friends are with me whenever it really counts.
Yeah. But I don't...
You should, though.
Whoops.
There must have been someone who was important to you. Just think back.
Yeah, 024, she's fucking dead and I killed her. Thanks for reminding me, Yosuke. There's a scene in the P4A anime where Teddy walks up to a woman working at a deli and straight up tells her he wants to fuck her in the deli, and she's into... Damn! Labrys' lips quiver and she shakes her head gently. Why is that in the anime? A single tear was all it took. Like a dam breaking, she starts to cry.
They're all gone. I can't see him anymore. And it's all my fault!
Yeah, huh? That's what Shadow Labrys was getting at. Yosuke also has one of, if not the worst, persona design. Yeah, it's not the best. I don't think it's the worst, but it's not good. I don't like most persona designs anyway, though. I really don't like Kanji's big robot thing. She didn't just lose them. I don't know the details, but I'm gonna bet she had to destroy someone herself against her will. I can't imagine the pain that would cause. What?
I see. Can't it be us? You're friends.
As I say that, I stretch out my hands to her. But Labrys looks away from me. She won't take my hand.
How? I'm not human.
Who cares? One of my friends is a
Because
shadow.
they're shopping and Chie says, "Where the fuck is Teddy?" And it cuts to Teddy. Oh, okay.
Remember Teddy? The one who was acting like your knight? He was originally a shadow. And you have Aige-san with you too. I know she was really worried about you.
Really?
She raises her head and looks at me, but she still hesitates. Shoot. I really don't know what to say in situations like this. I bet you would have had the best lines memorized just for occasions like this. Memorized is the exact correct way that you does it. Okay. So I should try... Trust me, I know. I try something that sounds natural, no matter if it's particularly suave or not. Time to try a joke.
No, my arm's gonna get tired leaving my hand out like this.
Labrys looks confounded for a brief moment, but it looks like I chose
You
right.
really are something, you know that?
With a smile, Labrys takes my hand. It's cold and hard, but it feels natural. Because I know that the hand of a girl who's trying her best.
Not alone.
That's right. We'll be by your side.
Labrys nods her head, slowly stands up. I offer to help her, but she pushes my arm away and walks towards her shadow. The shadow says nothing. It just stares at Labrys.
Wanting everyone to understand. You weren't wrong about how I feel.
Get used to this fucking cutscene. We're gonna be seeing it 9 times.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No. You are me, after all.
Here's a question. What name should I go with if I decide to go with my replay of all the Persona games? What name should I go with? I always just go with the default names, and that's my answer. I even named my demi-fiend Shin Managi.
This is my persona.
Wow. It's such an elegant white silhouette, it's hard to imagine it was the same as the Black Bull Shadow. I named my demi-fiend Haru. But what was your nickname? I was worried that there was something wrong. Like, was she damaged or something? But when she turns to see me, I can see the strength in her eyes. I breathe a sigh of relief. I lift my face and cheerfully call out to her.
Well, let's get going. Back to where our friends are waiting.
Haru? Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about doing that.
You got it.
Now that she's accepted herself, she nods to me and smiles like when we first met. No, even brighter. You know Yu's name is too large to fit into the text box in fucking Persona Q? Labrys accepted her shadow and the host disappeared. For a while I was worried about the P1 Grand Prix was gonna end, but it's all over now. All that's left is for us to get the heck out of here. I hear from Rise that all those fantastic walls have disappeared. Now we can meet up with my buddies in Igus. Or so I thought. Led by Rise, Yu, Chie, and Yukiko all coming into the announcement room. Teddy, Kanji, Naoto follow them. Way to rush things. But I guess I would want to run if I was stuck in a cage all day, too. The investigation team is back together. Everyone is surprised when they see Lapras. I mean, I can't blame them. She's a robot. If you want cool nicknames, look to what I named my Soul Hackers protagonist, Ichiro Kushina Neo. Eon! Explain the circumstances to them. Lapras looks tense the entire time, but of course none of us is going to be heartless enough to say that she's not a person.
I lost in the very first round. I wish I could have fought a little more.
I'm glad that I didn't have to fight you, Chie. At least fighting against Yosuke didn't trouble my conscience much.
Yukiko sounded like she went British there for a minute.
It didn't?
There. She can say that because she loves you.
Pardon me if I don't share your optimism there.
These guys are way too easygoing. As I'm complaining, Kanji seems pretty enthusiastic.
We should do that again sometime. It ain't good for our bodies if we don't let our personas out once in a while.
That's very true. You would hate to go back to level -3 like the Phantom Thieves did.
But normal people can't let them out.
And I'll sponsor a real Grand Prix. I'll call it our very first Go on a Date with Teddy Grand Prix.
I would like to lose that tournament, please.
No one would enter.
How cruel.
Get fucked, Teddy, you stupid bitch. Teddy balls and throws himself into Lapras' arms, and she hesitantly opens her mouth to speak.
Can I sign up?
Look at him, he totally watches Matrix. Yeah, alright.
Don't.
You shouldn't.
You know what? Count me in.
That's also what I named him the first time. I sat for like 10 minutes trying to think of a name and went fuck it and picked the one I went with last time.
If you're in, then I'm in.
What the fuck?
Huh? Well, then me too.
Okay, I just want to talk about how fucking in character it would be for Mayu to hear that that Kanji's in and be like, done, bet.
I'm out.
Damn it, you jerks.
Meh, whatever. As long as it makes Lapras smile.
All right, it's time we go back.
Everyone cheers in agreement. We all head to the roof. I already knew that roof was where the exit from the TV world was in the studio area. Plus, we can meet up with Igus while we're here. All Teddy has to do is bust out the exit and we'll all be back at Junes. We should probably remember to pick up C's. They're fucking trapped. Mayu was a hardcore metrosexual. Mayu aggressively hit on Kanji. It was such a weird journey because at the start I sort of played it close to how I would act myself normally, but then at one point my character, like Mayu, went through a character arc about reading a book about being a man, and I began making every choices about like what's the most hardcore alpha male man choice I can make in every situation. He sat boldly in the girl's spot and gladly cross-dressed. See, mine also did that, but I did it under the pretense of being as manly as possible. Because only little bitches are afraid of cross-dressing. A real man will put on a dress. We climb the stairs, and as I escaped, Igus is waiting for us. When she sees Lapras is safe, she smiles.
It seems everything has been resolved.
Only real men wear dresses. But a pair I've never seen before are standing behind her. They have intensely intimidating auras. I can tell they aren't normal people like me. So manly you can't fuck girls because they ain't manly enough. Gotta fuck your... Hell yeah! Gotta get that testosterone in the air. I dated Yumi in Persona 4. If you're wondering. I'm guessing they must be members of Aigis' team on the same mission as her.
It's over already. I still don't feel entirely satisfied, though.
Don't be like that, Akihiko. Just be happy that it's over.
That's why I say being gay is the most manly thing in the world. I take a closer look at them. One's an amazingly gorgeous woman, and the other's a buff guy who isn't too shabby himself. I thought you already fought Mitsuru, right? Didn't you, like, drool all over yourself? And Aigis is pretty easy on the eyes, too. Put the three of them together and they really pack a punch. Maybe that was just in the Mitsuru route. And the way they're dressed, well, they pack a punch too, but in a different way. The beauty in a fur coat steps forward and bows to me. At the same time, Lapras hides behind my back.
Hanamura, yes? You have my thanks for helping us retrieve Lapras.
Her tone is soft but articulate, intellectual and charming. But one of her words bothers me.
Could you maybe not use the word retrieve?
I'm a little scared to talk back to her, but I'm not going to budge on that one. She appears taken aback for a moment, then she smiles.
You're right. My apologies. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo, Lapras' handler.
Kirijo. I've heard that name somewhere before. Kirijo? As in the huge company Kirijo? I turned to Aigis for... Oh, by the way, we finally... that was one of the things we learned in this game. We actually know what the fuck her company makes. She makes cell phones. It's an electronics company. She's like Apple or Microsoft or something. They specified cell phone, so I think she's supposed to be... She's like Apple. Picking up on what I wanted to say, she replied with a smile. Seriously? So the group she'd mentioned was... Because we're all scared silly by the important name Kirijo, she tells us incredibly... You learned that in cutscene in P3? Oh, do we? Oh, I didn't remember. I wasn't paying too much attention about what the company actually did in P3. Incredibly politely, they were mostly the cause of the incident. She also explained what I wanted to know about Nost, how Lapras was going to be treated.
I'm not gonna be scrapped.
I have no plans to shut you down or destroy you, currently. Maybe don't go on a murder spree, but... Kirijo's answers in response to Lapras' question is so direct that we can't help but cheer. Lapras was more perplexed than happy. Kirijo takes Lapras' hand and lowers her head.
Indeed, you aren't. You have done nothing wrong. It's actually me who should be apologizing to you.
So in the beginning, when you see a guy melt during the dark hour, you hear radio say, Kirijo Electronics bringing you the future. Oh, okay. Well, they sort of elaborate that, like, for example, a character in this game, like, pulls out a cell phone and, like, it's demonstrated that it was made by Kirijo Electronics.
Oh, no.
And they kind of specify that she owns, a significant portion of the electronics market.
I felt like there was no getting around being
So it's a little more
sealed away
elaborated on then.
I've made friends now, so I thought I could live with it.
Lapras.
I can't believe this is happening. This is all thanks to you, Yosuke.
Which of course means Mitsuru knew who the Phantom Thieves were the whole time.
Lapras?
What the? Something's wrong with Lapras. Aigis and the others all look confused by Lapras' unnatural pause. I know she's been through a lot today. Did she break or something? But Lapras speaks in a voice that none of us were expecting.
It's not over yet.
That's not Lapras' voice. It's as if someone's speaking through her mouth.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Lapras!
Kirijo, seemingly used to dangerous situations, warns everyone. At that moment, Lapras' hand moves, stretching towards the battle axe on her back. The next instant, lifting the axe without hesitation, she swirls right at me. That was faster than I've ever seen. Even the shadow wasn't that fast. The ground is split for several meters and fragments fly everywhere. What the hell? What's going on here?
Labrys! Hey, what's gotten into you?
I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates
Several
elsewhere.
meters? Jesus Christ! Mitsuru like, they have the potential and seem quite capable. They aren't very smart. They're leaving quite a paper trail.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
To be fair, I don't think they actually specifically talk about shadows or personas on it. Like, I don't think they actually talk about shadows or personas on their phones. Maybe they do, I'm not remembering. I know they talk about palaces in, like, palace invasions and calling cards, though. But I don't think, like, Mitsuru doesn't go into the metaverse, so I don't think that's something that would have clicked with her in the first place. And also, I really doubt that, like, let's be honest, the fact that a phone company has the ability to access your fucking, like, text messages doesn't mean that they're doing it. Who the fuck is calling me? I guess they gave up calling me immediately. Mitsuru's smart enough to piece it together, though. I don't know about that. Labrys' face is completely expressionless as she points her axe at me.
What's happened to you, Labrys?
Mitsuru wasn't even smart enough not to bring a fucking limousine into a small shit town.
Damn it, why do we have to fight now after making it this far? Ugh!
She thought the cops would believe that monsters rise up in a secret dark hour. Again? Did I fail her again? That's why the phone company never turned them in. We answered that question. I frantically try to shake it out of my head as I lift my weapons. I try telling myself over and over, I don't have a choice, I have to do this. Damn it. Yeah, I was always under the assumption that, like, because even when you're, like, walking around the school, there are students that, like, mention rumors about it being your group. I was always under the impression the cops knew exactly who the fucking Phantom Thieves were, but, like, how do you prove that they're mind criminals? Mitsuru brought the shittiest car she owned, just so happened to be a fancy one. Like, that's the challenge with the Phantom Thieves. It's not proving they're the Phantom Thieves. It's like, how do I prove that they're invading people's thoughts?
You're mine! Too slow! Behind you! Too slow!
Oh, hey, there's,
Now come get me! Yikes!
P1 Grand Prix in the TV behind me.
Crap! Go, Jiraiya! Too slow! Just getting started. Alright! Come get me! You don't get here! Come! Alright!
There's actually something weirdly, like, entertaining about using Yusuke's counter move to just, like, knock someone in their fucking face. Yeah, I own a hover car powered by demon energy, but that was a little too fancy, so I brought the limo instead. It's powered by a hell portal! Labrys stopped... Labrys stopped moving and had fallen to the floor. Now she begins standing up robotically in jerking motions. She begins speaking in that eerie voice again. Maybe speaking is the wrong word, but it's... Do you think that Mitsuru has a motorcycle powered by a plume of dusk that gives her motorcycle pseudo-potential and an, like, artificial dark hour generator so that she can get to locations at, like, literally 0 time? Because theoretically, she has all of the technology required to do that. Maybe speaking is the wrong word, but wait, the only issue I see with that is I think as she was driving, she would just create shadows and give people apathy syndrome on the way. But it's definitely in my head.
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit,
It's powered by
so
the souls
this is
of
as
Vici.
far as my little game goes.
Whoever's voice this is controlling Lapras. From the way he's talking, I could tell he wasn't serious. He doesn't comprehend how cruel he's being controlling Lapras like this.
Who are you?
Ah, yes. I have more than enough data now. I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in to the very end.
Labras's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
It hits me when Kirijo-san speaks. That's right, Labras's shadow split from her after she injured the TV. She's merely held the tournament. The shadow couldn't have pushed Lapras in here. Someone else, the culprit, has to exist, or this incident can never have happened.
Indeed, it was I who stole Labras away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me.
Excuse me.
Labras's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
His tone was mocking. The culprit is controlling Lapras somehow from a safe haven outside the TV. I don't know how you hack inside the TV from outside the TV. I thought we had established that cell phones don't work in the TV. No way.
You were using Labras for your own selfish reasons? That's horrible. She has a heart. Do you even know how much pain Labras went through?
A heart, Meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
You bastard!
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The moment the voice stops, Labras collapses to the ground like a puppet with strings cut. Igus quickly catches her and holds her up, but it looks like she's unconscious. I really hate myself for celebrating that case was closed just a few moments ago, but I'm really pissed off at whoever's controlling Lapras. Kirijo really hit it big after the owners of Anglosoft mysteriously died. Algonsoft. You got me on that one. He knew about all of this, but he still manipulated Labras's heart to do this to her. I'm so angry. I clench my fists so firmly that my nails are digging into my palms. Kirijo speaks from behind me.
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. I advise you not to get involved in this matter any further. From here on, you should leave this to us.
Huh? Are you telling us to back off from this?
Like I can do that. Whoever is behind this knows what Labras had to go through in her past. No, not just the past. He knew what would happen if she was pushed into the TV world. On top of that, the instant he figured out his plan had failed, he comes to control her directly and makes us fight each other. It's like we're his toys. I'm not letting him get away with that. Soul Hackers, Dark Summoners, leader of the Phantom Side, they all just look incredibly evil. Okay.
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
Come on, we've gotten involved this far. You think we're just gonna shut up and watch you handle everything? She's probably saying that for our sakes, but how can we live with ourselves if they do all the fighting for us? No way, I can't let that happen. I opened my mouth to really tell her off, but you spoke first.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh? Are you serious?
Look at yourself, Yosuke. You can barely stand.
You can't maintain Super Yosuke for long. You'll die if you keep pushing yourself to this level. So he noticed. He was right. After fighting done today, I'm really beat. I'm sure everyone else is tired too, after being stuck in this world for so long.
Yosuke, let's go back.
He was staring at me. Oh, I get it.
I thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, we'll keep you safe.
Would you buy a computer from these guys? I mean, probably, if only because I don't know that they look like supervillains.
I'm sorry, Hanamura-san.
Like, to be fair, I don't know that the people that own the, like, companies I bought my current computer parts from, I don't know that they don't look like that. Igus bows apologetically. We all look glum, but none of us object. After all, we know that they aren't doing this out of spite. But is this the last we'll see of Labrys? I peek at her face as she lay in Igus's arms. Of course, since she's unconscious, I can't talk with her. We thank Kirijo-san and return to our world with heavy hearts. After returning from the TV, we gathered at the food court, but we didn't really talk much. We split up not long afterwards. After all, we're all pretty damn tired. Chie and Rise put their heads on the table and fell asleep. I didn't feel like stopping by anywhere, so I went straight home. And the last thing I could remember was being told dinner was almost ready. When I first played Soul Hackers and these guys showed up on TV for an announcement, I thought, these guys are insanely evil. They're the villains, right? I feel like it's a sort of Megaten trope that you can just kind of look at a character and instantly figure out that they're the villain. Like, I don't think I've ever played a game and not been able to instantly be like, oh, that evil. That person's evil. The instant I reached my room, I lost consciousness. You know which one it's probably the easiest in? Persona 2. Just something about the look of that Hitler with sunglasses, just didn't trust him. And then... loud electronic beeps come... they wake me up. My phone woke me up. I don't know why we're being fancy. Just say my phone rang and woke me up. I reached out for my alarm clock, but I realized the beeping wasn't my alarm. It was my cell phone. Did we need 3 fucking sentences for what was obviously a phone call?
Who's calling me this early?
Damn it. I plugged it in and now I can't reach it while I'm lying down. I rubbed my eyes tiredly to grab the phone. The caller is a number I don't know.
Hello? Huh?
I wake instantly. The speaker on the line was someone I never expected to hear from. It's Labrys. I took a moment to fix my hair and make a mad dash to the place the caller told me to go. When I reached the designated location, there's something that looks completely out of place in the countryside. A limo! Holy crap, that's long! It was so long, I thought I was seeing things. This is definitely no place for a car this awesome.
Oh, there he is. What took you so long?
Looks like everybody else is here. I ran so hard I almost barfed, but I finally made it.
Labrys-san and the others were just about to leave.
I already got my fucking weather report. Phone? Shut up. I get it. It's fucking hot.
I made it in time.
I'm glad I could see you before I left.
That's right, Labrys is the one that called. She wanted to say goodbye before she left Inaba. How can I refuse that? I never thought one of them, Labrys especially, would call me. Huh? Wait a second.
Did I tell you my cell phone number?
Obtaining the cell phone numbers of ordinary citizens is child's play.
Again, just want to say, Igus looking fucking slick in that suit. Honestly, I wish I could play suit Igus in this game. Wait,
Holy
what?
Shit, really? Are you accessing that server thing you mentioned?
The Kirijo group is kinda scary.
Apparently they own your cell phones, so...
I asked if I could come see everyone. I wanted to give everyone a real goodbye.
Labrys looks down bashfully as she speaks. My phone rang and woke me up. I'd say telecommunications devices making high-pitched chiming sound. It's raining here. Ugh, I'm sorry about that. Aigis and Kirijo-san are watching her from the limo with smiles on their faces. Man, is this a relief. So Labrys can do things that she wants to. I'm glad she's in a group that lets her have her freedom. She really does have a place to belong.
What'll you do now? Are you going back to that lab?
No. I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I want to do my damnedest to catch whoever used me to bait a trap for you all.
There's no hesitation in her eyes as her strong will glares out. I see, she found out what she wants to do.
Sounds like you're ahead of the game.
I'm reminded of the blank career choice paper still tucked away in my desk. That sense of haste without direction. I need to keep up appearances. I don't want to handle that. But it's time I face my future. I'm gonna become a shadow operative. I'll write down a big dream.
Oh, just talking to myself. I'll let you know when everything's been decided.
Okay. Just make sure you tell me, okay?
Labrys answers my smile with one of her own. Then she stretches out her hand. Take a closer look at them. They're quite delicate. Grab my hand and lift it up above her head.
A handshake is so formal. I'll show you what the cool kids do.
I use my open hand to open hers. Labrys looks confused, but she lets me move her hand around.
Huh? Like this?
Are we gonna high five?
Yep, that's it.
Is that cool? Is high fives cool outside of the 90s? Here we go. Clap of our high five echoes through the sky. Through the clear May sky. Not to be outdone by me, Chie, Rise, and the rest give Labrys high fives too.
Thank you so much. Yosuke-kun, I won't forget about you.
Delicate their guns, Yosuke. No, Labrys doesn't have guns. They didn't give her guns. They at least thought of that.
I'm friends with you now, so I'll stay strong.
They can, however, lift what is very clearly 400 pounds of steel in the air. Labrys begins to tear up and hide it. She hurries into the limo. Soon after, the limo begins moving quietly down the road. Labrys waves to us from inside the car. Even after the car's gone pretty far, I can still see her waving inside. She's still waving. Wow, she is still waving. Everyone starts to laugh a little. Can she see us? I can barely make out the car from here. She can see you from like 1,000 miles away. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a lot to dissect in this picture. Alright, let's go over this really quickly. First off, I am absolutely infuriated that they are not drinking Dr. Salt Neo. But here's the thing, right? I hate to talk about this, but like in this image, Chie's eyes seem very far apart. And, like, Rise's got, like, the weirdest expression on her face. And, like, Yu's got this, like, strange side smirk thing. Like, Yu looks like he has a fucking SMT4 smirk on his face, is what I'm saying. But, like, Yusuke's face looks like he's doing a fucking ad. This is just like a weirdly drawn picture. And it's like just this one. Like all the others have seemed fine, but like this is really weird. What horrible stressful event did that to Yu's hair? Alright, well that's enough of that. After partying with Labrys, we all ended up hanging out at Junes food court. That's right, it's a welcome back event for you we'd completely forgotten about. We can finally go back to business. Still, it feels kind of weird having a welcome back party after saying goodbye to someone.
Come on, let's hurry up and do a toast. I only get a 30-minute break.
Huh? Are you working today?
I think I'm gonna try to finish off this screwdriver, but I'm gonna drink it very slowly. I'm gonna have like one sip now, and then we're gonna wait a little bit.
I can't take much time off during Golden Week. Teddy, you were out without permission a couple days ago, so be ready to pay the
You
price.
got the whole squad smirking. Oh, is that all of the smirk faces?
No, but that wasn't my fault. You meanie jerk nurse lover.
Oh, speaking of which.
Shh, quiet, you.
How did the conversation go from working to wanking in 2 moves? Oh my god. That is crass. I don't need them to know this stuff. But there's no time. Before anyone else can ask you what he's talking about, I raise my cup and look at everyone.
Second time's the charm. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Senpai.
After we toast, we all chat carelessly with each other. This is the kind of atmosphere you can only get with the best of friends. But actually, that's not all today. After all, we can't let it end like that.
Ahem. May I have your attention, please? It's time to announce the reason we're all here today.
Isn't it to welcome back Yukon?
You and I trade glances at Yukiko's question. I can see my partner's eyes that he wants to do all the talking. Yes, I'm sure you would love to do all of the talking. That sounds totally in character. You see, we've already talked this out, and now's the time to bring it up.
It's about yesterday's incident. You guys weren't satisfied with how things ended, right?
Of course not, but...
So, why not launch our own investigation?
Does that mean...
That's right. The investigation team is back in action.
I have to say it was very bold of them to set up a sequel to this game.
Oh, now you're talking.
Wait a moment.
I mean, they got it,
I thought we were
but...
going to leave this to the Kirijo group.
I mean, I actually thought Naoto would be working with the Kirijo group, but if Naoto's fucking here, we could probably solve it.
Did I say we wouldn't get involved?
That's right. He only said leave this to them.
Oh, you're right.
Actually, my partner here brought it up first, though I'm with him 100%.
Now that's our sensei.
Yukiko and Teddy jump right on board. On the other hand, the we're actually sensible team of Chie, Rise, and Naoto are sitting with their mouths wide open.
You're splitting hairs rather finely there.
It seems she's definitely not expecting you to use Weasel logic like this. But no matter how I think about it, I just can't let this go. After all we've been through, the villain is still out there waiting for another chance.
So you're not on board?
I egg her on, though she looks hesitant at first. She smiles fearlessly.
Of course I am.
I like that smile. That's what a reliable detective should look like. Also, let's be honest, without Naoto, you won't solve this fucking case at all, period, ever.
Thought so. Alright then, let's find the real culprit.
Yeah!
Everyone's hands pile up in the middle of the table. Friends are really what you need. Whoa, it's already this late? I look at everybody smiling, and I'm reluctant to go. I stand up.
Well, I gotta get back to work. Come on, Teddy, let's go.
Who's this Teddy you speak of? I don't know anyone with such a pretty name.
You've got some nerve trying that on me.
Ugh,
Sounds like someone wants me to make his next shift a living hell.
Yusuke's continuous effort, insistence to call you his partner after he now has a name. Not doing any favors to the theory, Yusuke is closeted gay guy.
Ah! No! But I'm still gonna skip work! I wanna have fun with Nana-chan!
Teddy clasps you hand and promises to visit the Dojima household tonight. Please, just this one night, he says. That, Teddy. Don't cause Dojima-san any trouble. But, well, I know the feeling. I never feel break time is long enough either. But you know why I'm keeping my cool right now? I begged my dad to give Teddy and me tomorrow off. I just haven't told Teddy yet, that sucker. That's right, we can't let this end here. It's still Golden Week.
We're gonna party till we drop. This time, for sure.
I don't even think it lagged. I think it intentionally held on Yosuke's face there. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll head off to Chie.
Who the hell are you? Why are you after us?
I mean, that's a pretty good tune. Okay, I am back. So the song's called Shadow, huh?
We've come to take you in. Would it clear things up if I mentioned the name Kirijo?
The Shadow glares hatefully at the guy in the cape. The red cape guy takes off his hood and glares back at Miss President and her shadow. What? What does he mean taking her in?
No! I'll never go back there! Damn it! Get back here!
The girl suddenly runs out of the room, her shadow in hot pursuit.
Wait! Ugh.
Oh, is this gonna be like the Yosuke route? The guy in the cape tries to follow, but he trips over Kanji, who's still on the floor. Kanji mumbles in his stupor. The girl and her shadow are incredibly fast. They left just seconds ago, and I can't even see them anymore. The guy in the cape stands up and annoyed and clucks his tongue. He just face-planted, and he doesn't seem that bothered by it. Doesn't that hurt? But aside from that...
Who are you, really? What did you do to Kanji-kun?
We had a battle between men. Could you turn down a challenge for the title of strongest man?
I feel like she could. Huh? What's he talking about? What the hell were you up to, Kanji-kun? I have so many questions to ask him, I don't know where to begin. The guy turns his back on me.
I need to go after them. You're better off forgetting what you just saw.
Whoa, wait a sec. That's all very well for you to say, but... Hey, I said wait!
Without another word, he runs off. Talk about a one-sided conversation. Couldn't he have at least said his name?
That guy is so bizarre. I couldn't sense him approaching at all, and I can't track his presence now either.
Interesting. I wonder if Akihiko learned a way to hide his persona presence, because I don't think he's wearing an anti-persona suit. Rise bites her lip in frustration. She doesn't look well. She must have been concentrating hard this whole time. Of course, she's been under a lot of stress up until now. I need to let her rest a bit.
Hey, Rise-chan, take care of Kanji for me.
Excuse me.
Huh? Are you going after him?
Of course. No way I can leave that red cape weirdo or Miss President be.
If she can't pursue them with her persona, then she'll catch up to them on foot. The basics of police investigation are legwork, after all. You'd better be ready for when I catch up with you, Miss Red Cape, Mr. Red Cape. After running around a bit, I finally find a spot, that conspicuous cape turning in corner down the hallway. He's really fast. I can barely keep up with him. Thankfully, the gym should be up ahead, even though there's no way to be sure of that there. Good, I can take him down. I can take him on from here.
Hold it right there, Buster!
The guy stops to look back at me and frowns. He doesn't attempt to run off again. Did he have a change of heart? I don't know what's going on, but I can catch up with him.
You're gonna tell me what's going on! Who is that Labrys girl? Is she really a machine? And why are you after her? What are you gonna do once you catch her?
What good would knowing that do you?
What?
I'm here on a certain mission. You could even call it a duty. My resolution is nothing like yours, based on curiosity.
A duty?
He wraps his knuckles on the air behind him and there's a sound. It seems like there's another invisible wall keeping him from going on.
Ridiculous Grand Prix is still going on.
What? Wait, you mean...
I quickly turn around and check the section I just come through. When I reach out my hand, I feel a wall there.
We're trapped. So, like, do we...
That's what you get for coming after me so recklessly. The rule that one opponent must be defeated is still in effect.
Okay, see, this one is more amusing. Because Akihiko's like, ah, fuck off. And then she, like, follows him, and then he waits for, like, 5 seconds, and then she beats the shit out of him. And he's like, well, shit, I probably should have told you what my plan was. One of the tournament's rules, you can't leave if you don't fight and win. In other words, in order to keep following the girl, I have to fight the scary-looking dude. She slammed Kanji straight through a wall. I'm sure this guy has to be a Persona user, too. He said he'd come and take her in. I'm guessing he came through a TV on his own, too. Do I have a chance of beating this guy? No, I can't doubt myself. I have to do this. I muster up all my courage and square off against him.
Alright, I accept.
Huh. Why are you willing to go to such lengths to catch up to Labrys?
Labrys. So that's what Miss President's real name.
I don't know why. I just know that she was in pain. I don't know if my reasons are better or worse than yours, but I can't turn my back on her.
When I see that, his eyes get even stronger. I almost flinch, but I know I can't look weak in front of this guy. I glare right back at him. I've seen that look in people's eyes before. I've seen it in people acting with determination that never wavers in the eyes of my friends when we fought so hard through last year. I can't look away from that strength of resolve. That's when his expression softens slightly and he answers.
All right. To answer your questions, what you saw was the 5th generation anti-shadow suppression weapon, Labrys. She was given a heart so she could use a persona.
A weapon? Then she really is a robot. But she's so cute. And she even sounds like a normal girl. Oh, so that's what her lost memories were about. And since she has a heart, she has a shadow too.
She has a shadow? Do you mean the thing where there's 2 of her?
I nod and tell him about how the world works, especially about the shadows. I'm not great at explaining things, but I've already told Labrys not too long ago, so I should know what to say, I hope. The guy in the cape listens quietly, nodding now and again, and if he understands everything I'm saying...
I get it now. The mastermind behind all this isn't Labrys, but her shadow.
I think that's it anyway. She didn't have any memories and thought she
Hello?
was the student council
Oh, okay.
president.
I wasn't able to trigger the mic, and I was like, what the fuck is happening?
But I wonder what's with this tournament. What could she have wished for to make this happen?
I have some suspicions about that. Labrys may have been forced to do some inhumane things while she was in development. Her original circumstances may be related to the setup of this Grand Prix.
Then, this tournament is a reenactment of what Labrys went through in her past?
Looks like you'll be alone forever. No one understands you. I recall what the shadow said. That's what Labrys had been feeling all this
She just
time?
wanted someone to understand how she felt. Is that it?
So that's why she made people fight against their friends, because she had to do it in her past. But still, nobody could understand her. That may have been what the shadow was saying. I was doubting her too. I didn't even try to believe what she was saying. Even though my way of doing things wasn't great, I'm starting to get lost in my own thoughts, but the Cape guy speaks up.
That's all I can tell you. If you still want to search for her, you'll have to defeat me to move on. What'll it be?
I
search for the right words within me. I need to think it through before I say anything. I can see the strength in his eyes waiting for me to say the right thing. I can't say I'm doing this just
If
because...
Labrys wished to make us go through what she went through...
I've seen people ask how Akihiko got so buff. I think the answer lies within P4A Abridged. Tell Akihiko I'm never joining C's or injecting bull semen. I mean, they explain how he got so buff. A lot of fucking protein and he goes on a training mission.
That means she wanted to be understood. She wanted someone to save her.
That's just your guess, though.
But if it's possible I'm right, then I can't abandon her. That's why I won't go back until I've saved her. Her heart is worth fighting for.
I'm looking straight into his eyes as I say this, and he smiles. Even though he's smiling, he suddenly seems a lot more menacing.
What's your name? Mine's Akihiko Sanada.
I'm Chie Satanaka, a third year at Yasagami High.
I like the fire in your eyes. Then let's fight, and see whose passion comes out on top.
For the record, Chie should not be able to beat him, but...
Final! Fight!
Down! Come on!
You're up.
I'm not Gibbs.
KO'd.
I forgot how fucking fun it is to play Chie. Holy shit! She just ran a train on his ass! This game would be so much more fun if there was more fighting. Woo. That was a hard fight, but...
I won?
Looks like it.
I won. Akihiko stands up and quietly speaks to me.
Tell me, Chie, what are you gonna do when you get to Labrys?
Probably run a train on her ass. What will I do when I get to her? I need to answer this properly, too. Now that I've won, I can't half-ass anything.
I'm gonna apologize for saying such awful things to her. But that's not all. I want to talk to her. Really come to an understanding with her. Even if things are too painful for you to endure on your own, you can still overcome them if you have friends to help. I know that. And I want to show her that too. That's why I won't let her be alone. No matter what.
It's no good. I wanted to be strong and straightforward, but my feelings got ahead of my brain and I couldn't say it the way I wanted to. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but that's honestly how I feel. I stand there sheepishly, but Akihiko's expression softens and he smiles. It's not the same as the determined smile he had before. This is a kind one.
You remind me a little of my friends.
Your friends?
I'm sure you'll be able to do the right thing. Do what your heart tells you.
With that, he takes off his cape and sits on the ground. He hasn't said anything more, but I can tell what he means. Hurry up and go in my place. That's what he's saying,
Okay.
right?
Thank you very much.
I thank him before I realized what I was saying. I mean, Akihiko believed in me. Even though we just met, he's placing his faith in me. I may not be the best talker, but we've communicated with our fists, and we've come to an understanding. Then all I can do is run. My legs, my heart, everything feels light. I should be able to reach out to that girl now for sure.
I finally made it back.
While I was on the way, Rise-chan contacted me. Labris and her shadow seem to have returned to the announcement room together. If they're together, then it most likely means that Labris has been taken in captivity by the shadow. If they're in the same place, then Akihiko and I were made to fight just to buy them time. Luckily, Rise says that she's already escaped to a different room. She's complaining about how heavy Kanji is too. I guess he hasn't woken up yet. In any case, when I open this door, it'll be a one-on-one battle against the shadow. I take a deep breath and open the door.
Miss Labris? Are you here?
That man told you to come here, didn't he?
The moment I enter, a sharp voice calls out to me. I see the speaker standing alone in the center of the room. Is she the shadow? No, this is Labris herself. Of course her shadow has to be watching close by, too. I can't let my guard down.
No, he didn't. I came here because I wanted to.
You just want to capture me like all the others. Well...
Labris reaches for the battle axe attached to her back. I can see her eyes that she's serious about
Labris,
this.
I didn't come here to fight you.
I'm never going back there. I never want to get put through that again. I'm gonna run away. Just you watch me. If anyone gets in my way, I'll stomp them all!
It's no use, she's not listening. She's completely worked up. It must be because of her past was so painful. But I need to calm her down right now. I brace myself for the fight and get ready.
I'm sorry. I can't stop now. There's something I need you to know.
Ariadne. Okay. Interesting.
Finally!
Walk on the go! Take this! Watch your feet! Why, you yikes! Walk on the go! Yikes!
Damn! Okay, not my best work.
Why? Why won't anyone understand?
Labris, I wanted to
I kneel down to talk to Labrys, who's on the floor. The scenery beyond the glass walls begins to distort. This. What is this? It's so horrifying I almost fell backward. These things shaped like people are hanging everywhere. There's a giant furnace-like object in the center, and more of them crammed into it like trash. What in the world is this? Don't tell me, is this what Labrys has kept inside her heart? When I come back to my senses, I notice the shadow has appeared behind Labrys.
Don't you get it? That'll never happen.
You!
Of course Chie-san's angry. You did lie to her after all. And wow, you didn't hesitate for a second to attack her. So you do want her to suffer then. You want to make her go through what you did, right?
That's not true!
You want the everyday boys and girls to experience what you had to go through. Right? That's why we're in a school having a fighting tournament. You want to see close friends fight for their lives against each other. Because if they do that, then they might understand. You want to make them understand.
That ain't true!
Labrys clutches her head. I try to reassure her, but nothing I say seems to reach her. It's like the shadow is the only voice she can hear. The shadow twists its mouth into a smile and continues whispering into Labrys' ear.
But it was all for nothing. It just left you more of an outcast than ever. It's all right, though. I'll take care of everything from here. You are me, after all. I'll destroy anyone who doesn't understand you and comes to get in your way. Just like you once did.
Stop it! That's all a lie. You're not me. Labrys, no! You can't be me!
Finally! You finally said it! Now, I can be myself! Yes, the power!
It's really weird that Labrys has a different persona in her shadow form than in her base form. The shadow going berserk, no matter how many times I see it, it's still overwhelming. But now isn't the time to think about stuff like this. Labrys goes limp and falls to the floor. I stand behind her and the shadow to protect her.
It's okay. Just wait for me.
I'm exhausted from today's series of battles. The shadow has an immense power. And even worse, I'm all alone in this fight. It's unlike anything from last year. But I'm surprisingly confident in myself. Of course I'm nervous, but I have a strong resolve and it makes up for any fear I might have. I mean, this is my wish after all. It's my dream
I'll make
too.
sure to protect you. If this is about wanting to protect someone, I damn well won't lose.
Finally! Fight!
Here it goes! Strike!
Bam! I'm disappointed the game doesn't just say, like, perfect or some shit, though.
It's over.
The shadow finally stops moving. I also sink to my knees as the tension drains out of me. But Labrys is safe. She's still trembling behind me, but at least she's not hurt. I was able to protect her, right?
Why? Huh? Why did you protect me? Weren't you mad?
Yeah, I can't blame her for thinking that. I was really angry back then, after all. I didn't even try to understand what Labrys was feeling. But seeing Labrys with that blank look on her face is funny for some reason. I can't help but laugh.
I wasn't mad at all. Actually, it's you who should be mad at me. I said so many awful things to you. I'm really sorry.
I could never be angry at you. I'm the one who did all those awful things.
Labrys looks over to the shadow. There's pain on her face. I wonder if she still can't completely accept her shadow. No, of course she can't. It's something that you can't just accept without a lot of soul searching. She'd spent this whole time being tormented by what the shadow represented. Considering that Labrys seems like a serious person, she might be the type to think about everything as her responsibility. But that's not true. There's no need for her to bear this alone. I want to tell her that so badly right now.
About this Grand Prix. I mean, yeah, it was tough, but it wasn't all bad.
Huh?
It taught me a lot of important things.
My weakness, the ambiguity of the dream I embraced. I also want to be able to remember again the fact that I'm not alone. Just as the shadow said, my weak self may never completely disappear, but I can face that. I mean, I have friends with me after all. I'm not alone. That's why I'll be alright. I'll overcome no matter how many times I need to from now on.
That's why I want to thank you. And your other self over there, too. I still don't know what kind of pain you've been through. So tell me about it. I want you to tell me everything, like how you feel and what you're thinking.
Tell you about myself?
Mm-hmm. I'll listen. If you have something that's too painful to bear alone, then let's work it out together.
Together? I'm not alone anymore?
I nod back to her. After hearing my words, Labrys finally looks up and looks to her other self. She's still trembling, but she ain't looking away anymore. I was so bad at explaining myself, I think she understands what I was trying to say. Labrys stands up and walks towards her other self. I watch her as she walks over to the shadow, standing tall. Her posture tells me how she feels. It says, I'm all right now.
I'm sorry I ignored you all this time. I was the one who left you all alone. No, you are me, after all. This is my persona.
Now that Labrys accepted herself, she turns towards me. That's when she finally smiles. It's a smile from the bottom of her heart that I can tell she's never shown to anyone before. It even makes my heart skip a beat. Man, this girl is really pretty. Okay, Chi, I didn't know you went that way. Good for you, girl. Take Labrys with me and we go to get everyone who's been trapped by the walls created by the tournament's rules. Since the real mastermind is gone, the invisible walls have disappeared and everyone should be free now. We go around to each place. Yu-kun, Yosuke, Yukiko, and Teddy. Rise-chan bought kanji, who had finally woken up. Even Naoto showed up, and she shouldn't even be here. She told us she happened to be back in town because of the job she was doing. Eventually, we got to the school's rooftop as a big group. When we open the door to the roof area, we see something surprising. This isn't the roof at all. Instead, the area before us was the studio-like place that we'd used as the entrance to the area of the TV world in the case last year. It should have disappeared after that, but it looks like it got restored when Labrys entered the TV world and the school was created. True, once the Midnight Channel started airing again, people would start taking an interest like last year, so maybe that's why the studio came black. Still, the investigation team is back together again. This would be the perfect time. Labrys was hiding behind me, but I reach around and shove her in front of me towards my friends.
I have someone to introduce to you guys. This here is Labrys-chan.
Oh, gosh.
Chie-san?
Excuse me. I explain everything that happened to everyone. I tell them that Labrys is a victim of the events that took place here. Even though she's obviously a mechanical body, her heart is out of a human. Her shadow had to come out of her and was the one who masterminded this tournament, but Labrys accepted it and everything's been solved. Everything else I may have forgotten right here. And this is the third time today I've explained all this, so I think I've gotten pretty good at it. Labrys looks ancient while I talk, but the first one to speak up after I'm done is you. I expected as much, he's our leader after all.
That must have been tough. You feeling okay?
Huh?
Having a shadow come out of you is pretty draining. Seriously, I was ready to collapse for a few days when it happened to me.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing that you're able to stand like that on your own.
Labrys looks back between me and everyone else with utter surprise. No one minds Labrys, and they keep trying to talk to her, after all, speaking at the same
Could it
time.
be because she's a mech? Wow! Isn't it cool for a mech like her to have a heart?
I feel like I've seen this specific scene for some reason.
I can't think of any way it could be weirder than an idol and a tame shadow, but here we are.
I don't know. I think Teddy was even crazier. The way he grew a body inside of himself from scratch.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
I am more intrigued by her than Teddy, though. May I examine your internal workings for a bit?
Now, Chun, if you're going to touch anyone's internal workings, do mine!
With all due respect, I shall have to decline.
I don't blame her for going all quiet right now. I tap Labrys on the shoulder, seeing that she's at a loss
What's
for words.
wrong, Labrys? Oh, well, I thought that everyone would be angrier.
That's what I thought. But Labrys, you got it all wrong.
What would we be angry about?
Now that it's over, it wasn't all that bad.
Ooh, the battle to decide the strongest man was pretty intense, though.
I just dropped frames.
Huh? Is that what it was about?
Well, they may be taking it in stride a little more than is normal, but no one would hate you, Labrys.
Labrys looks at each person's face. Everyone's smiling, aren't they?
Chie-san.
I'm not lying.
Thank you so much.
Jeez, you're so formal. You can just call me Chie. We're friends, remember?
Friends.
You can just call me Yukiko, too.
And you can just call me Prince Teddy.
That's longer than your real name, though.
Go back to the Wild Kingdom where you belong. Oh, would the carnivore like to join him?
What did you call me? Go back to the Disappointment Ranger Ressentiment hideout.
You've got it all wrong. Ressentiment is French. Mal is pronounced completely different from the man in Featherman.
I feel like I feel like Chie's voice actress didn't get to actually see that line when she read it.
It seems he's smarter than he looks.
Pardon? Ugh, sheesh. We're wrapping up everything so well, and then Yusuke has to go on about stupid stuff. We keep snapping at each other like this, Lapras is just gonna pull back into her shell. And we just gotta get her talking, or so I thought. Lapras bursts out into laughter. That alone warms my heart. The case is finally over. The realization is finally hitting me. As I sign relief, some more people
Looks like
appear behind
everything's
us.
working out nicely.
The red cape, it's Akihiko-san. Could the other two ladies with him be his friends? I sense Lapras go tense next to me. That's right, he said he was going to take her back. Step forward as if protecting Lapras. Not that I'm making a scene about it, but just in case.
So you're Satonaka. Akihiko told me about you. I'm Mitsuru Kirijo. In a way, you could say that I'm Labras's handler.
The beautiful woman in the coat introduces herself. Kirijo? That sounds familiar. Didn't Akihiko mention that name too?
I'm Aigis. Thank you so much for saving my older sister.
Older sister? Then are you Labras's younger sister? Wait, then are you a machine too?
Man, I fucking wonder.
Yes, I too am a robot.
Aiga-san smiles. I take a look at her. It's true, her body is mechanical, just like Labras's. Wow, all these robot girls running around. This is so futuristic. Who in the world made something like them? Wait a sec. Kirijo? Does that mean she's the Kirijo group Kirijo? That's seriously gigantic corporation. And if that's her last name, then... Oh crap. These people are a completely different world than the rest of us. I unconsciously stand up straighter. No, I can't lose my nerve. I have to make sure I stand my ground. I can't let them take Lapras away.
Chie-chan, it's okay.
Just as I open my mouth with resolution, Lapras stops me as if she guessed what I was going to say. She steps forward from behind me. Then she steps towards Mitsuru and the others.
You've come to take me away, yeah? I'm ready.
Lapras?
Chie-chan, I can't ask for anything more. I've made so many friends, and you've all accepted me. I'll be okay now.
But if you're caught, that's not okay.
She went through so much pain, and we just became friends, too. I want to spend more time laughing with her. I squeeze Labras's hand. Lapras looks slightly troubled. A heart-rending face that looks like she might be crying and smiling all at the same time.
I'm sorry to interrupt the heated discussion, but I have no intentions of sealing you away.
Huh?
Your shadow going berserk was an irregularity caused by this world. It wasn't due to any malfunction in you. Luckily, because of what happened, you are now in complete control of your persona. Isn't that so, Akihiko?
Yeah, that's right.
Akihiko nods along with Mitsuru-san's words. But Akihiko wasn't there when Lapras gained her persona. As my gaze is wandering, Akihiko glances towards me in a significant way. Could it be that he helped us out? No, not only is he strong, but he's so understanding. He's a real man.
Not gonna be locked up?
Yes! I'm so glad for you, Lapras!
This is like a dream. I can't believe this! Thank you, Chie. Lapras?
Lapras suddenly stops moving. The way she stopped was odd. Akihiko and the others seem to have noticed as well, and they furrow their brows. And that's
It's
when...
not over yet.
What was that? That wasn't Labras's voice. It's emanating from Lapras, but it's completely different.
Is this the same communication system we use? Everyone, step away from Labras!
Mitsuru raises her voice as Lapras brandishes her battle axe. The metallic blade, almost as tall as she is, gouges at the background. Small chips of concrete brush past my cheeks as the floor breaks up. That was close. I mean, what's going on? I look back to Lapras in confusion, but there is no light in her eyes.
What the? I cannot gain access. She is being hacked. It isn't coming from inside this facility. The signal originates elsewhere.
You mean outside the TV?
This is just a little extra resistance. Now, entertain me.
The voice comes back, sounds nothing like her original voice. Within the blink of the eye, Lapras dashes towards me. There is no hesitation in her movement. If I don't brace myself, I'll be going down.
Why do we have to fight each other again?
think this is like the third time I fought Lapras as GA.
Finally! Fight!
My, she was quite easily defeated. Evidently, I didn't push her far enough. Well, she is a test unit, so this is as far as my little game goes.
The voice continues to emanate from Labras's, who's fallen to her knees and stopped moving. So whoever is speaking through her is controlling her? How dare they treat me like some object? What the hell's wrong with them?
Who are you? Why are you doing this to Labras?
As I yell in anger, Labras straightens up in an unnatural manner.
I should thank you all. Although this didn't work out, you did stay in it to the very end.
Labras's shadow was only the mastermind of the tournament. I see now. You're the true culprit behind the whole thing.
That's right. Labras wasn't a Persona user, she was a victim. The shadow would have appeared after that. That means there was someone else who dropped Labras into a TV. Just like last year's case.
Indeed. It was I who stole Labras away. Since I don't have a persona and can't enter a TV, I needed a puppet that could run amok for me. Labras's persona was only partially awakened, so I had a feeling her shadow would appear if she underwent a little suffering. You got the better of me this time. You deserve to know at least that much.
This time? Are you still planning something?
Who knows?
What the hell? Labras has a heart. Do you even understand how much pain she went through because of you?
Seriously, what the hell? Labras being controlled from some safe place outside the TV? How much suffering do they think Labras went through? How could they laugh when she's in this so much pain? But the voice continues on, mocking me for not understanding.
A heart, meaningless. Whether or not she has one matters not at all to my plan.
What?
Well then, everyone, until we meet again.
The voice cuts out, and Labras immediately collapses on the spot. Aiga-san instantly catches her and calls out to her, but Labras is unconscious. I don't know what to do with my fists, so I began swinging them aimlessly. We saved her, and she was so happy. Why did she have to be put through this?
It seems whoever our adversary is, they're connected to us. You shouldn't get involved in this any further. From here on, leave this to us.
Wait a sec! After what that bastard did to us, you're telling us to butt out?
I understand how you feel, but this is too dangerous for you. We will do our best to ensure that no harm comes to you. Trust in us and let us work.
I'm so irritated that I can't mind my thoughts into words. Mitsuru-san may be right, but that doesn't do anything for my feelings. I mean, if some bastard's gonna say that a person's heart has no meaning, I can't just let him get away with it.
Guys, let's leave this to them.
Huh?
I'm about to shout at Mitsuru-san, but Yukun stops me. We should just get out of here. I don't know what he's getting at, but yeah, I'm completely exhausted. And then I did fight some seriously intense battles, one after another. And some of us, like Rise, have been stuck in this world for so long, I'm sure she's at her limit. I mean, thinking rationally, I know that we need to head back home.
Labras.
Still. Seeing Labras unconscious in Aigis' arms wounds me. Isn't there anything we can do for Labras? Do we have to say goodbye like this? I look towards Yukun once more when he winks at me.
What?
We return to the real world. All the energy that that had been powering me so far drains away, and I begin staggering. Everyone else appears to be in a similar state, and we immediately go our separate ways without much discussion. I went straight home and fell into bed, but I couldn't get to sleep. All these feelings are swirling around me, and I can't sort them out. Sheesh. As I toss and turn in my bed, my cell phone rings without warning. I look at it, but it's a number I don't recognize. I should ignore it. But it does bother me that I'm getting a call right now. I decide to pick up. Lo and behold, the voice I hear is... The call said to me at a certain location the next morning. When I arrived, I saw an amazing limousine parked in front of a plain country road. Just then, that thing is so long. It's insane. Even if this was a movie, it would have to be a comedy, because nobody would believe a car this long and sleek would exist in the real life. Can it even turn a corner? It's hard to see through the windows of this ridiculous limo, but I can see 4 people who are just as remarkable as the car itself. Labrys called me last night, and the people in the car were Mitsuru-san's group. Thank goodness she did wake up after all. When I called to her, Labrys immediately gets out of the car. Mitsuru-san, Akihiko, and I follow as well. Oh no, she's not carrying the axe on her back. I can imagine it'd be hard to get into a car with that
I'm
thing.
sorry for calling you here all of a sudden, but they told me we'd be leaving already.
The follow-up is over, after all. Our work here is done.
I'm glad to hear that, Master.
Master?
Actually, I spoke a bit with Akihiko on the phone last night, too. When I thanked him for helping persuade Mitsuru, all he said was, it wasn't anything special, I only did what was necessary. Damn, what an awesome thing to say. During that little chat, I became convinced that this person is striving for is very similar to my own goals. That's why I'm going to call him Master. I'll look up to him as an idol, an ideal I can match his strength and resolve.
I told you to stop calling me that.
No, you're my master. Though, I gotta admit, part of me has just always wanted to say macho things like that.
But you're not a man.
A true man isn't bound by his sex.
I love it!
I see. My apologies.
Your leap of logic is so extreme it could reach the moon.
Labrys giggles at our scene, our banter. I can't help but smile as well. He sounds embarrassed, maybe a little happy too.
You're
Still,
going with them too, Labrys?
to be honest, I wanted to be with her more. But if I said such things, it would just trouble Labrys, so I swallow those words. Labrys speaks to me as such things are growing through my mind.
I decided I'm gonna work with Mitsuru-san and them. I'm gonna find whoever it was that set you all up and catch him myself. I won't let any danger come to you guys. So, this is just a short farewell.
Labrys.
I felt like someone gripped my heart. Excuse me. Labrys had been there so much worse than we had. All the problems she had to face, and yet she's gonna fight for us? Whoever this culprit is, they can't be allowed to get away with doing this to her. Labrys is such a kind heart. For them to treat her like some kind of object is just unforgivable. My happiness for Labrys, my anger for the bastard who controlled her, and my frustration for not being a help, I feel tears in my eyes. I look down, not wanting to see me cry, but a large hand slaps me on the back.
Your passion had a real effect on Labrys. You should be more proud.
Master!
A true man is only allowed to cry when he loses his wallet.
Yes, Master!
That's a rather shallow occasion for tears. Did something happen to you during your trip?
It's true that the mental scars one would face if one lost one's wallet in an unknown land halfway across the globe would be immeasurable.
Ah, there they are. Hey!
Our friends had gathered around us. Of course, I told everyone about the phone call gotten
You could
from
have stayed a
Labrys.
little longer, you know?
Seriously, we got a whole week off and we didn't get to hang out at all.
It's truly a shame. Well, until next time.
Mm-hmm. Until we meet again.
Labrys is smiling, surrounded by all of us. My passion had a real effect on Labrys. That's what Master said, but I don't think it's entirely true. Labrys changed because of her own will. She seriously wished that she was understood. That's why her wish came true. I think that's all there is to it.
We should get going.
Mitsuru signaled the limousine engine turns on. It's time for them to leave. Labrys' face clouds over. Sheesh, looks like I gotta say something.
No, a true man wouldn't cry.
I make a bright smile. Labrys also smiles, then enters the limo. As the car takes off, Labrys sticks her head out the window and yells loudly.
Chie! I'm really glad that I met you, Chie!
Oh, it's no use. I'm the one who told her not to cry. Labrys is smiling just like I told her. Looks like I won't be a true man today.
I'll see you!
After seeing them off, we held the long postponed reunion party for Yukon. We were all feeling a little down after having to say goodbye to Labrys, but that immediately picked our spirits back up. We were so happy that everyone was able to get together like this. We thought it was impossible, and there was one more happy surprise. Also, this doesn't mean that we won't be able to see Labrys again. I stretch out and look up to the sky. Yep, Golden Week starts for us today. Later that night.
Dear Akihiko-san.
Wow, everyone actually has their own, like, endgame image.
That doesn't feel right.
I crumple up another piece of paper and throw it into the trash can. I can't figure out how to start this letter. I'm not good at writing letters.
Maybe it's too formal.
All those how to write professional business letter articles I looked up online aren't really very helpful. I take a deep breath
To my master. Ooh, much better.
I relax and my pen follows the wishes of my heart. I don't have the best penmanship, but I think it's a lot nicer to get a handwritten letter than an
Have
email.
you and Labrys been? I've been well.
Does he have a fucking address?
I've been doing my best while remembering what you said to me on that day. Do you remember? You told me that I would be able to do the right thing. That made me want to become a police officer even more. So, in order to catch the culprit, me and the investigation team are... Oh, crap! Phew! That was close. I'm supposed to keep that a secret from him.
We're gonna find out who's been using Labrys. In other words, the investigation team is back in action. This was a big surprise that had come out in Yukun's party. Yukun himself was the one who suggested it, so we were all surprised. Haha, seriously. He said, let's leave this to them right in front of Mitsuru-san and the others, but it looks like you had other plans in the mind from the start. Maybe if you can be such a convincing actor, I can't go spilling the beans in the letter. But to lie to Master? No, I have to lie to him. I can't let him find out no matter what. I crumple up the paper again and throw it away.
I guess this really isn't my thing. I'll give it another try tomorrow.
I'll be able to do the right thing. I'm gonna believe in those words and do my best to live up to them. I really want him to know that. Next to the letter is a Police Academy entrance exam guide. I bought this a long time ago, but I haven't even touched it since I bought it. I've got to face that someday too. When I look at the clock, I realize it's already past midnight.
So sleepy. Oh. Since Yukon's with us again, we've got to give what we decided on our best shot. Investigating on our own, huh?
I mean, at least you have Naoto from the start this time. I stand up from my chair and stretch out, then fall onto my bed. It's so fluffy I can't stop myself from immediately drifting off into sleep.
Do my best to...
My future, what I want to protect, an enemy we must fight. There's so much I need to think about. I'm not good at thinking, and there's probably going to be a lot of things that don't go as we plan. But I just need to concentrate on one thing at a time. Even if something doesn't go well, I shouldn't let it get to me. Yes, because I have friends. I know I can go on.
With my friend.
Ugh. Well, that's 4 clears now. Excuse me. I think I'm gonna stop there. I'm starting to not feel so good again. I don't even know if it's... I don't even think it's the alcohol at this point. I think I'm just like... I think it's just a combination of, like, being tired and shit. Oh, but that was a pretty good stream. I mean, like I said, we got 4 down. That's pretty good. I don't know what else could possibly be asked for. Looks like next time we're gonna go Yukiko, Kanji, Teddy, and at least Naoto. Which would mean that the last stream would be Mitsuru, Akihiko, Aigis, and Elizabeth. And then we'll be done with P4A, and it'll only have taken us 6 streams. Wow, this game is long as shit. And then we'll finally be on to P4AU, which I think is actually longer. But yeah. And then, yeah, we have to do episode of Adachi and shit. But anyway, yeah, hopefully everyone had fun. I should be back on Saturday, probably. I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna go rest now. Bye-bye.